into the floor. Obviously, softer. They do spring them, changing up the spring profiles on them, try and stiffen them up as much as they possibly can. But at the end of the day, the tire just it can't deal with the raw weight of the cars that's coming around. This number 3 car as well, Sandy Stuvik, drove phenomenally last year and 3-time supercar GT3 champion as well. Sandy's always going to be right there and in the mix, but the category's developed now to such a point that some experienced race car driver like Sandy isn't going to come out and isn't going to win every race. It's about putting yourself in the right positions at the right time, you know making sure that you're not overstepping the lines in terms of track limits, making sure that you are conserving that. There's no point trying to punch out and be clear at the front end of the field because it's just going to come back to you. So you've got to manage that tire, you've got to manage the power, you've got to manage the car as well across the weekend.
That we do indeed. And just also know we had a couple of things happen on the background. So actually, I've had a new stream reset. So make sure to share this around if you've been watching and catching up on things as we were getting ready to go earlier. We're hoping we also should have audio from the circuit, which will allow us to hear the racing action as well during all the fun and games. As Goody's back down at the grid with all of the drivers getting ready in behind him to go racing here. Scott, he's got the mascots there off to the left with, well, I guess that's probably one of the more uncomfortable costumes we're wearing today, given the weather and everything in Thailand. Hopefully he doesn't have to be in that for too long.
I was going to say the drivers are allowed extra cooling. I think he might need both of the 2 personnel, and he's not even in a race car at the end of the day. But yeah, got to stay cool, got to stay calm, and look, it's this category. It's going to fire off, and like you said, there's 36 cars scheduled to partake in the A and B class drivers as well, and this is only class 1 of 2 races effectively. For the super pickups across the weekend, and there's such a popular category as well. There's so many drivers to get photos of and everything that's going on there. They get their own time slot. I mean, all the categories do in terms of things, but they've got the largest number of drivers to try and get through and get photos and get media of throughout the weekend. It takes a fair bit of effort. It's just, if you haven't witnessed it, you're about to witness something extremely unique globally, and it's just a phenomenal class. And that's what the banners will look like. So what you're looking for those the colors beneath the pickup D1 class is your A class drivers and your B class drivers will both be on the track competing together, but points will be done a little bit separately post race. If the number is in green on the windscreen of the car, that means they're in class A. If the number is in orange on the windscreen of the car, that means they're in class B.
Yeah, it is fairly well identifiable, thankfully. Big numbers, bright colors, does make our life fairly easy to pick out who's who and where they're meant to be. As long as we're able to actually read the numbers carefully. That is always the fun stuff there, as well as you can see here, Goody down on the grid having a chat with a couple of drivers now and getting ready to go racing here in about 4-5 minutes time, maybe a little bit longer than that. In saying that, pit exit closed about 5 minutes ago now at the track, so don't believe we are too far away. They'll have to do their formation up, of course, then come back to the grid, and it'll be our first standing start race of the day as well to worry about. So that'll be fun to watch out for here, if I've got that right. No, I got that wrong. It's another rolling start. Do we even have... We've actually got no standing start races this weekend, actually, by the looks of things. So I take all of that back from what I said earlier.
Yeah, so all rolling starts this summer. Probably a good way to go. I mean, if you're going to break a drive shaft or you're going to break a transmission, a clutch, whatever, it's during that standing start procedure. So, it's about making sure that looking after the lifespan of, I suppose, everything, getting drivers off the grid and down to turn number 1 and hanging on to things. And, again, 36 cars, which is that raw number. The expansion in this category and the support for the category has just been immense. So many of the Isuzu D-Maxes up and down the field, a few Ford Rangers thrown in the mix, Toyota Hilux, which is brand new, Mitsubishi Triton in an A-Tech Rally Art Liqui Moly livery towards the bottom end of timing as well for this category. But new manufacturers moving into the class, same style of racing. It's just the really cool thing is just add another 10, 15 cars to the mix down and let them have at it. I'm keen.
Yeah, some of the stuff we saw when getting ready for the series is something like nearly potentially 60 trucks in this super pickup category across the A, B, and C classes that drivers are graded. So actually, they have to break off the C class drivers into their own separate race later this afternoon, so they can fit everyone on the track. As you can see here, drivers getting ready, and you can definitely see plenty of support in the SOZ D-Max. You also see plenty of the air blowers at work here to keep the drivers as cool as possible. Get ready for this race before we close up those cabins and go racing in just a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, I mean, those are going to be hot cars, and like you said, 36 cars up and down the field as well, which is going to be brilliant to keep an eye on to everyone watching along. Again, hoping that you've joined us back again after your lunch and break. We managed to get away, get some food in. Yeah, it's been an awesome day. I've enjoyed the coverage of this series like last year, and then again coming back and getting involved in it all again this year as well. Dan, it's exciting prospect as our crew over on the ground continue to walk up and down the field. In terms of things, moving back to the 95 car, we'll have Anawat behind the wheel, starting at the 10th position. 11th place, which will be the 89 Isuzu all-new D-Max with Surachai. Surachai drove phenomenally again last year. One of another returning drivers. At a 12th position, 45 machine of Danawat, another one of the Isuzus. And enjoying life on the starting grid. The number 2 entry with Ekasit, another Isuzu D-Max, at a 13th position to start today's race. 14th position, number 5 car with Nadawat behind the wheel. Again, Isuzu. And the 11 car in A-class colors for Paitoon. Out at 15th position. Next up will be the 29 machine out of 16th, which will be Jarvis, and I believe they've actually been asked to leave the grid because we'll be actually rolling away on the formation lap here in a few minutes, as you see the camera crew looking up now. No, there we go, still with us. 29 machine of Jarvis in 16th spot. Dan, take us away when P17 rolls up.
That I can do indeed, and it will be Sawat, one of the Isuzus, starting out of that spot in the number 59. And there he is, getting ready to go racing here in just a couple of minutes. Behind him, it'll be Waris in the number 88 Isuzu D-Max as well. On that 9th row of the grid will be Akasit and Jalen Robotham off of row number 10. There's Waris in the 88 truck there on screen now, as it looks like our last team members and officials and stuff clear the grid so that this field can roll away here in just a moment's time. Camera crew pick up the 81 here of Akasit out of 19th place. To his outside on the left will be Jalen Robotham. There you go, 21st place for Song Sak in that Toyota Hilux Champ truck, which broke cover just this past week. There you go, a couple of drivers, I believe, from maybe GTC with their trophies for success earlier in the day. Well, that looks like that's going to be it, because we've got the 15-second board out to get ready for these trucks to file away on their formation lap. At least here's Scott. And, well, the fun part about this one, of course, you need to actually look after how much exhaust smoke comes out these things, as that is a thing they will be monitoring for in this category.
Yeah, so again, specific parts of the coverage that new people to the series wouldn't be aware of is one of the big penalties that can come through is, they can force you down the pit lane for a black smoke penalty, only when it's blowing too much. At the moment, that actually doesn't look too bad in terms of things. And you can hear the wind speed picking up, by the way. We did actually get an update from race control over in Thailand a little bit earlier on. Wind speed was 4 meters a second, about 14 kilometers an hour. That's how fast the wind was moving. Righto, starting grid about to come your way. Off a pole position, the 15 will be Thenafon. Tanawat will be alongside Super Chai in the 7 entry from Mobile One Racing Team, off alongside Anadanach in the 93. 35 of Longcorn will be off alongside of Nadawat from 5th and 6th on the grid. Jack Lemvard in the first of the Ford Rangers, off alongside of Sandy Stuvik, will make up row number 4. They'll fire through these nice and quickly, and there's 36 of them to get through, hence why we're rolling on. There's confirmation. Super Eco, which will be your next class out on track as well. Also on the Ventus RS4 semi-slick for super pickup category and the Ecos. Out of 9th and 10th will be the 44 entry of Simon, and Anawat will be the 95 off alongside of him. The 11th placed car of Surachai off alongside of Danawat, so the 89 and the 45 of Danawat. 2 of Akaset alongside the 5 of Nadawat. Paitoon in the 11 off alongside of the 29 of Jarris in 15th and 16th. The 17th and 18th row on the grid will be the 59 of Suwat and the 88 of Waris. 19th and 20th, rounding out your top 20, will be Akasit in the 81 and the 21 of Jalen Robotham. 92 of Songsak, off alongside of Chayapon in 21st and 22nd. 23rd and 24th will be Supercorn and Shannon. 25th and 26th will be the 91 of Jaffaron and the 16 of Akilak. 46 of Nuthapon and the 14 of Chayapon make up the 14th row of the grid. 15th row of the grid, the final inside the top 30 will be the 99 of Kamaruch and the 87 of Perk. The 31st and 32nd row on the grid will be the 55 of Kitasek and the 13 of Chalampon. The 33rd and 34th place cars will be Firawat and Andrew Cronin in the 39 and 53 cars. And the final row of the grid, the 23 car of Chinawat and the 25 car of Chase. And that is the 55 entry starting from pit lane, which will be Kirasak, was due to start at a 31st.
All right, there we are. They pace around turns 8 and 9. And already in their 2x2 formation that'll be required to get this race underway here in just a couple moments' time. That'll be interesting to watch here as you start seeing them form up behind us as not too far away from getting racing. A couple even up here listening in on the radios here at the circuit as there we are. Marshall's with the boards ready. I mean, saying that, looks like most of the drivers are already set to go for this one here. So now just waiting on the all clear for the safety car to pull away at the front of the field and allow for the race to begin in the hands of Tanapon in that Isuzu number 15, sharing that front row with Tanawat in the 22. As get ready to go racing here. Apologies also, we don't have any of the track audio today. Will just be us talking. Hopefully it'll be sorted out in due course in the background here, but it's time to get ready to go racing for our third race of the day. Thailand pick up our D1 division. Comes round the final corner here at the Chung International Circuit at, well, I have to say it's quite a slow rolling speed here. Looks like they're going to try and drop the hammer from a really gentle pace as a couple of cars pick up the power. And in fact, they are starting to roll now with the lights still out. There we go, green, as we get this race underway in the front straight indeed. Absolutely covered in smut. And the big thing is, who makes the line at turn 1? About half the field. And again, track limits optional, it seems, on this opening lap.
Yeah, as they have been every weekend from Brewerim thus far. The run now down to turn number 3. Who's going to lead the way? It was a great start from Thedafon in the 15 entry right at the front of the field. Tanawak got in behind him, as did Super Chai. But then from there on out, you still got to spot what you can see out of the cloud of smoke as you get down to turn number 3. No one looking to run wide. 3 wide deeper in the field as well. as 36 cars file on down. But it was about getting off of that first corner very well, as Thanafon absolutely did. Fastest car, by the way, to that first sector with 219.8 kilometers an hour in terms of his top speed as he got down there. Now Tanawat starts to close in just a little bit. They've put some time over Superchai in the background. He's just barely trying to hang on to them as it currently stands. That's not a 1 on his board, by the way. That's the number 7. You're looking at Superchai. And you can see the field just barely trying to make their way down on an end and still crawling all over the road. And this is only half of our cars, remember. There is another class to come later on tonight.
Also noting here that, yes, Kitiasi Saki at the back of the field. Never mind that. I'll talk about that later. As there's fierce fighting and a big old wiggle there from one of the D-Maxes. Fortunately, can't quite read the number, but I can tell you the Ford Ranger trying to take the spot away from him. Here's Sandy Stuvik really wrestling his Aurora Ford Thailand Racing Ranger there and really struggling for grip as no surprises. Here you can see the race leader even squirming under brakes to stand up on heading down in towards turn number 12. But first lap on the board, he leads that one away from Tanner Watt and Super Chai. A top three, though, very much in a fight. Hard to say exactly what we missed there in the background, but you can see here as the rest of the field streaks through and plenty of action looking around, trying to find something in the mirrors here. Head on down to turn 3 for the second time in this race.
Yeah, that was Jack Lemvar that shot through on the 41 entry as well. He's managed to pick up a couple places by the look of things. Might have got that one away from the 93, and that was some sort of a failure I saw, or at least a brake pinch. And we've got the 13 on the front straight away rolling incredibly slowly. So back to our front 3, and still going to be 15 from 22 from 7. So Thanafon, Tanawat, Superchai, your front 3. Alon Korn had a really, really good opening lap. Has moved his way up into 4th spot. We'll try and chase down these front 3 as it currently stands. But all of a sudden, Tanawat's actually had a better first sector on this second lap. So seems to be running quite well. And they're all going to settle down in as they get to turn 5 this time by. In the moment, still staying with our leaders as it stands as well.
Yeah, we are. They've also been able to clear out nicely from Super Chai. Although there you go, relaxed concept of track limits there for Tanapon. He's going to have to be careful not to do that too many more times because we might need a couple of those permitted excursions beyond track limits for later in the race. As you can see, look at this here. Like we've seen some of the cars. Obviously, we're coming off the back of GT4 and GTM and such, and GTC all racing through there, looking pretty stable, controlled. These pickup trucks, yeah, barely keeping it within track limits through turns 9 and 10 and 11, and then turn 12, worming something fierce on the anchor. This further on back here, 2x2 up through turns 8 and 9. The 25 and the 23 puts us, where does that put us, pardon me?
28 or so.
Yeah, down in the mid-20s, even just outside. You've also got the 87 and the 14. So that's Chinawut, Chase Chakras Parks, Perk, and Chayapon are the 4 of those trucks there. As then you've also got more of this scrapping further on in the mid-packers. There we go, number 53 machine. Pardon me, where is that? It's Andrew Cronin up the inside of that Toyota Hilux Champ in the hands of Song Sak. And unfortunately, that Hilux dropping a little far back there on that occasion. As plenty of battles up and down the field to try and keep our eyes on here, which is always to see is all big lock up at turn 3. Scott, that's going to allow possibly a run, although it's going to be a little delayed, and it might not even eventuate here.
Yeah, so the 88 is going to settle down and manage to hang on to that position after running very wide down at turn 3. The 29. So 88 of Warris, 29 of Jarris, and Supercorn in the 4. And you saw how strong Supercorn was at the end of the back straight. Well, now he's going to get on it and go ahead and go and steal that position away from Jarris. So Supercorn grabs a spot, moves himself up into 19th, so inside the top 20. But Jarris looks like he might have a slightly better cornering track. It was deep in from Supercorn. Now looking to try and go the long way round. Doesn't quite hang on to that one as it currently stands. So Jarris goes and nicks that one off. So quick in a straight line is Supercorn's truck. But Jarris has absolutely got the grip laid down at the moment. 15 of Thanaphon starting to supremely get control up at the front end of the race. But reminder, we are 3 laps complete of 12, and we've already fallen off about 9/10 of a second in terms of optimal lap time. That time by for Tanawat was significantly slower, though, than his best. He was about 2.1 seconds slower. And the 56s, mid 56s, seem to be where the 56s and 57s, our top 10, sort of sit in terms of their lap time. So Super Chai is going to try and hang on. Runs close to his fastest lap, so he is looking after those tyres reasonably well. Doesn't have the outright pace of the cars ahead of him. But if he can hang on to that, and by the way, Super cool. After that overtake, got a black and white flag for black smoke. So we'll need to look after that one and not over-rev that truck too much more.
Yeah, here's what again. This the unique thing with this one, this category, and the way that these trucks are tuned and run in terms of exhaust. It pops and puffs, and well, in the other case, if you're coming in, it seems from low down in the revs, it likes to almost just come out in a big old plume. So could be really mindful of all of that there. On top of the black and white flag for the number 4 truck, we also there was a lap 1 incident that was reviewed and deemed no further action involved. Well, the 93 and 65 trucks. That's the 95 and the 45, though. Meanwhile, those two racing. I don't know if I could find them. 95. Oh, actually, it says 95 was in P9 at the start of the lap, but now fighting with Danawat, who was in 13th. So 95's a bit of an excursion and fallen quite a few spots because he's also scrapping with Akasit, who was 14th at the start of this current lap they're on right now. So definitely being not a great one there for that 95 machine.
And one of the things we'll have to have a look at is probably the lap times when they come through and see how things are progressing from that standpoint. And you're right, it's going to be probably a very, very slow lap, and I think it's going to be a very slow, looks to be second sector. So it was in the middle of the lap for 95 entry in terms of his last time. Ran a 53, whereas everyone else is in the 44s and 43s. So that's where that one went all wrong for the 95 entry of Anawat. Now the run back down to turn number 1. And still trying to gather that one back up, pointed it in the right direction. Just look at the speed they've got to carry through the apex at turn 1. Of course the tyres are screaming. Of course its grip's starting to go away from you. Lap times last time by for our race leader, 56.599. So now has fallen off about 2.5 seconds. Fastest lap, 3.5 seconds for Tanawat. So everyone's time starting to tumble. Natnach in P4 in the 93 entry did a really nice 56.9. Was one of the only trucks, actually was the only truck in the 56s as the battle goes on between the 61 and the 5. Nearly making contact at the end of turn 3. Managed to settle their way down and decide that one as they get off of turn 3.
Second.
Yep.
Tanapon continuing to clear out at the front. Meanwhile, Super Chai to the inside of Tanawat at turn 8, Scott. And, Tanawat didn't want to give that one up, but he's basically made to give it up. And, yeah, Nuch is going to get through as well. So 2 spots lost in the case of 2 corners there for the number 22 machine.
And have a look at the attitude of the cars, Dan. Have a look at the attitude of them, because Super Chai is just really working the rear end of that car and agitating the tyres. But Natnach was very nice and clean, very straight. Have a look at the aggression under brakes. The car wiggles all the way down here. I reckon Super Chai is in trouble. Now, Natnach ran a great lap time the previous lap. What's this time going to be? As they cross the start-finish line, 57.3. Fastest driver at the moment, bar Nanthanat, who's down in 7th spot at this point in time. So there was only one driver on the track faster than him. He's looked after his tyres. We're not halfway point yet. No, there's a mistake out the other side of turn 1. That wasn't our race leader. That's no.
It's a slow truck, I'm pretty certain, yeah.
44?
Hard to pick that one up there, unfortunately, as nevertheless, Nothanucci is going to have a crack under brakes here into turn 3. Also, need to actually point out the number 85 truck of a Longcorn sitting there 5th place across the line, actually to 156.6 on that last lap. So keep an eye out there for that truck to also make an appearance if the fighting gets fierce here for second. Super Chai with the run back on Nuthanuch down towards turn 4, but they're basically right on top of each other side by side. Going to try and lean on each other through there, but it's going to be the 93 of Nuthanuch that gets through in front under brakes for turn 5.
Yep, finally gets the job done. So now he's got clear air. What can he do with that? Can he start to press on a little bit more and start to run away from Superchai? And like we said, Superchai's tyres, I don't think they're going to last. I reckon he's going to start to really fall off in this next lap or so, and that's the first time we've seen the 93 on the power really hard out of one of the corners in the rear end, swinging around a little bit. So Superchai's going to struggle for tyre temperature at the moment. And you can see already they cleared Tanawat, and have a look at how far back he is in the background already. They really gapped him on that lap alone, and they fought for it at the same time.
Yeah, that they have.
Oh!
Yeah, that's a truck that's had some big old issues. That looks like it's a bit more than... Yeah, that's more than black smoke, that's for sure. I think we'll be seeing that one into the pit lane in the background there. Oh, no. Carrying on, but 22. Ooh.
Tanawat.
It is, yeah. And it's coming from... Now, is that coming from the front right specifically, or just several spots? That looks to be coming from the front right corner in particular. Oh, no, that's now dropping out from under the front bottom of the car. It's going to be absolutely... If that's fluids, that is dropping a huge amount of fluids on the racing surface. That's going to make the racing line an absolute mess here into turn 3. You can see Lemvard going to swing around the outside. I think that's Nuntawat in behind him. He'll also go through. So, unfortunately, technical issues there. And, possibly sliding on his own fluids there in the background.
How good's the drive from Lemvard, though? Started deeper in the field, starting to drive his way through. Surely he's got to pull that off. There's no way that you keep going in that 22. You'd know that there's a problem of some description there. That's potentially damaging the truck further. So he has pulled to the side at least. Now he'll pull back to the racing line. That's going to cause a few dramas for the guys in behind him. But the 41 truck now comes through as Lemvard. So he's gotten ahead of the 24 as well, just in behind. And Lemvard ran a 59.6 last time by, so not quick enough to start tracking down the cars in front of him. But if he's looked after these tyres quite well, we could be talking about him at the tail end of this race getting a lot closer to the front group, particularly as their tyres start to really fall off, which might be just about this lap. I'm curious to keep the progress of that 22 as well of Tanawat, just where he's ended up.
Unfortunately, he's dropped a long way back from even these guys who passed him there down towards turn 4. So I'm a little concerned that car might have started pulling up, and indeed it's now missed making it to the Sector 2 timing mark. Wait to see if he's able to get it back at all to the pit lane, or if it's, as you might have feared, had a bit of a combustion and not made it back at all, due to the way he seemed to be pressing on with the amount of fluids it deposited. Let's see here for our fight for second. These guys now coming into turn 3 further up the road. And I must also note that we've had some more messages. So since we last talked about it, another 6 trucks flagged for black smoke warnings, and a black and white flag for track limits for Superchai there in the number 7. So he has to be careful about how he approaches the rest of this race, as they've now got a long corn here joining the party. Leader of your Class B drivers by some margin here. Got to go back to 59 across the line in P8 to start this lap before you get to the next of him. So that's a strong performance there for him, as they pass by also a lap truck as well. So definitely making for a bit of action here, even though we're on, lap 7 of this race? That should be lap 8, apologies. And it's already busy up there. Yeah, that is the simple way to go. So yeah, we were meant to have 12 laps. If it's 5 left, then that's how she rolls. So really looking like, Tanabon has this one under control, although he's got to deal with traffic here, as we can see. That number 15, Isuzu, in the next MK Sport entry, but able to get through it without too much fuss. So gets that one done. Although has that little wiggle as he tries to get the power down, and race off into the sunset here. Yeah, lap 9 underway.
The time on that lap for Xenophon, by the way, 59.1. So he's just dropped 2 seconds to Natnach. And Natnach is managing to hang on to that truck reasonably well. Superchar, though, 57.2. So very, very slow lap. And then Lemvad and Nanawat also ran slow laps down in... They're in 5th and 6th. So 201s from both of those guys. So they might have been battling hard around each other just that little bit wide. But the 93 of Natnach is starting to come back at our race leader. And you'll start to see him. No, because he's dealing with lap traffic at this point in time. There goes the 7 of Superchar, again hanging in the rear end of that truck. Out and sideways. And it's the 85 now of a long corn that's actually gotten by him. So change for P3. That's a long corn up into P3.
Yeah, that's happened off screen whilst we were watching the racing further up the road. It's also allowed Nuch to get absolutely clear of these two as they now start to duel for this final spot on the podium. Never mind sticking with the fight for second here as they lean on the tyres. Turn 6, the right side's complaining. Then the left sides get their share of it here through 7. Oh, Superchargers, be careful of moves like that. Trying to get in the mirrors of a long corn, perhaps maybe even help him through turn 8. Goes middle of the road defensive into 9. And now can he park the truck? Focus on a good exit here towards turn 10. They've got traffic as well to worry about and try and negotiate, which means there you go. Off the preferred line through 10 into 11. And get on with it here. And it looks like it may be a move perhaps from Superchai, or is he going to have to conserve that one there because he didn't quite get the run down the straight. He half looks for a second there, and he's going to keep looking. And a nudge on the apex of 12. And both drivers wiggle out of the corner trying to get the power down and keep this battle ongoing.
Yeah, so that's the second time in a lap. He definitely made contact down at turn 6, turn 7. So, yeah, Superchai letting him know. The problem is, I don't know if Superchai knows that he's got the black and white flag for track limits. So he's driving like he hasn't. Either way, they're still continuing on. Now, recovery from Xenophon has actually been good this time by 56.897, so recovers quite well and starts to set more representative lap times. So traffic was definitely a drama there as well. And now you've got the 3 of Sandy Stuvik now moves ahead of Jack Lemvad. So Lemvard's had a supremely slow lap down to the 202. So I wonder whether or not they might be having dramas with that 41 car. Stuvik's hanging onto the tyres reasonably well and is starting to take time back out of Nanthawat just ahead of him. And Nanthawat, by the way, at the start of the lap was only half a second ahead. I wonder whether or not they might have just both cleared. Nope, that's Nanthawat right there in that 24 car. So now it's going to be Stuvik trying to close down and reel in Nanthawat. By the way, fastest lap times of the race, 53.969. Most of the field now above the 2-minute marker, right? So we've fallen off in the realm of 6 seconds to the bulk of the field. That's how much these tires are wearing out with the loads that's been put through them, particularly with such a high speed, high downforce track as Stuvik now gets closer. And Stuvik won't want to hang around on this one because 15 seconds up the road, albeit that's probably a little bit too far to go and catch, but there is traffic up there, and Lemvar just says, yep, if I'm going to take the track limit, I may as well just use all of it.
Yeah, indeed. Actually, have to wonder how they've suddenly fallen 15 seconds behind 4th place. But they've been having their own fights, it seems, and that traffic might also be playing a part as well, just to mix things up for good measure. But here we go for Nuntawat. Can he hold off Sandy Stuvik? This might suggest no. We'll run middle of the road to try and defend from the Ford Rangers. As both of the Aurora Ford Thailand Racing trucks try and line up something here, you'd think. 2 laps here as they cross the line, so lap 11 of 12 underway for these guys at least, although they're way behind your race leader who's already almost half a lap in, and also trying to clear traffic at the same time just to make things a little more exciting.
Of course, you know, who wants to throw traffic in the mix? 36 cars out on track. A minute 53, so 2 minutes. So you're going to have a car basically every 4 seconds right around the lap. And now Stuvik really trying to make sure that he can hang on to this position from Jack Lemvad, the 2 teammates, as they try and get pulled up. And it was, I think, the lapped car in the background just bowling a wide down at turn 3. As they all get connected once again. He's defending well, though, is Nanthawat. He's able to just get away just enough in that first sort of sector that he's not at risk when they get down here to turn 4. And I think that's critical. If he was under threat at turn 4, he'd be in trouble. The 15 has now fought his way all the way through to Supercorn in terms of traffic and out of a 4.6 second lead. So pretty comfortable at the moment. 2 laps left to run. Hasn't asked too much of those tyres in the 15 entry. Next time by the start-finish line, there will be 1 more lap left to run for the driver who's looked extremely comfortable in front of this field at this point in time. Superchai fallen off the podium and fallen a reasonable way off. And I tell you what, Alon Korn might be a shot at stealing second in the 85 truck. He's starting to get closer to Natnach. We'll get a shot of them in the background of that last lap board. They should be coming out of the start-finish line about now. So we're looking for the 93 and the 85 machines. It's a Flex Ultimate Performance next to MK Sports truck. Rolls on through the front of the shots. It looks really comfortable in this 15 truck. But it's those next trucks we look for. And there's the 85. And the 93 as well. They're the next 2 that we keep an eye on. Alon Korn has got control of pickup B. He is your class leader in pickup B. And he bowls a wide. He's barely got that truck pulled up. It was skipping across the road on the front end as he tried to get it pulled up down at turn number 3. Now he'll have a little bit of work to do, but he's going to take home the win in Class B, provided he finishes this lap.
And I think he's on track to do it. I just wanted to say, clearly, stay with Nultanuch here and have a crack at it. You've also got Superchai still not too far away, although might have been held up a bit there as leaning through turn 4 goes Alon Korn. Yeah, the Superchai actually got big hold up there on the lap trucks. As also Nuntawat and Seni Stuvik, 0.2 of a second at the line. Jack Lemvard also lost 5 seconds to his own teammates. So more troubles for that 41 Aurora 4 Thailand racing truck. That's dropped back quite substantially on several occasions, but come up through turn 8 for these guys now to turn 9. Oh, lap trucks also a worry in this part of the road. It looks like they'll get through that okay. As Tanapon now got 1 turn left. That gap has definitely closed over the course of this final lap here, but it looks like he's done enough. Just needs to bring it in nice and steady to turn 12 here, Scott. And that will be a race win for him. In fact, he knows it. Puts a bit of black marks down on the road to take that checkered flag and win the opening race of the season for Thailand Super Pickup D1 here from the Chung International Circuit.
Yeah, Natnach home in second. Alon Korn in third. Superchai is going to miss out on that podium in 4th. And now we wait. And we wait for Sandy Stuvik. Will be next to come to the final corner in 5th. But no one was touching the 15 truck. The next to MK Sports. Isuzu all-new D-Max of Thanafon. Natnach Super Pig entry. And Alon Korn in the second of the Nexter truck. So the Nexter truck program performing extremely well at the moment with 2 trucks on the outright podium as well as the win in both classes there, Dan. That's a key factor of the weekend.
Yeah, it certainly is. How's that there from Sandy? Now, either cooling off or saying, is that a boot?
That's a boot. That
was a boot he had up? Okay, so a little uncomfortable in the cockpit of the number 3. Maybe getting a little hot down in the pedal well. Footwell, I should say there. But yeah, all credit to the number 15 of Tanapon. And the actual full team name is a bit of a mouthful. Next to MK Sport, HYB, BRC, Flex, Speed Oil, Repsol, Motul, Arcana. And coming home, though, for a solid win there ahead of Nutanuch and Alon Korn, who's actually teammates with Tanathon. So good to see that there. Then also got Nutanuch there with that Super Pig SCG Job on Torio Mega Next to Racing Team number 93 at Superchai in the Mobile 1 Racing Team entry. That comes home 3rd in the D1 class. Your podium finishes in, Class A of D1. And here's your Class B podium on screen, Scott.
Yeah, and Alon Korn, like we said, from Suat, from Ekasit. and Eckert finished down in 8th to come home on the podium. And that's how they finished off in terms of things. 53.969, the fastest lap of race 1 from Thanathon, and it was how we punched clear of the pack. And there was a multitude of pit lane speeding penalties, by the way, that are just coming through on the timing chart. So I'm wondering whether or not there might have been some issues with getting those fixed correctly. And speeding through the lane, there was a few trucks in and out of the pit lane throughout the duration. The 13 truck only made 1 lap. There were 2 trucks at the conclusion of 2 laps, so 10 laps down. Another truck at 8 laps down. Another truck made it halfway, 5 laps down, 4 laps down. And then I believe that was the rest of the trucks running. So it was a fair few retirements. This is how they started off. And it was controlled very, very supremely from the 15 truck from the front row. It was a 22 who challenged him early on, but then fell by the wayside with dramas in terms of that car. Was looking after the tyres, and Super Chai was not looking after them at all. He wanted to try and skip clear as much as he could, drove to the limits of those tyres, and that was the moment when the 22 truck broke down, running second at the time, and all of a sudden not able to finish that race. 41 of Lemvard made his way through past the 24, and then all of a sudden not able to keep back in front of him, and gave that spot back up. And something happened to Nat on the last lap, by the way, ran a 209 from that 24 truck, so fell a long way back in the standings. But highlights from race number 1 of the AMB super pickup. And like I said, always good to see.
That indeed. Well, Goody will take care of some interviews down at the trackside, and we might listen in a little bit, but I'm expecting these will all be in Thai, given drivers who finished on the field. So what we might do is we might throw them up here. We'll take a moment to pause and then listen in, and then come back in a couple minutes.
วันนี้ผมพยายามประคองรถให้ได้มากที่สุดเพราะว่าอากาศด้วยความร้อนกลัวเครื่องยนต์มันใช้งานเยอะวันนี้ผมก็เลยประคองตามเข้าไปนะฮะแล้วรอจังหวะถ้าขึ้นได้ก็จะขึ้นเพื่อพรุ่งนี้เรายังมีเมตร
แล้วเตรียมความพร้อมในสนามพรุ่งนี้อย่างไรเพราะว่าวันนี้เรารู้แล้วว่ารถเราเนี่ยเราเซตมาเรารับได้ในอุณหภูมิประมาณนี้อย่างเงี้ยครับ
ก็จริงๆแล้วก็เตรียมพร้อมมากนะครับวันนี้ก็ทีมงานนะฮะไล่รถกันมาดีมากนะครับก็ได้ลองหลายๆแบบนะครับทั้งสเปคโทโบแบบนี้แล้วก็สเปคโทโบที่ปลอดภัยนะฮะแต่เราเป็นนักแข่งเนาะเราก็เลือกสเปคที่แบบแรงอ่ะ
ใช่ก็คือเต็มที่ให้มันแมทกับสนาม
แต่ว่าเราแค่วันนี้วันเสาร์เราแค่ประคองรอเก็บตกนะฮะแล้วพรุ่งนี้สนุกแน่นอน
โอเคฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับพี่หนุ่มเม้ง
ยังไงก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับอลงกรณ์แท้ตั้งหรือหนุ่มเม้งนะครับเบอร์85คลาส B นะครับแต่วันนี้ขึ้นมาไล่กับพวกพี่ๆคลาส A โคตรมัน
ครับขอบคุณมากครับ
สวัสดีครับ
สุดยอดครับพี่หนุ่มเม้งนะครับแน่นอนไปอันดับที่2ในคลาส A และโอเวอร์ออลด้วยนะครับเอ้าพี่จ๊อบมานี่เร็วพี่จ๊อบมาพี่จ๊อบนะฮะณัฐนุชวงสมบูรณ์นั่นเองนะครับยินดีด้วยครับแหมไปยินดีกับเพื่อนๆมาเป็นยังไงบ้างสำหรับสนามนี้ได้ที่2 overall และที่2ในคลาส A ด้วย
สมบูรณ์แบบแล้ว
สมบูรณ์แบบ
พอใจในของเราแล้ว
แต่ดูช่วงล่างคือหนึบขึ้นเยอะเลยนะ
หนึบขึ้นครับ
ด้วยการเปลี่ยนยางด้วยสเปคยาง
มันยางมันใหญ่ขึ้นใช่ครับ
แล้วดีใจไหมกับสนามนี้
ดีใจครับพอใจมากครับ
พอใจมาก
ครับผม
อยากให้ฝากถึงแฟนๆในสนาม
ฝากเฮียน้องโอเมน้องมันเนเออร์
ครับ
โอเมก้าเนเออร์ทีมครับ
ครับผมขอบพระคุณครับพี่จ๊อบครับณัฐนุชวงสมบูรณ์นะครับและที่1ในคลาส A และ overall ไม่ใช่ใครที่ไหนกับธนพลชูตระคนแบทบุยาม
ครับ
ยินดีด้วยครับแน่คุยตั้งแรกวันนี้รถก็เปลี่ยนใหม่หมดเลยครับทุกอย่างแล้วเซ็ตดีมากและกระทั่งเรื่องเวลาของคุริฟายจนมาถึงวันนี้ที่ชนะและในสนามนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างสำหรับการเก็บคะแนนสะสมต้นฤดูกาลครับ
ผมก็อยากให้เพื่อนๆครับติดตามต่อไปนะครับว่าพวกเราจะประสบความสำเร็จแบบนี้ทุกสนามไหม
นะครับผมพรุ่งนี้เป็นอย่างไรบ้าง
พรุ่งนี้ก็รีเวิร์สกิทนะครับออกที่5นะครับก็เต็มที่เหมือนเดิมครับ
มีปัญหาไหมกับรถที่เราเปลี่ยนสเปคมาแล้วก็ถูกถ่วงน้ำหนักตรงนี้
ไม่น่าจะมีปัญหาอะไรครับ
ไม่มีปัญหาแน่นอนเดี๋ยวเจอกันแน่นอนไปลุ้นกันว่าเบสต์โบยามจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามพรุ่งนี้หรือไม่ติดตามกันให้ดีครับขอบคุณครับ
And there we are, interviews with Goody down in the pit lane following Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 there, our Class A and B drivers, to wrap up our first race after the lunchtime break here at the Chung International Circuit, day 1 of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series first round of the year. Thailand Super Eco coming up next here in a couple of minutes. We're just waiting on the pit exit to be opened up for that class, with the race scheduled to start 15 minutes after that pit exit opens. So we're a little bit behind schedule, it seems. Yet we're being told, okay, just had an update on the race control timing. We're about a minute and a half away from that pit exit opening up for the Thailand Super Eco field. So we're no more than sort of 15, 16 minutes away from our next race. 12 laps for our Thailand Super Eco drivers. 32 cars in that field. And it's going to be potentially our... so we said rolling starts for everything, but it might actually be a standing start for Super Eco based on what I'm seeing on the race schedule. But we'll get to that when it rolls around. And what we might do in the meantime is take a very quick break here on the English broadcast feed and just catch our breath before we get ready for the next race. And thank you all for tuning in here once again with us as we will continue our coverage here from day 1 of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series at the Chang International Circuit.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gents. We are coming back to you live from the grid as the Super Eco class are forming up on their way to tackle race number 1 of the 2024 season. In terms of things, it's a Honda Brio Amaze that takes the pole position, and it's a mix of Yaris's, Brios, and Swifts. It's a joy to call this class. This is your entry-level racing series in terms of Thailand Super Series. It's about getting the cars that you every day sort of cruise around the street. I've got a Hyundai Getz out in the drive. Dan, do you want to bolt a roll cage on that? We'll go racing next year.
I've got to get to Thailand first, so I might want to slow your roll there, as it were, and maybe leave that for the guys they're already at the track. But another popular category here as well. 32 drivers will be taking to the grid for this Super Eco race. Another 12-lap dash coming our way as we continue to watch Goody here have a chat to a couple of our drivers up towards the front of the field before they kick off here today. And also a couple of different classes in this Super Eco category. Once again, the majority, actually nearly the entire field, is in what's considered the C+ category, but we do have a couple of drivers that apparently classify as an overall cars. There's only 4 of them, mind you, in that position, and 3 drivers classified as Class C in their entries. So you'll be able to spot them out via their different coloured numbers. So the 4 cars that are overall in green, the 3 cars in Class C in pink, and then the remaining, what's that going to be, 25 drivers will be in orange for Class C+ here.
Yeah, and a 32 car category as well. And again, it's, have a look at the type of cars that you're seeing out on the grid. That's a part of this one. That's, quite crucial. Is get yourself into racing, and have a bunch of fun. What's the best way to do that? Lining up in something small capacity like this. And it's a big circuit, Dan, it's huge circuit for these cars. So, difficult racing here because it's going to be momentum based. It's going to be all about where you place the car, how you build the run off the corners. If you're sacrificing momentum, you sacrifice a little bit of entry speed to make sure that you can build that momentum a little bit earlier and get the car wound back up into the power band a lot sooner. That's going to be far more critical than anything else that you're going to be doing is actually maintaining that speed.
Oh yeah, looking at things at the moment, pole position time was a 2-minute 9.641 for Vongsapat in the number 33 machine, that Honda Brio Amaze, as you pointed out earlier on. So yeah, it is certainly a reasonably long lap for these cars here. There is Vongsapat getting ready to go in that car on pole. Was last couple of preparations, check things, I guess maybe like harness, helmet, strap down, maybe maybe radio for some of these cars as well. On that front row as well, going to be the 89, the Varunchit, also getting stuff ready to get that, get the net in position in a second as well. At a P3 there, going to be the 36 of Panitan, the Ruck team next to racing entry. The Toyota Yaris's on the grid, getting ready to line up. Chase Chakras Parks in number 41 for the M&M Racing team. Another Honda Brio going to line up out of 4th place for this race. And then, there you go, P5, Hayden Heikal, one of the overall drivers for this one's at VR Pro Garage Racing team. So with
I believe Heikal actually did a phenomenal job. If I remember back to December last year, Hayden Heikal did a strong job in terms of going racing last year. Very, very happy with his own exploits, and I think he might have even been the race winner throughout the weekend. So keep your eyes on Hayden Heikal.
I think sure will indeed, as we work our way back through the field now to the 54 of Tanakorn, starting this race in 8th place here today. Behind him, next of our overall classification drivers, Aaron Heikal on the timing, but that was quite a different name there. Aaron Hakim bin Mohammed Heikal. Right, just a few additional names there. Apologies for that one there. Starting alongside of Yot Boon Chu for the top 10 rounded out here in this field. As yet the last bit of air piped into the face of these drivers. Visapong there in the number 7. Getting ready to start out of 11th place in that car today. Sharing that 6th row with Kavin, number 91. Our Suzuki Swifts here on the grid. But yeah, it's definitely the Honda Brio party, definitely the popular option on the grid. Right back corn there, going to start out of 13th place and sharing the 7th row with number 87, who you see would have come up on screen, but gone back to 14th place. Oh, sorry, that is him. And sharing our 7th row with Wing Hong Chow in the number 21 here, Scott.
Yeah, and I mean, I love these cars, man. Absolutely love these cars. Like I said, you know, get your way into racing. Akanet Opamai out of 15th spot, and Alisa Kunquang out of 17th spots to 17 and 59 entries. From there, we will move back one further row to 61 of Sorowich and the 77 of Chian Hao Du. And that's the 77 machine for B-Quik Racing Team. One row further back will be the 19th and 20th place drivers of Narino Path and Sidanun in the 90 and 99 machines. And there's Narino Path in the 90. Chilled out, getting racing. And eyes forwards. Alongside of the 99 of Sidanun, who will be into Honda Brio Amaze. On the outside, that's the Beefin Racing Power Up by Fong entry. 21st place will be the next car we'll throw to at this point in time. Is the 56 entry we're looking at. Buntavi Najit in the Honda Brio for NJ Racing. And the next one we'll throw to will be the number 9 out of 22nd spot with Mohammed Anaki in the Pipe Kids Picaro Lubricants Racing Team entry. We'll throw it another row further back. And we'll get to the 44 of Kachapan, who's also Eco C Plus class driver. Honda Brio All Wheels TTW. And that's the 44 there. We'll move one row further back to the 43 of Andrei Abulev, Honda Brio and C+. We'll get to our last of the Eco All entries, overall entries, sorry, my apologies, in the 55 of Thanapatra. We'll be in a Suzuki Swift for Fortron Nextra Racing Team. And I believe what you're hearing is the cars rolling away from the front end of the grid, so we'll probably cut away to the formation lap here in just a few moments, Dan.
Yeah, that we will indeed, as there we go. Footage of the cars, they begin to file away here. Now, I said today we might not have any standing starts for this weekend, but actually might be the case that we do have one here with the Thailand Super Eco drivers. As might be an exception to the rule, as hope to get some watch them now heading down towards turns 2 and 3 here as well. And as we see here, the track map come up on screen once again. 12 corners, 4.5 kilometers of racing circuit to utilize here. That Hankook Ventus RS4 semi-slick tire going to be in use. Also, pretty skinny version of that one as well. So we'll be looking to see how these drivers handle that one there as well. And we'll head to the grid here in just a couple of moments' time. Basically, Scott, run through them all once again here on the graphic. As you said, Vong Sapat and Varunchit on the front row. Oh, they've already gone so quickly. Panatin, Chase Chakras Packers, Hayden Hakal, Patawi, there 5, 6, 7, 8. Piranat and Tanakorn, Aaron Haikal and Yop Bunshu, top 10. Visapong and Kavin on row 6. Ratpakorn, Wing Hong, out of row 7. Akinit and Alisa Kunkwang. Sorich Tian Hao, row 9. Narimpoth, Situan, top 20. Punjavi Mohammed, Anakil Kachapan and Andri, 23rd, 24th. Tanapatra and Adapon, 25, 26. Sadapond and Achina Pata, 27, 28. Sikrapan and Puripat, 29, 30. And Suprachok and Tanapong out of 31st and 32nd for this race.
You can see him trying to warm those tyres up, and this was a brilliant race last year. Absolutely brilliant. Have a look at how far back, though, the field is. 32 cars, and they're just now heading down into turn 9 at the tail end of the field, whilst the front row are coming onto the start-finish straight to sort of form up. So tyre temperatures for the front few drivers are going to start to fall off quite significantly. Everyone else at the back end trying to put some temperature into their Honda Brio, Suzuki Swift, and Toyota Yaris tyres. Now, the formation towards the front end of the field. Varanchit's going to be off of the outside of row number 1. But that looks like he's lined up on the inside at the moment, so 36. Padathan sits there. And don't forget as well that the B-Quik outfit, this is where their Employee of the Year gets to drive, I believe. So that's where you see that B-Quik car deeper in the field. The Suzuki Swift, who this year is driven by Qian Hao Du. And all the racing car drivers from the B-Quik team actually do car servicing, tyre servicing. That's part of the deal. You've got to come over, you've got to service a few cars, and then you get supported as a part of the racing package. Well, just about the entirety of the field now formed up, and we'll keep our eyes on the front row. The 33 of Vong Sapat will be on the left-hand side of the road on the run down to turn 1. To the inside of him, albeit that half row further back, Varanchit. Can he get a good getaway on the run to turn 1? And the two teammates, remember he's got his teammate in behind him, Panathan, both of the Ruck Team Nexter racing cars out of 2nd and 3rd. How will they work together? 5 lights are on, 5 lights are off. Green flag racing, and it's a good launch from the front row of the grid on the inside. And remember what we were just talking about, that 33 car did not get the good getaway. They're going to try and swamp him on the run down to turn number 1. He's already lost 2 spots, might lose more. No, just barely gets to get away with it as they get down in there. Keep your eyes on the yellow car as he cuts his way over under move, and nobody, as usual, paying any heed to track limits on lap 1, turn 1, as they run off down to the back straight. The 54 and the 91 entries.
Oh, how's that there right at the front?
That's teammates, by the way. Teammates, and they're 3 wide just in behind. And have a look at the speed dry that's been applied down the track surface down there as they get down onto that for the first time. That's going to be kicking up a whole bunch of dust. The drivers would have a good look at that on their formation. That heat haze starting to come off the circuit. But it's the 89 of Varanchit will lead the way for lap number 1. As he tries to settle on down and defend, see if he can't win a race here.
They got Vong Sapat and teammate Panatan right in behind. There's a top 3 still leading away here. And then it looks to be Hayden Haikal in the 35 who's jumped up to P4. And look at that, so 2 wide. I think that's for 7th and 8th there. Further on back, look at 1 car way wide, 2 cars way wide, maybe out of 3rd in for good measure here. 3 wide, way deep in the pack, as well as around turn 5 at racing speed. But those have got 1 car basically inside of the apex there, using the generous amount of extra runoff, or extra curbing and such there that is available to him. Now try and settle into a racing rhythm as all these drivers absolutely pushing it around here to make things work out for them. There's all 3-way contact going to happen as a result. 44 and 99 started 23rd and 20th, but 99 over Sitawan and 44 of a catcher pun. That has not gone well at all for either of them there. Didn't quite catch the third car up the inside that might have triggered all of that one there, Scott. But first lap on the board, and here we go. Fight for the lead is back on as Vongsapat's actually gotten back to the front, but only for a moment.
Yeah, and now it's going to be nearly 3 wide as they run down in there. Opting to drop in was the 89 machine. He does manage to get away with that one, but now have a look at the 36 as he comes back and has another go up front too. He led as they come off the starting grid. Wasn't the case when they got down to turn number 1. And now the 33 machine has dropped back into second. And it's Varanchit who leads the way as we get down here into turn number 3. You just wonder, that car that had the tyre plucked off of it, who's going to go deep in here? Those front wheels locking up left, right and centre, and Hayden Highcal starts to close in on these guys as well now. So it's now become a 4-way fight at the front end of town.
And it's going to get busier because Aaron Highcal is coming as well. So the team, I believe, I would suspect brothers, both from Malaysia, 35 and 24, both in their overall class entries. There's trying to get past Panattan into turn 4, who's not going to let that one up here, but Highcal around the outside in the number 35 Suzuki Swift. Can he pull that one up? Meanwhile, side by side for the race lead as well. And it looks like it's going to be Panattan hanging on for a moment longer in this race. Meanwhile, at the front, that's going to be Varunchit back in front ahead of Vongsapat. The back and forth as Highcal has actually won out round the outside of 5 and 6 for the inside at 7. And now Aaron Highcal to the inside at 8 will take that spot. Although in saying that, Panattan is going to run out nice and wide to try and hang on to the spot, but no cigar this time around. He'll have to slot into P5 here at the top end of lap 2.
Yeah, and Hayden Highcal is going to try and see if he can climb his way all the way up to our race leaders. If I was those 2 race leaders, there's a flash of the lights right away. And that's going to be coming in from driver in second place. I think it's Varanchit who sits second at the moment, because I'm pretty sure that's the 33 machine. Still too wide when they get down on into the final corner. And Panattan, I think, loses another spot as a result of that one as he starts to fall off of the top 5. And all of a sudden, it's broken into bedlam at the front. It's going to be Varanchit who leads the way from Vongsapat. Hayden Highcal into third spot, now starting to close. And Aaron Highcal's managed to go with him. But if they can hang off and they can just sort of line up a little bit, keep your eyes on Panattan who's lining up in behind. They're 3 wide in the background. That one's not done either. So whilst the front group are all nose to tail, and the 2 brothers, by the look of things, pushing each other as they run down here into turn 3. Deep in. That might be a lock break. It is a lock break. Hayden Highcal could not pull that car up when they got down to turn number 3. Very deep. Now it'll be Aaron Highcal who cuts his way through. And Hayden Highcal will have some work to do.
And he will. I think maybe getting a little too close to that that speed rise. Oh, look at that. More cars running off down at turn 3. That's something coming out of the front left corner of the number 9 machine. Unfortunately, for Muhammad Anaki, started that lap in 24th place. He's already tumbled a long way down, I think, as Vongsapat back to the inside of Varunchit at turn 5. And yet the number 9 has come to a screeching halt on the exit of turn 3. Might be able to be retrieved though there, given he's the rest of the field's already was still bunching together, basically turn 8 through turn 4 for the rest of them there. So hopefully they can get that car out of the way and we keep the racing going here, because it is definitely heating up. And now it's Aaron Highcal closing down your top 2 here for a chance to fight for the lead. They're all sticking nice and close together here, Scott, as in the meantime, there was an incident at turn 8. Well, actually, no, the incident that we saw on the broadcast involving, actually, no, I don't think so, pardon me, because there's a 41 and a 39 involved, which I do not recall talking about when we saw that big incident back on lap 1. Was incident there reviewed, and no further action deemed necessary. Lead up checks up. Oh, Aaron Highcal tries to get up the inside to make advantage of it, but they all just get compressed in there all of a sudden here at the end of lap number 3, and here we go. Panattan looking for a way back through. 3 wide into turn 1. This is all for second place.
Yeah, Vongsapat might have been doing that intentionally, back them all up into each other, and then they all go squabbling, and he disappears up the road. Now Hayden Highcal gets on the bump draft. gives a big old whack to the rear end of, I believe that was Panatan's 36 entry, as the green car will try and run it away, but the 24 entry of Aaron Haikal trying to get the move done now on Varanchit. And everyone on the anchors as hard as they possibly can, locking brakes, locking tires, not quite able to set it up. Sorry, it was the 89 entry to the inside. It was Varanchit in the green car, did start the lap in second. Now it's going to be Aaron Haikal who looks to try and get the drive off and the run away. Have a look at Vongsapat though, trying to run away. And that's the 44 entry that's made it back to pit lane to change a front tire because it was ripped off the rim. Didn't manage to make it back in there. So that's the key part of that one.
Yep, that message from race control actually got updates. Yes, the 44.99.66, which was what we saw on lap 1. There's meanwhile Hayden Haikal to the inside of pardon me, that's Vongsapat now all the way now down to 5th place. He's been bullied on this lap and lost out big time as a result, although he is right on the back bumper of Hayden Haikal as this leading pack of, well, you can almost say it's 5, 6-ish. It really depends on how much they scrap and how much they keep up with the leader, although with Panatan having a lunge like that at Aaron Haikal, that might just allow the 33 to run away towards the front of this one here. And Vongsapat would be saying, yes, please, fight some more. Give us what we can run away with.
Yeah, the fans are saying fight some more as well because it's been brilliant thus far. Some paint traded, some contact made, and now the 89 machine in the background dives it to the inside of the 35 entry. And Hayden Haikal had a very, very quick Varanchit to his inside, and now it's going to be, that's, sorry, it was, might have been the 54 entry. Hayden Haikal and Panatan are going toe-to-toe on the front straight away, as Aaron Haikal and Panatan, and it was Varanchit and Hayden Haikal in the background, the 35 and the 89 entry going door-to-door. What that's allowed, though, is a 1.4 second lead, though, for our race leader. Last time by, 2:11.634, 0.7 of a second faster than the competition, trying to skittle away down the road. And now the brothers starting to work together. The two Haikals offered a little bit of drafting support to each other. Here comes Hayden Haikal now to the inside of Panatan. What's he got on the accelerator pedal out the other side as we look deeper in the field as well, Dan?
Yeah, plenty of racing to observe here. Looks like we're picking up, I believe, our 2 cars. Yep, 2 cars leading Class C out of the 3 that entered in this one here. So we've got ourselves Elisa Kunkwang and Sirakan Champen Pasan. I do hope I've not completely made a complete mess of both your names. If I have, I'm sorry. But 19th and 20th outright, 1st and 2nd in the class. We go further up the order. That's a Suzuki Swift sliding to them fierce. In fact, that's Hayden Haikal actually up to 2nd place. Whilst we looked away in all this one. So now it is going to be Vongsapat from Hayden Haikal, then Aaron Haikal, and it's Panatan now dropped to 4th. You then got Varunchit there, but he's now under attack, I think, from Tanakorn there in the 54. Yes, it is. And teammate to Hayden Haikal. Yes, so this is getting interesting here on lap 4. Still wait to see if the gap has increased to Vongsapat. It surely would have to have here as the two Haikals line up nose to tail here. But hopefully they'd be smart and play nice with each other if they want a chance to go after that race lead.
How good's the drive, though, from Adapon? Because that's the B-Quik car. That started deeper in the field. That was around, what, 16th, 17th when it started. And they're all the way up to 8th place. So that's a phenomenal drive from Adapon. He's bringing himself into contention. And we'll see if he can continue that, particularly with all the panel beating that's going on out in front of them. Another 2:11.04 Vongsapat improves his best lap time of the session, but it's 2:11.080 now for Hayden Haikal, who's cleared the competition, and he's starting to stretch the legs out as well. So it's been a supreme lap right now for Hayden Haikal. If he can still be ahead of the competition when he gets down to turn 3, there's an opportunity for them to start to go after the pack ahead, and Aaron Haikal's gone, no, there'll be none of that. I'm going to dive it back to the inside. Here comes Aaron Haikal on the entry to turn 3. And it's going to be the 89 of Varanchit who lines up in behind them. Now have a look at Adapon, who's right there and tapping away at the rear end of Thanakorn. And like we said, this battle pack just keeps on growing.
Yeah, I've just had a quick look at the starting grid document we received regarding that. The 26 of Adapong started in 26th place, and he's in 7th. And we've had 4 laps of this race. So we're on lap 5 laps of this race done. Like, that's actually incredible how well he's going. The fact he's gained he's nearly gained 20 spots in 5 and a bit laps. As looking a little further back, that's the second pack of cars, which would be basically 8th on back. So there's a train 2nd through 7th there, and then it's Chase Chuckless Parks. I think basically all the way back to Satapon, in 14th. Yeah, that exactly sounds about right by the numbers as we continue to watch these leading scraps and duels continue. But of course, it's allowed Vongsapat to consolidate a 2.2 second lead, and I reckon it's going to grow again here on this lap. We'll wait for the timing to update when they cross the start-finish line to be able to say that with authority.
Oh.
I saw that too, Scott. Adapon in the lunge, something fierce. As the High Cows drag their way across the line. Yep, up to 2.8 for our race leader.
And Hayden Highcal covering all the way to the inside of the racetrack as Varon Chip wanted to go down the inside at turn 1. That wasn't a hole that was going to open up, and he's been forced to settle back down in. Now it's Penatan who got a really good run off of turn 1, and immediately covering is Varon Chip. And the problem is, Dan, it has the feeling of the best form of defense is to be on the offense, trying to take positions away, because otherwise you're going to be defending as these two go toe-to-toe and paint swapped through turn 1. And somebody else in the background just deciding that as well for them, painting within the lines was never what they were trained to do as a child.
Yeah, you like that one just a little bit
do.
here.
Yes, good.
It's our fight for the Class C lead once again with Sira Khan and Elisa. But they've now also got these C+ drivers that they're in the same race with, getting in and amongst it. So at the line, it was Sira Khan in the 72 ahead of Elisa in the 59, but they've swapped places there down the main straight. They might switch back here on the run to turn 4. Also have to not lose too many spots for drivers around them, because I believe the 53 is Super Chock there is now in front of them. No, actually, sorry, that says 66. So that's actually as they were across the line, is side by side for this class lead through turn 4. And watch out, here we go. Almost 3 wide under brakes. Surely a bit of discretion. No, both of Class C cars just gonna. All right, they're decided. Fine, they have indeed taken up the. They were listening to you, and they decided that it's an excellent bit of advice. Although in saying that, Race Control have immediately just sent out a message saying that. Well, pardon me. So they sent a message about a minute ago. Pardon me, with a black and white flag for the 72 that we just saw run 6 miles wide for exceeding track limits. But how's this again? With this 5 per second, refuses to go down in anything but a blaze of glory here as we head to the second half of this race.
Can we just redefine track limits for this class as Adafon makes contact and Hayden Highcal's struggling for a bit of drive off the run of the last corner, which means Adafon trying to go around the outside of Hayden Highcal might just try and hang around them. But in the meantime, Panatan is forced outside the track boundaries by Aaron Highcal. And you see the difference between painting and car racing is that car racing is competitive, painting is not. You don't have somebody trying to force your brush outside the line, as Aaron Highcal tries to force his way down the inside.
And Vongsapat is absolutely loving all of this. The gap's up to 5.2 seconds. So this is just Christmas for him. And yeah, the fact we've got this 6-car battle for second as they try and figure this one out here. Look at him now, sort of lining up, all fanning out, as in particular it's Hayden Highcal versus Adapon for, what's this, 4th place? Yeah, it's 4th place in all of this here as we come up towards turn 4. Wait to see who's going to lead this one here as they lean on each other, touch a bit of the dirt on the inside of the apex, and then, actually do make wheel-to-wheel contact into turn 5 there. That's going to ruffle the feathers of both cars a little bit there, I think, as they then try and get the power down, but oh no. Radapon way out in the dirt. Loses a bit of momentum by just running so wide. Doesn't lose a spot, though, by the time they get out of turn 7.
Yeah, now he's going to come back at Hayden Haikal. So it looks like Haikal's struggling. I think there might be a gear change there from 3rd to 4th or something. That's where he loses all of his momentum. It's quite a few times it's happened. And now coming to the inside, it's that 89 car forced to back out. Adafon said, I'm covering this one. That is not a hole down the inside, and forced to cover it off. By the way, track limit warnings now for the 24 of Aaron Haikal. We'll have to be a little bit more aware of where he's placing the car. New fastest lap of the race, 2:10.918 last time by for Vongsapat. We'll have to see what the time is at the line. And again, round the outside goes the 36 machine of Penitent. Manages to hold the momentum. No, and Aaron Haikal is going to be in a neck-and-neck fight. Think about this one, Dan. When we cross the line in 4 laps time, look how close that one was at the line. I would be up on the wall, and I would be enjoying every minute of this race if I was a crew member too.
They're out upon through to 4th. Gets past Hayden Haikal, and now that looked a decent run through turn 1 for that little 26 B-Quik Racing Honda Brio. Might be able to challenge our guys racing for 2nd and 3rd here in this one as Panitan and Aaron Haikal goes side by side again for this spot here. You've got Hayden Haikal, Varentrit, Tanner Korn, and yeah, more joining the party here. Now goes back basically to Piranat in P9 as well. I was going to get a replay from further back in the field. Although, unfortunately, our feed is having a bit of a hard time here. I actually can't make out what that is.
Not during this race. No, I was enjoying that. I was enjoying that too much. Oh, there we go.
Oh, was it our Class C competitors? Oh!
That's the 77 machines. That was deeper in the field for sure. So it was the 56, 68, and the 72 were the 3 cars involved. Whereas Srikam was definitely involved in that one. Was I think one of the last cars coming to rest, but yeah, the 3 cars involved in that one. Oh yeah, and it still hasn't solved itself up at the front. Of course it hasn't.
Oh no, it was not even going to come close to fixing things up here. As yeah, it's a massive train. There we go. It's on for 3rd as Adapon's going to get past Panitan from 5th to 3rd in this lap so far. Looking good for the 26 machine. But coming up to the start of lap 10, it's going to be an interesting one here. Can he then get past Aaron Haikal?
Have we had 2 more cars join this pack? I feel like we've had 2 more cars join this pack.
Oh yeah, no, we totally have. At the start of the lap, it was effectively 2nd all the way through to 9th in a good old snake from the way that this fight is just going and will not stop!
Oh!
Contact! No, Adapon around! He does keep it out of the gravel mostly. Can he get that car going without it stalling out and getting trapped there? Immediate replay of that one here. So with the 36, if Panitan gets to the inside over the curb though, and just bounces a little bit as the 26 was trying to. I get the feeling he just tried to box him out even a little bit there and claim that one is his own, but the 36 of Panitan refused to back down, and as a result, unfortunately, for Adapon, that sees him tumble miles down the order. As a result, the pack now is reduced to the fight for 2nd through to 8th, but we press on regardless. As slow for the 36.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's definitely lost 1 spot at least, and there is damage on that front right corner of that car as well. And again, Hayden Haikal covering. That's our race leader. That is Vongsapat down the road. And then in the background comes all of the drama. You felt there was going to be contact made at some point in the race. And, oh, man, Adapon, what a drive. Like you said, 26th to 3rd. Only for that to happen. My word, that's unlucky. I mean, well, it's unlucky. He's under control, of the car, and he's under control of where he places that car. Was that a risk that needed to be taken? Yes, maybe. Was that a mirror falling off someone? A wing mirror?
A little bit longer, a little bit more skinnier. So not quite sure what that exactly would have been. You need to watch these drivers here fight over the 2nd place position. Continue to... I've just actually seen an alternate copy of... There's actually another piece of debris potentially. That feed is ahead. That's what that is there, so probably shouldn't spoil it. Because watch out here through turns 9 and 10. And look at that there in the middle of the road on turn 10.
Oh,
Big piece of car debris. You don't want to be riding over that one there. As these
that'll be
guys
from
come
Adafon.
to the end of lap.
The 30 would have been Panatan, wouldn't it? That made contact there. So that'll be where that ended up. No, it'll be somebody else. Was deeper in this pack. My word, Dan, that all just exploded quite quickly. And now we've got 2 more circuits left to go with the question mark over at 36 machine of Panatan. Sorry. Yeah, it will be Panatan as he crosses the start-finish line. There is damage to the front end of that car. And the other side of that equation is that Adafon has fallen back through the field. And I believe is still circulating. We do have sector times for him in Sector 1 and Sector 2. So still circulating at this point in time. But in the meantime, race back up front. And they'll all have seen that piece of debris down at 10 and 11 now. So it will be, make sure you stay to the left-hand side at 10. Do not step wide on the entry to 10. You'll be into the debris, and that's when no one will want to be. Varenshit now senses an opportunity on the ailing 36 car. It's the 2 high cars who sit on the podium at the moment, and they have got a buffer to themselves as well, Dan. So if somebody's going to go and hunt these guys down, it's got to be now. And have a look how wide Varenshit's running, trying to grab that position away from Panatan.
Working hard here through the middle of the lap. It looks like this might just break up the fight for what was second as the Super Packer make it 2 car scrap for second and everyone else for fourth here as we come up to turn 8 here on this penultimate lap. Watch here as Panatan around the outside tries to hang on, but Varunshit surely got something on here, but contact from the rear into the rear of Panatan, and they then all have to get single file pretty much to avoid the big old piece of car debris. And
Dan, there's no wing mirrors on this car at all. Good thing he's so far out in front, he doesn't need them. 1 more lap to go for Vongsapat in the 33 entry. He's led the bulk of the race. He's had it all his own way, but for the chasing pack, the Hornet's Nest, it surges one more time on May the 4th around Buriram track for the Super Eco class. Who is going to come out the other side on the podium? Right now, it's 2 high cars. They've got a buffer. They've got some margin. And does that mean that Hayden Haikal is now free to go and race Aaron Haikal? Do they squabble over it a little bit? Do they draw themselves back to the chasing pack? Who's going to be brave on this lap?
I get the feeling all of them might just have a go at it here. There you go. Bit of a show there. Under brakes between the Haikals and then Panatan and Varonshit side by side. You then got Piranat and Chase Chakras Parks in behind them. Then work their way up towards turn number 4. It is something fierce here with the way these guys are scrapping. And then no one is going to give up until the very end of this race. By the looks of things here, that's for sure. It's down into turn 5. They come for the final time in this race. There you go in the background there, side by side for what'll be there'll be a 5th place that they're fighting over at this stage. Scott, as we keep our eyes there on the high car, 2nd and 3rd. There you go, Purinat. Chakras Parks gets a bit of contact. You even got the Swift, which will be of Tanner Korn coming into the picture there in that fight for goodness me, it's P6 now is what they're scrapping over. 6, 7, 8, all of them. Nose to tail, nothing to spare, but down the hill they will come for the final time as your race leader in Vongsapat now has just 1 corner left to negotiate. And looks like for him it is going to be a beautiful drive to be able to come well clear. And the headlight flash is very much in style as he takes the checkered flag here in the opening race of the season for Thailand Super Eco between the Haikals. Scott, it's going to be Aaron Haikal ahead of Hayden Haikal across the line. And look at that there for an angry pack of cars in behind, all making their way to the finish here today.
Yeah, don't forget there's a bit of debris on the run down at turn 1 as well, so whilst they're all sort of slowing down and finding their own patch of racetrack, 33 car led the field comfortably for Vongsapat Katsiri. Looked very, very under control. By the way, fastest lap of the race on the last lap for Varanchit in that 89 car, so found some speed and pulled himself back up to those around him. Unfortunately, that speed a little too late in the offering. Aaron Haikal from Hayden Haikal, 2nd and 3rd on track, and that's Hayden Haikal going around the race winner. Big salute out the side. Well done. Great drive. My word. Give me some more of the Super Eco. That was brilliant. Guarantee we'll get some highlights to tell the story here in a few moments.
I certainly hope so, because what's the bet? There'll be things we didn't even catch up on there. So Vongsapat from Aaron Haikal and Hayden Haikal, your outright podium here today. In the overall drivers, it means it's Aaron Haikal from Hayden Haikal, and the third driver, Tian Hao Du, actually finishing 20th outright, but it counts. In Class C+, Vongsapat from Varunchit and Panatam, but I can tell you that on the race control reports, the 36 received a drive-through penalty for the incident that knocked the 26 down the order. Down in Class C, it was Alisa from Sirakan and Sitanun, your 3 drivers there. 19th outright, 23rd and 25th outright. Let's go back to the overall podium there as a result. And indeed, the 36 has been knocked down the order by that post-race penalty. Classified now 15th outright. So remove Panatan from that P5 and basically send him down 10 spots.
Yeah, and look at how badly they were squabbling and how difficult that was in terms of things. That was not an easy race for anyone. It was about putting yourself in the right position, crossing people over, and now we go to the highlights. This is what they look like on the starting grid. Get yourself into the car, have a little bit of fun along the way, but also make sure you get that head down and focus on what's in front of you. That was the way that the grid sort of looked. And then they took off on lap number 1. It was Varanchit, who looked strong, set the fastest qualifying, second fastest qualifying lap. This incident was huge. 3 cars into each other. And for Finn, got that car up and in the air, and that was just about all she wrote for that one. But then it was about squabbling, both at the front end of the field and in the second half, and that's what happened to the 44 machine as it made its way back to pit lane to get a tyre swapped over and get back out there. They all went in deep, much like Hayden Haikal on this occasion down at turn 3. Lost 2 spots as a result of it, but you had to go deep, you had to race each other to every little bit. And Adafon, I think that was, no, it wasn't Adafon in the background. It was 9 car, and we saw that one drop out just a few moments later. The 72 entry got rotated, and then unfortunately there was nowhere else to go for. I think it was the 68 entry a little bit further back. It was the 53 that the 72 made contact with, and just had to sit there and just wait. There was not much that the 68 could do. That was the incident we were all worried about, and you can see why it was quite a difficult one. But the 33 machine led the whole field from start to finish, celebrated in style on the run to the start-finish line.
And that will do us for the highlights on track from Thailand Super Eco. Have Goody here down at the circuit chatting to our podium drivers here today, and I'll be starting with Hayden Haikal there.
Taking a breather, and I had my brother in front, which I couldn't catch as well. I don't know why, but yeah, all in all, it's a good race, good car.
Yes เอเดนก็บอกว่าก็ดีสนามแรกเนี่ยในรอบปีกับรายการ TSS เนี่ยเป็นเรื่องที่ดีก็บอกโอ้โหเพื่อนร่วมแข่งเนี่ยประกบหน้าประกบหลังซ้ายขวาไปหมดเลยแล้วก็มีน้องเข้ามาร่วมแข่งด้วยกับ Aaron นั่นเองนะครับก็แสดงความยินดีด้วยโอเค congratulations for this round alright ส่งต่อนี้นะครับ thank you very much เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวเขาต้องไปเตรียมตัวสำหรับรุ่น GT4 ต่อนั่นเองนะครับไปดูในรุ่นต่อไปกับ Aaron alright congratulations
Thank you.
yeah for the first time here
Yeah, first time.
how do you feel
I feel very happy. Thanks to.
and you big brother too
Yeah. Thanks
Alright,
to my kids for preparing the car and trusting me.
yes talk about this series, B-Quik Thailand Super Series here for the first time to come here to the races.
Sorry?
Talk about this Thailand Super Series.
Oh, yeah. Very big crowd here.
Yes.
And the race is very competitive. Very close all the way. 12 laps together.
And then the racer.
Sorry?
And then the racer to competition with your very hard and
Yeah, it's very hard.
Yes.
You know, with the weather, like 42 degrees today.
all right. Just
Very challenging.
congratulations, by the way.
Thank
so
you.
Just talk about the Thai fans here.
Thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.
โอเค thank you very much congratulations ก็ถามแอรอนนะครับเขาบอกว่าก็ดีครับกับการมาแข่งในครั้งแรกอากาศที่นี่ร้อนแล้วก็รายการนี้เป็นรายการที่ดีก็เพื่อนร่วมแข่งก็น่ารักกันทุกคนนะครับโดยเฉลิมฉลองกันดีกว่าครับสำหรับตอนนี้กับผู้ที่ได้ที่1นะครับกับน้องเรียวนั่นเองนะครับโอ้แสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างโหตอนแรกเห็น5อันดับแรกตอนออกสตาร์ทมาเป็นเด็กคาร์ดหมดเลย แล้วเป็นยังไงสำหรับสนามนี้ได้ที่1ด้วย
ใช่ครับก็ตอนแรกสตาร์ทไม่ดีรับไฟไปนิดนึงครับปลดแฮนด์เบรกแต่ว่าหลังจากนั้นก็พยายามไล่โมไนขึ้นมา แล้วก็มีอยู่บางช็อตที่อาจจะไม่ได้ฉลาดที่สุด แต่ว่าเราก็ยังกลับมาได้แล้วก็ยิงยาวไกลไปเลยครับ
อะไรคือสิ่งที่ทำให้เราเนี่ยโฟกัสแล้วทำให้เรากลับเข้ามาแล้วเป็นแชมป์ได้ในสนามนี้
เรดิโอกับพ่อครับ
เรดิโอกับพ่ออ๋อคุณพ่อนั่นเอง
ใช่ครับ
คือซีเครตเลย
ใช่ครับ
งั้นขอบคุณคุณพ่อด้วยนะ ที่คอยให้กำลังใจแล้วก็สนับสนุนมาจนถึงวันที่ฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับเรียวครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์รถเบอร์ 33 ด้วยนะครับ TSS Super Eco
ครับ
ทีมคลินิกบางจากโคสโก้ Powered Up ไปพงครับ IG follow ได้ที่ @v.kegsirii ครับ ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ น้องเรียวนะครับ ยินดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งด้วยนะครับ เอาละครับ คุณผู้ชมครับ อย่าลืมนะครับสำหรับรุ่นต่อไปมันไม่แพ้กันเลยครับ กับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTM และ Thailand Supercar GT4 ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ติดตามกันให้ดีครับ
Well, what an exciting way to finish off the Thailand Super Eco. Super TSS class, once again, that one's always a highlight of the weekend as well. You might have seen or heard some of the cars kicking over in the background. Good news, that's what we're going to next. The GTM and GT4 coverage will be up in just a few moments, and that's going to be an hour worth of racing action. Following that will be the GT3. So if you've been here to watch some of your favorite international superstars go racing around the Buriram International Circuit, that's going to be on within inside the next 90 minutes or so. Ladies and gents, we're going to step away for a few moments. We'll be right back after a few messages.
Excellent. Well, hope you enjoyed that short break and some more footage from the team at the Thailand Super Series showing off a few of the cars, drivers, and the circuit here at Chung International Circuit. And now just waiting to get ready for our next race of the day. The combined TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 field has been cleared to leave the pit lane, and they're just getting ready to head round to their spots on the grid before they will roll off for the next race, going back to another of our 60-minute races here for the afternoon. And we'll be looking forward to seeing how this one goes. 14 cars set to take the grid for this one. Compulsory pit stops, therefore, in effect, driver changes for a majority of the field. This hopefully will have a bit of interest that we will be working with here, just like we saw there with the Thailand Super Eco. There's Daniel Yeaman, Scott Rankin here once again as we continue to bring you this coverage from the Chang International Circuit for this opening day of the opening round. Well, I shouldn't say opening day, pardon me, because that would actually be a bit of a false point, because there very much was another 2 days of testing and practice sessions, early qualifying, Scott, as well as all the bits and pieces that go into pre-race stuff at a race circuit. So more, I guess, to say is that today being the first day of races and the final bits of qualifying to get this weekend underway.
Yeah, I mean, there's also, the testing days that were held last month, I believe, as well. So, even though it's the first day of actual racing, it's the first day where points are actually paid. The amount of work that's gone on for a lot of these teams to get cars into the right areas at the right times, to prep them. Remember, you got guys that are coming from outside of Thailand as well. So making sure the cars are on trucks, crossing borders, making sure they're ticking all those individual boxes, is probably something in Australia that we don't necessarily think too much of. Being we cross, have a look at that, taking track temperature, and even that could be even a grip reading as well that they're taking there, as well, potentially just to say, hey, it's a little bit higher grip, hey, it's a little bit lower grip. This is what the track feels like at this point in time. I think the logistics of a racing weekend are something both with us and probably America are a little bit, lucky in that regard. When we cross a border, it's a state border. There's no passport, there's no shipping requirements, that we necessarily have to show. I mean, in Australia, they may search you for fruit flies. Like that's about the only one. I've never had that happen to me. Whereas, crossing borders elsewhere in the world, that's such a big part of it. It's something I think we take for granted.
It's a good point you make there, indeed. Small world in some respects when you get to small countries and proper borders that have to be carefully respected. That's for sure. As drivers here getting into their grid positions for at least the time on the grid here to allow fans and sponsors and all kinds of good people to check out the cars up close. And then in about, hopefully, let's see, we left the pits about 5 minutes late. We were set to get going in about 5 minutes time. So probably looking at about 10 minutes until we get the green flag for this 1 hour race here this afternoon, as the last couple of cars here in GT4 making their way forward, including the number 18 of Cantadi, who's actually got to try and slip into the pole position grid box, but he was one of the last cars that got out here in the AAS Motorsport Porsche Cayman. But there we go, in position, and that's all set and sorted.
Yeah, and how about that for the 18 car as well? A good start for Kennedy to the season. Drove really, really well last year. Was strong, right throughout the season. I believe they were actually in that McLaren 570S last year. So new car, new outfit for Kennedy. Takes some adjustment, but straight back onto the pace. Any driver that's capable of immediately turning around, going, "Hey, I've had to swap cars here," and then still lines up and does supremely well. That's a driver that you sort of got an eye on, and for Kennedy, that could evolve into a couple of really, really good drives down the line as well. So that's something to keep half an eye on. in terms of things. Strong qualifying performance as well from the Lexus cars. You know, stepping up in terms of the GTM category. They've put on a really strong face here. If you think back to the GTM category last year, it was dominated by the Porsche 992 cars. It was, you know, the 991 Fire Monkey entry was in there, was scoring points at different stages right throughout the season. I think they actually ended up with one of the race wins too, in terms of the balance of performance pit stops back at the Bangseng Grand Prix last year. But it was the Porsche Cup cars that were really sort of showing quite strong. And then we came to Buriram again at the tail end of the season, and the Ferrari and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo finally started to show some pace there. So, you know, it's an interesting category, it's an interesting class, and like we say, the uniqueness of trying to balance cars that are designed to different spec and for different reasons, with parts in specific styles of racing. Balancing that and getting that correct is very different, particularly when you've got the biggest piece of difference between all the cars is the drivers. You can't balance that really. You can go, you know, we're going to try and get them to create very similar amounts of horsepower, but that horsepower throughout the power band, because of the architecture of the engines, created at different phases of the revs. You know, where do you put that? How do you manage the gear ratios? All those sorts of different things is, you know, and ultimately the racing product we've got here is actually not too bad when you consider all those different factors.
Indeed. One of the other things to also consider, so you're talking about pit stops and the like, is also for the drivers here. That also means we have a sort of a compensation times in the pit stops coming up as well. So that's something to keep our eye on later on in this race when that pit window opens at around the halfway mark, because we have a couple of different, we actually have quite a range. Minimum time for the single driver bronze rated cars in GTM, 98 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. For have a pair of silver rated drivers though in GTM, the number 38 at Lexus RCF, starting out of 4th place. They're going to have to take 130 seconds through the pit lane there. And similarly in GT4, minimum time of 90 seconds. Actually, the minimum time is 90 seconds for all cars, and then there's driver pairing compensation adjustments made. So that may play its part, ranging up from 90 seconds to 138. So Canter's actually got his work cut out for him. Might be on pole in the GT4 class, but going to have to stay in the pits a whole near 50 seconds longer than anyone else. Or sorry, not anyone else. 50 seconds longer than the majority of cars in his class that have the minimum time required.
Yeah, and probably the way to think about that is compared to the 7 car and compared to the 36 car in GT4, it's 25 seconds worth of difference. Over an hour worth of racing, if we don't get a safety car, very doable, right? Very, very doable over an hour worth of racing. If we do get a safety car, near impossible to do. So, you know, that comes into the calculations. The other side of things is if the safety car comes after the pit stop window and they're all on the same lap, okay, all of a sudden you can go back to racing. So, and we have seen that in past, but that's luck. You know, that's part and parcel of racing. Did you complete your stop before the safety car come out? Maybe you got a little bit lucky. Maybe you got out just ahead of the queue. Maybe you got into pit lane just in time for the safety car, and you know it condensed the field, held the field up. That's racing. I've heard, you know, over the years, everyone makes complaints about safety car this, safety car that, timing on this, but that's racing. You commit to that when you go racing, and yes, it is a luck of the draw sometimes, but yeah, get down, do what you can out on track, and leave it all out there is the best way to think about it.
Yeah, and I mean there is other things. If the safety car does come out during the compulsory pit window, the actual pit window gets paused, so drivers can't take their stops under a safety car period. So if you come in straight away when the window opens at 35 minutes remaining, you're not going to be disadvantaged by doing so. Likewise, also, if a safety car comes out before the pit window opens and then the safety car stays out through the start of the pit window, that opening will be delayed. So it is a bit interesting there as well. But I guess a part of this is just make sure that there's no one getting an advantage in a sense. Which I guess is almost a shame, actually, because it takes away a strategy element of when do you get it done and can you see the right time to do it, but I guess this also guarantees a bit more purity in the sense that everyone's going to do the stop, everyone's going to lose the same amount of time, give or take a couple of seconds.
And the other thing to consider is everyone will be sitting here and considering balance of performance. How do they come up with those numbers? Well, they obviously at some point they've gone, a bronze driver's worth this, a silver driver's worth this. You know, this is approximate lap time ranges for all that's going on. And you see this internationally at grassroots level motorsports is there'll be minimum time set. So you know, if you run in your qualifying time, your time's at 2:10. For the race, that'll be your minimum time basically. Or you know, in qualifying, you might have a 2:11 set, and then it's just about getting as close to that lap time as you possibly can without coming underneath it, which is a complete skill and art form. That's a different argument, though. In terms of balance of performance, then it becomes an argument of, as you're actually seeing, the Jalen Robotham and Craig Corliss car actually did manage to get out. They had some problems with that car this morning in qualifying and didn't actually set a lap time in either of the qualifying sessions. So at the tail end of the GCM field, but they've managed to get that car back together. Yeah, but then you tweak on it, right? So if you know your formula's working and the racing you're creating is quite close together, you can tinker with it. You can take a couple seconds off here and there, but why would you if the racing product's generally quite good? And then I guess the other key is take your safety car. Anytime there's a safety car, you can't judge that. So you know it's a constant iteration process to sort of get there. And again, you know, every track they go to, they measure the times, they measure the speed sectors, they'll be looking at data packs, the stewards and all the guys setting the balance of performance metrics will have all of that data to have a look at, and they'll be constantly iterating over it to create a better racing product.
Well, yeah, that is true. I mean, also part of it is there's like, there is actually balance of performance adjustments made to the cars as well, on top of these compensation times in pit stops. So it does make for a interesting mix of things here. How they run these cars here. So definitely interesting to look at how it all works out. In fact, let me see if I can bring it up here because we obviously both GTM and GT4, I should say, not obviously, both categories who have some BOP measurements here. So for example, that 991.2 Porsche Cup car, that's sitting down in 6th place in class, but yeah, Fernando Chak and Mick in that number 17 entry. Comes in at a minimum weight of 1,215 kilos, 30 kilograms was added to bring it up to 1245. For the 992 Cup car, they're starting in 2nd place. Fire Monkey Motorsport number 10, 30 kilos also added, increasing its final weight to 1290. That Huracan Super Trofeo, the 77, starting out of 5th place with Sarah Voot and Afik. They actually had 60 kilos added. So hefty boy, up to 1,330 kilograms there. Lightest car on the grid apparently is going to be that Mark Mustang, sitting in at exactly 1,200 kilos. And then a little bit of weight added to the Ferrari 488 Challenge as well at 1430. Then for the Huracan and the Lexus, there's also notes on some restrictors at 2x37 for the Lamborghini, 1x74 for that Toyota, and then also agreed ride height measurements. But coming down to the final seconds before the formation lap will begin, Scott, as drivers get ready to fire up their engines and roll away from the grid here.
Yep. And reminder, 60 minutes plus 1 lap for the field here. Compulsory pit stops for all the drivers, all the teams that have 2 driver pairings in this one. The lower rated driver, by and large, driver 1, will be starting those cars. They'll swap over. Tomorrow, the racing action, they'll invert that. It'll be the other driver who'll start the race and the second driver to finish. For the drivers with a 2-driver pairing, you'll probably see them come in quite close to the front end of the pit lane window here. So as they roll off, we will get an opportunity in just a few moments to walk through your starting grids. A reminder, 2 classes here today taking part in the GTM GT4, and that's exactly those names on those classes. And leading the field away, Nata Vude in Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand car, the single driver entry in your GTM. And reminder as well, as GTM M and Pro. There's only 2 of the AM cars out here, and they'll be actually on the front row in terms of this one. If you haven't seen the track graphic, this is what it looks like. Turn 1, the kink at turn 2. Turn 3, the hard braking zone. Double it back. Turn 4, turn 5, 6, 7. Makes a nice big U-shape. Another one through 8 and 9. 10, 11, just about full throttle in these cars. Point them and shoot them at the right area and on the slick for both the TSS Supercar and GTM and GT4, the Ventus F200, with our official tyre sponsor of Hankook, who have been phenomenal to the series and supplying tyres. I'm very, very excited to see if that Mark Mustang can actually make it to the other side of the race, because at this stage, Jalen Robotham has actually not turned a lap as of today. So hopefully they can get to the 25-minute mark and Jalen can get some laps in.
That's certainly what he'll be hoping for, as the grid will flash up here on screen. And to go back to the start and race through it, Natavude, Simon, Kitapol, and Chris Saravut, Natachak, Greg Corliss, Cantor D, top 8, and then...
Sorry, is my chair creaking coming through?
Oh, a tiny bit, but look, honestly, at this stage...
so he wasn't doing this. It was a very quiet chair up until today.
It knew you needed a quality sound controlled environment and decided just to throw you for a loop by the sounds of it there. Who have we got there? Number 36. I need to find that car. Peter Hackett. Hayden Heikel back out again today for his second time out. He'll be driver 2 in the 36 Mercedes. And Henk Kicks and Owen DeSmit. Yep. B-Quik car. Prakun. You got Graham John and Dowsett, the Aston Martin, and then they go back of the field, Sudapong and 59 there to round out the field. So 2x2 order is given. These guys here getting ready to go racing, but we might want to see if the feed picks up our leaders in GTM, because they'll be a couple of seconds ahead. Not by much, they split the classes, but nevertheless, it's time to get ready for our next 60-minute race of the day. TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 about to get underway here. Scott in the hands, and Natavude there on the left-hand side of your screen, inside for turn 1. As they come around this final corner, and same for Cantor D. We're waiting for the signal to go, and I think the idea is here they'll get both classes on the front stretch, and then they'll put the hammer down. 5 lights are ready as we get ready to go racing, and they're starting to speed up. And now we go green here for this opening race. Oh no, the Mark car is slow off the start. Don't tell us that car is in trouble. Was that Craig Corliss just taking it very easy as ours that there for track limits turn 1? I might as well use the pit exit.
there's actual non-painted asphalt all the way out on our right-hand side, driver's left of the screen when they get out down there, and it's going to be that Ferrari 488 challenge car that manages to carve through and pick off the Porsche 992 Cup car, as I believe it's going to be the Lexus as well that tries to get involved. Oh, it's going to be the Super Trofeo from the rear of the field as well, and now it's going to be that struggling Porsche 992 with Sidewise Simon trundling through the field, so he's lost a whole bunch of spots. Fire Monkey entry's gone from front of the field to rear of the field on lap number 1, struggling to try and get those tyres up to temperature. In the meantime, the car's up the front. That Lexus extremely quick on lap 1 as it tries to set sail and put the Ferrari, the Ferrari 488 challenge car in the rear view mirror. So it'll be Natavudo leads the way from Kitapol. And then it's going to be the 992s. In fact, the Lexus that was on the second row of the grid's fallen a number of spots as well. Is that a GT4? That's a GT4 in the mix.
SD has decided the hammer is going down, and yes, he doesn't care that he's technically in a slower class car. And he's going to put his foot in, although the wipers have come on. Now, is that I think that might be an errant activation because everyone else doesn't have their wipers on. They go off within a matter of seconds. He's going to be careful here because he's not racing these guys. His focus is on just trying to build a decent margin back to Peter Hackett in that Mercedes AMG GT4, since he has quite a lengthy compulsory stop to do. So I guess if he can, he just needs to run his race, run his line, and maximize the speed that he can get out here. Exactly, yeah, don't defend. Almost ideally, yeah, there you go. Actually puts on the right indicator to say, look, go past me up the inside. I'm not here to fight you, just you do your thing, as long as you let me do mine.
And now the Fire Monkey car starts to recover. Sidewise Simon lost a ton of spots. And now have a look at the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. And that is starting to put some supreme pressure. There's going to be a fight on for the lead when they get down to turn number 4. Down the inside, Kitapole changed for the race lead on lap 2. They've managed to get that one nice and hooked up. Coming back at him, Natafude wants to steal the spot back. Forces the Ferrari car to run deep now when they get down to turn 5. And at 6, it'll be offline, and then there'll be a little bit of dirt on those tires as everything starts to come up to temperature and pressure. And the Mark car back in a pit lane. They stuck a new engine in that car over the winter, and still not working, unfortunately. And like I said, I don't think Robotham's going to get any race laps under his boots here today.
It's definitely a cruel way to go, but nevertheless, it is what it is. As we watch these two here now, fairly comfortably out in front, it seems, compared to Natachak and Saravut, but we'll watch here as we end this second lap of the races. There we go, Craig Corliss is out of the car. The Corliss Race Engineering team. Unfortunately, yeah, just going to be pretty devastated with how things have gone there. So I think we are, unfortunately, down to 13 without much of an early fight in this one here. We watch here, focusing on Natachuk, 3rd place. Yeah, it's a good lap there. Actually, not too far off the pace of Kitapole. And keep that up, might be able to potentially pressure for 2nd. Although he's got the 77 of Saravut there in close company as well to worry about, of course.
Yeah, and now it'll be about setting themselves in as well, you know, protecting the tyres a little bit. There will be the pro drivers to hand over to later. And I tell you what, that Ferrari 488 Challenge is starting to set the timing screens alight, being very, very strong through Sector 1 and Sector 2 on a current lap. I just cannot wait until they get down to Sector 3 and see what the time's going to be. Last time by 41.054. And under investigation is Natachak in Porsche 901.2 car, who's got his way into 3rd place, leaving the track and gaining an advantage.
Yes, well, that could be a big issue there, as 2 of our Porsche Caymans fighting here. Prakun and Henk Kicks. This is for 9th in the race, technically 1st and 2nd in GT4 AM, and also 3rd in GT4 AM. So, yeah, it is new. It's technically got what's the word there? 4 classes on track today. Not only the GTM, GT4 distinction, but within each category, a Pro and an AM class division as well. That might be of interest. Is focusing here on Peter Hackett in that number 36 AMG. As candidly the car that he wants to go and catch, he should get a leg up through the compensation times in the pit stop. But bit of information here, Peter Hackett. First time I've seen him racing here in the Thailand Super Series, but has had some experience back home in Australia. Australian Endurance Championship when it was named as such. Had himself a win back at the Bathurst 12 hour in 2012. 2nd place for him. One of his better results, perhaps.
Yeah, and don't forget Dowson as well. Has wins in the Asian Le Mans Series and the Sepang 12 hour. Podiums at Bathurst 12 hours. That's phenomenal. You know, that's for Graham Dowsett, that's a phenomenal set of finishes, and now it comes to TSS, you know, what's necessarily on the table for him. When you look at his partner as well, Tangnyan Nat Chai, gonna need some assistance, I think we're saying that name throughout the weekend, but yeah, they're currently sitting down in 12th place overall, but 3rd in GT4 Pro. So sitting a reasonable spot in terms of that class as well. If they can start to push their way a little bit forward in the Mercedes AMG. Sorry, that's the Aston Martin Vantage car as it currently sits. But In the meantime, the Ferrari challenge car leads the way margin now out to 2.5 seconds as they're trying to push nice and cleanly clear at the front end of town, and that's the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 with Dowsett behind the wheel right now.
And there you see the spread of lap time. It is a bit more varied in this GT4 category, but look at that there in the GTM class. 41.2, 41.3, 41.6. Skip over the 43.0 for Zara. He's a bit of a shocker there on that last lap, but then 41.6 and 41.6 again. So you take out Zara Vult's time, you have literally only a 0.4 of a second spread in that GTM class at this stage. Looks like drivers starting to bring the tyres in gradually and being rewarded as a result in that respect. Let's go back to the fight here for 4th on back. So you've now got Sarah Vult defending this 4th place. That might explain some of the changes in his lap pace on that last one.
He could have had an excursion, could have run a little bit wide, but now you have a look at the fact that he's leading 2 cars in behind him. And here comes the Lexus that's going to have a go at him, by the way. In the meantime, keep your eyes on the Fire Monkey car. Gets extremely close, dives it deep into the last corner, deep under braking. And the Fire Monkey Porsche picks up a spot. Change of hands for 5th spot. All of a sudden, Sidewise Simon, after a bad first lap, the Hong Kong driver manages to grab 1 spot further back, moves up to 5th. And his next target in the next couple laps is going to be that Super Trofeo with Saravit behind the wheel.
Indeed, as we listen to the Lexus growl there down the back straight. As there's been some more updates from race control as 38 there is just in a little deep at turn 3, but losing a little bit of time, not too much, but yeah, big update that's come through from race control. Well, first of all, I got 3, and they all refer to car 17 actually. For Nada Chak. First of all, the team manager was told to report to race control. Second, it and the 77 of Saravut were both given black and white flags for exceeding track limits. Not a good look when you're not even 10 minutes into a race. And you're being told, right, no more pushing the track limits. That's going to get you in the naughty corner. But then critically, that's just come through. A 5-second penalty to be completed at the pit stop for the number 17 of Nada Chak for gaining an advantage off track. So it's going to cost them a little bit of time, although with the way Saravut defends like mad here, that might cancel out if things go Nada Chak's way, although of course it'll put them behind your top 2 here as they come onto the front straight. They go 1, 2, 3 all lining up on the front straight there in shot. It's still Kitapol holding steady here at the front now. Settling in, 140.8, plays a 141.4, 142.7. The pace is now starting to really fan out here in the GTM class, Scott.
Yeah, well, they've got to make hay while the sun shines, really, in that Ferrari as they try and skip clear front end of the field. Nadavude is doing a phenomenal job. The other side of the coin for Nadavude is tough day, hot conditions, high humidity, extremely hot conditions, getting up to around 41 degrees Celsius. So he's a solo entry. He's going to do this for an hour on his own. One of the best things about that is, well, you get into a rhythm, you're in a really great space, and you just continue off to do your own thing for an hour. One of the downsides is that's going to exact a toll. That's going to exact a supreme toll. In the meantime, another update from Race Control. 59 car, which is the Toyota Supra in GT4, sitting in 11th spot overall in your timing tower. Currently has Andrew behind the wheel. Black and white flag, track limits. So again, right up there and pressing on. But for the 17 car of Nada Chak, got a job to do now. He's got to try and skip clear. He's just about at 5 seconds back to the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and if you can just keep pushing on, just keep doing nice lap times at this point in time, he will actually start to push out just far enough. And in fact, I think he actually has done that now.
Yeah, current gap back to P4, 5.4 seconds. So yeah, can hold that there. That cancels the penalty in the backwards direction, though, of course, there will be the time lost to the top two. Speaking of top two, how about this here? There's actually a fight, pardon me, not the fight for top two, it's actually the three-car, third, fourth, and fifth in this GT4 category here as they come across the line. So you've got Prakun trying to fend off Henk Kicks. We've also got Andrew joining us here in this GR Supra.
That's your race leader, by the way, in GT4 on screen now. But the wrapping on that car starting to come away from the bonnet will be of concern. They'll be able to have a look at it at the pit stop. And I get the feeling if that pit, as soon as the pit lane opens, which is going to do in about 11 minutes or so from now, be maybe 12, a bit more than 11 minutes, but as soon as that opens, they might want to get that car in and see if they can't get that fixed up. Because for the 18 of Cantady, does not have a driver swap to do, so a little bit longer they can potentially spend on service for that car. And normally, there is no refueling capabilities here this weekend without prior exemption from the stewards, which we have for GT3 and the NSXs, run by Team Singer Motorsport, which you'll be seeing in the next race following this one. Other than that, no refueling during the race for any of the other cars. So that leaves a lot of time open for perhaps a tyre change if you definitely want to do it, although that's rubber that you maybe want to be saving for the next race. In the meantime, Kicks is going to show the nose down at turn 8. And again, drive it in accurately at turn 9. He's a little bit closer there, Dan, so a little bit of a mistake. Didn't quite get the car pitched in, and all of a sudden, all that ground that he just made up, he was starting to come closer to the car up ahead. As the 95 machine, and now the 59 machine is going to come and have a go as well. Very accurate, that last corner in that Cayman for Henk Kicks.
Needs to be, although he's a little slow, having taken the tighter entry. It's going to allow the 59 up the inside. Get the job done here under brakes. Yes, but then the crossover as Kicks with the more natural line through turn 1. Going to try and power out the other side, but might have just got held up a little bit crossing over because that Supra otherwise has got some serious legs in a straight line. And side by side though into the hairpin at turn 3 and out so wide. I think that might just be back in the hands of the B-Quik Porsche, and indeed it looks like that will be how it is. Now I have to actually correct you, Scott, according to the documentation we've received for this weekend. The refueling is actually happening in this race. It is happening to a Team Singer or Singer Motorsport Team Thailand car, but it's the number 25 that's leading the race currently. Now that Ferrari 488 Challenge with Kitapole and Super Kit will be the car that has to apparently refuel to make it home in these races.
That makes a lot more sense than the Honda NSXs have got in GT3, so I'm glad you found that one correct. Well, Henk Kicks makes a mistake then, and through one goes Andrew and picks that one up. So after squabbling for that entirety of that lap, eventually Henk Kicks has made a little mistake on the entry, I think down to turn 7. And lost that spot.
Yeah, he did indeed. Just got a little crossed up, and the car just didn't get out of the corners at all.
So now we've got to keep an eye on the Supra. Mind you, has no more track limits violations up his sleeve. The next one's going to be a penalty. So there'll be more cars joining him though. The number 10, which is Sidewise Simon in the Fire Monkey car, bright green and grey Porsche 992, and the 38 entry, which is Chris behind the wheel, the Lexus RCF GTM that's currently sitting in 6th place, outright in the last of the GTM cars that's still running. The second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, and confirmation of that now coming through on screen.
Indeed. As how's this here for a good old scrap. Still for 4th. As they try and sort things out. That actually means every car in this group, yeah, all 3 of these cars here have received black and white flags for exceeding the track limits here now in this race, which is not ideal when you're fighting hard But you've still got 42 minutes on the clock and then some in terms of time, plus an additional lap on top of that as well. So, got ourselves, pretty careful fight that has to happen here amongst Simon Chan, Chris and Candy in this battle. It's down into the hairpin. They will come once more. Middle of the road, it seems here. And then I guess the game of how straight can you make the exit there for the run back to turn 4.
Simon Chen in that 5-monkey entry, starting to make some time back up as well. And just doing some reading on some driver profiles as well. And Peter Hackett was Formula 3 champion in Australia in 2001. Was his first championship victory, which is phenomenal. It's always, you look up and down the field, and he sits in second place at the moment. This will be the move from the 59 down the inside. So this will be a change of hands for fourth on the road in GT4.
Super's got some legs.
Now they're all starting to get boxed in behind the Lamborghini. Super Trofeo struggles to keep the power down. The crossover point from turn 10, and Simon Chan will have a go at this one. This will invite a dive at the last corner. He's already picked up one spot doing this move. He's going to get to the inside yet again on the Super Trofeo, but the Trofeo wiggled all the way in. Those rear tyres now on the Lamborghini starting to struggle. Simon Chan grabs another one, why don't you? Up to 4th spot now. After falling back in those opening laps, this is a phenomenal drive from Simon Chen. Now he's going to put the head down. 8 seconds up the road to Natachak in the 17 entry. And that will be for the leading Porsche on the road.
And he built the pace last lap. Was about half a second off. 42.8 for Natachak up the road versus 43.3. As more cars pick up black and white flags for track limits violations. As Simon Chan loops it around by himself on the exit of turn 3. Keeps the car going. I think he's got time to flick this around, yeah, because that is the end of the GTM field. And how's that there from an unforced error, it seems? And the fact is the car's unloading there already early in the power down out of the turn. And just said, no, not going to play ball.
It's interesting because it was compliant at Apex, right? It was very, very compliant at Apex, but it was coming off that it was starting to have problems. So whether or not it's overheated those rear tyres, or what's going on there, because we saw the Super Trofeo wriggling around like you wouldn't believe, and it's a super hot day over there at the moment. Ambient temperature's 41, so track temperature is staying about that mark as well. It doesn't quite translate in the track surface. Might have come up a little bit as the sun got a little bit more overhead. But time penalty, no, I think that one will display up on the screen. We'll talk about it when that one comes up. And what that's for, but that was some good work by the driver of the Fire Monkey car, and it's all been undone.
Yeah, it is definitely a right shame, and then some. And he's lost 20 seconds in the process of recovering the car and getting going again. So that's really hurt him in many respects. As confirmation, the pit window will open in 4 minutes' time. For any of these drivers to get in and get the compulsory stop complete. As we're going to see here. Oh, no, there's been a separate issue. I think there is. Into the final turn, and it's unloaded again on corner entry this time. Oh, dear. Those rear Hankook slicks must have taken quite the beating running around in that battle pack there, and maybe just overdriving it, because they're now to unload mid-corner at turn 3 and then start unloading entry of turn 12 as the rears are being on the weights on the fronts and it's coming off the rears. That's definitely not a good sign there for the Fire Monkey race group number 10.
Yeah, that's disappointing, unfortunately. But Team Singer Motorsports, Team Silent. And I'm just having a quick look at Kitapolo as well. He's had multiple entries in a Honda Civic with the Singer Motorsports Team Thailand over a number of years, both at the Thailand Touring Car Championship and in 2018 was in the Super 2000 class in a Honda Civic. So he's come up through with the Singer Motorsports Team Thailand ranks. He's driven a fair few cars. Won the championship in the Super 2000 class back in 2016 and finished second in the Thailand Touring Car Championship in 2017, which was also in the Honda Civic. So, you know, accomplished driver in Thailand, leads the way. And Nadavude, by the way, is one of the winningest Thailand Super Series drivers of all time. He will go down as a legend as a part of the series. Put a lot of work in over a number of years has Nadavude. And continues to see success from it.
I think, unfortunately, the message you were hoping that would flash up on screen hasn't come to pass. So I was going to have to rip the Band-Aid off and talk about that one there. And it's at the number 77 and that Lamborghini Super Trofeo with Sarah Butt currently behind the wheel. Has proceeded to go from a black and white flag for track limits to a 5-second time penalty for what has been written as continued abuse of the track limits. So unfortunately for that car, it's run itself afoul of the stewards, and we'll cop a bit of extra time in the pits. All right, 36 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. They're lapping in the 1 minute 40s. Meanwhile, another replay going to come up here between the two Caymans. And ends up being a fairly straightforward pass for Prakun to get past Henk Kicks there as the door was left wide open at turn 12.
Yeah, and well, continuing to lead the way now. Margin out to about 3.5 seconds. And Nadavude continuing to go along with them. And Nadavude accomplished as well as the driver. Was part of the 24 Hours of Nürburgring winning car in 2023 for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. So obviously that partnership working incredibly well in the Toyota Corolla Altis SP3 entry. And he's podiumed 24 Hours of Nürburgring, you know, 3 times now in the last 4 years. So it's really only the 2022 race where even then they did still finish on the podium in class. So it's 4 podiums from 4 years worth of racing at Nürburgring. So accomplished and capable of running endurance races. Would have brought himself up through the ranks here in the Thailand Super Series. He's been running in GCM a fair way back and has been competing in the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring all the way back into 2014, and then, you know, part of Thailand Super Series since its inception. So, you know, big fan of the sport, big part of the sport. Now the 25 car is going to make its way into the pit lane, and that's our race leader. He's going to get in straight away and serve their pit stop. Driver change to come.
We're going to get here. We're going to get a cut driver out, and then everyone clear the car. Now refueling him again. And wait for this to be done before they can get on with it. You can see in the background there we've also got that number 7 Aston Martin coming in, and then further on back in the pack, Super GT4 as the 25 is done with the refuel. Now, thankfully for them, for today, in terms of their pit stop compensation, their total time through the lane is 113 seconds, so have got some decent margin there to work with. We see them fix it up as the 77 is going to do a tyre change here mid-race, so look, they've got some rubber to spare. Hopefully it doesn't compromise their race tomorrow, but they're going to go for that. As meanwhile, I think that's the Super GT4 entry based on the size and the wing of that car there. Into the pits. Well, and there you go, Cantizzi in the lane as well. And so this is going to be the big one here, that GT4 lead up, the longest pit stop of all the GT4s. Will be able to make it back up afterwards.
Yeah, everyone, it seems, just about on pit lane at the moment. So I can tell you we've got 1, 2, 3, 6 cars in the lane. 1, 2, 6 cars still out on track. So half the field in as it currently stands. 95 pulls up, so that'll add into their pit stop. And most of these guys are in and out straight away. Do we see the 26 car come into the lane? I think we might have seen that Porsche Cayman GT4 in the lane.
Not according to my timing yet. They're still out there circulating at this time. So that might change in the near future. It's their main competitor, it seems, out on track. Prakun jumping out of the car. As
the Fire Monkey.
Simon Chan will bring the Fire Monkey Motorsport number 10 to the lane. Meanwhile, for that number 95 Porsche, now be Oren jumping aboard the car there. Like 2W Zoomies Cayman as next to our GTM cars that we see here exiting the pit lane is the 77. Pardon me. And more messages popping up on the race control feed whilst we've been busy watching pit stops here. Scott, 5-second time penalty the way of the 59 Toyota Supra GT4 for abuse of track limits. And they're not going to like this, but the 77 and the PSC Motorsport Super Trofeo has received a second 5-second time penalty for track limits abuse.
Did I just see Hayden Heikal's just got into that 36 Mercedes GT4 car?
Mm-hmm.
He put 2 tyres over that white line on the pit lane exit.
Yeah,
So-
that could be a bit of a naughty slap on the wrist there, indeed.
Well, if you remember back last year, Dan, the final round last year, they were handing out penalties hand over fist for abuse of the pit lane entry line, that white line that was just in the tail end of that shot. Change of position between these two guys as well as they get down to turn 9, nearly making contact. No, not quite. So 38 and the 17 going toe-to-toe. And they've moved up. I think this has now become a battle for the race lead, hence why they're squabbling on with it. Well, the 17's into the lane right now. See that white line? See just on the inside? You touch the, put 2 tyres in the blue.
Indeed, you do recall seeing that there, and it makes sense. You need to make sure you don't cheat the trackers, and now they wait, stopwatch out, basically waiting to see when they need to release the 24 here of Matavude to get back out there and critically see where they end up in comparison to that number 25 Ferrari. It's currently set, by the way, the fastest sectors for the first 2 of this lap as Matavude will get rolling in the 24 Lexus. Can they come out in front of that Ferrari? They're only 3 odd seconds behind. We watch them to see here trundle down past the final pit garages to the exit and come off the limit up. We can actually quickly jump back and see the 59 Toyota Supra jump into the lane. And I think, according to my timing, I can now say with some confidence that the 24 has indeed jumped the 25, so an exchange for the race lead as the pit stop cycles continue. Number 38, though, still owes us a stop.
Yeah, so I'm showing 38 and the 26 are the 2 cars left to stop. Look, Tank Kicks behind the wheel. Everyone else has been through the lane, so we haven't seen the resumption of racing action either for the number 8. Unfortunately, the GCM car, the Mark car. So whatever was ailing that car at the end of last year has not been resolved, Dan, whatever it was. So, by the way, no racing action for them, unfortunately. Not an expensive weekend. But TW Zoomies car, it's a pretty looking car, isn't it? That blue. Call it baby blue? Wouldn't quite be baby blue, more of a sky blue. On the TW Zoomies entry. As the 17 rolls out of the pit lane. And like we said, 2 pit stops to come from Hank Kicks. And he's got about 3 minutes to serve that one. So the drivers that haven't done a pit stop, I would expect them in at the end of their current lap. And race leader 38 is halfway around the circuit at the moment will be on the way towards the tail end. Where's He's going by? He's coming into the final sector now, so he'll need to pit this time by. He won't get another opportunity.
Appear to be the case. Trying to figure out who might be leading in all of this here. There we go. Henkicks will pull the lane now, so that clears them of that requirement. So the 59 Toyota Supra is on the out, so it might be the 95. It looks like could be in the lead of GT4. And Prakun heading off to Warren. Is there the timing now starting to shuffle as cars come to the pits. Bruce has to be careful here. He's only got one more lap to get that car in before time expires on this this pit window. So he needs to make sure not to.
Are they actually? I wonder whether or not they might be having issues with communication, because the other thing is, should a safety car have fallen in this period, he'd have a minute to get back to the pit lane, so he would effectively fall afoul of those pit lane. You don't want to leave it too late. You sort of want to come in not straight away, but very shortly thereafter, probably the second time by after the window opens, and now the battle goes on between the Super Trofeo and Simon Chan. And that'll be Saravet taking that one from him, although a 10-second penalty to come the way of that car. Now they range up on the rear end of the Aston Martin GT4. On the lights, gets out of the way. And for the Aston Martin, that will now be Anand Thorne behind the wheel to run that one through to the end of the race.
Just having a look here. There we go, number 26 is released from the pit lane. Allow Smith to get to work in that big
30 seconds. 30 seconds to get into the lane. That's how close they've cut it, that 38 car.
Yeah, that's definitely pushing it. But see now on the track map heading towards the final couple of turns. There we go. Finally commits to the pit lane entry, and yeah, you really couldn't be cutting that any closer. Because the board man is literally standing right there to that right-hand side of shot. 20 seconds and change when they passed him by. Now I'll get their service underway, and there we go. So changing the left side tyres there on that car as well. It'll be Nanapong to get behind the wheel. A little bit of a seat insert swap here as well. But I will get 4 tyres changed over as the driver change takes his time. Well, take his time with the driver change here in getting set and sorted to go.
And there it is, pit window closed. My word, took it down to the last. By the way, fastest lap of the race has now come out from that Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Change of tyres will certainly help that car, and help it has. So now they'll settle down on into the second half of this race. See if they can make some ground up, and they're going to have to make ground up with a 10-second penalty hanging over their heads. Currently sitting, although we don't have accurate timing until our race leader comes across, but there's about 4 seconds in the race lead as it currently stands, and last time by about a second faster was Kittapol in the 25 entry, so they're going to be coming quite quickly for our race leaders.
59 Toyota Supra there with Kachorn behind the wheel, nearly losing himself in the exit of turn 1 whilst trying to be in pursuit of Hayden Heikal. So how's this here? We've got basically all of our GT4 cars within about 7 seconds of each other. At least for those who are... And actually, so that's worked out quite well. So actually has put the 95 Porsche Cayman in the lead of the class. Then you've got the 36 Mercedes with Heikal behind the wheel of that one there. Then this Supra, the 59. Then the 26 Cayman. As that got a little loose there for Erwin de Smet as he came in to the corner there. As Nanapong will come out now and have to wait for either new race leader to... Should be then at 24 once again. Yes, that resumes the race lead. Indeed. Time will just need to update once Nanavuda gets to the end of that lap, and becomes the race leader. Once again, for it all to refresh for us here.
Yeah, so now we just wait. And watch as the timing starts to update itself. Although, by those markings, so 38 is actually out on track ahead. So we're going to have to wait for everything to update.
Yeah, it's cycling everyone through as they come past the start-finish line. Actually, it puts the 38 nearly a whole lap down. Vude's pit stop, minute 38 from entry to exit. Right, is it actually perfect? They've got that right, perfectly correct to the second for the 24 car. 98-second transit required, 98 seconds recorded in by the live timing and scoring loops here at the circuit. So they really couldn't have done any better. They've got a 4.7-second margin back to Super Kit in that Ferrari 488 challenge, which don't forget was leading by about 3 odd seconds. Actually going to put the 17 Porsche a lap down. And all of that one there, very long pit stop for Natachak and Kimmich, unfortunately, there in that AAS. Pardon me, sorry, AAS. Completely wrong. Would be wise. No, I don't know why I'm second guessing myself. It is an AAS Motorsport entry there for that 991.2 entry. So your top two got some traffic to worry about, but Nadavude leads Super Kit, 21 minutes on the clock, Scott, and they've got half a front straight here at Chang International Circuit between them.
How good's the pace from that Lamborghini though at the moment? Last time by 39.0, about a second a lap faster than Kittapol up ahead of them in the Ferrari 488 Challenge car, and Kittapol about a second, 0.8 of a second faster than the cars up ahead of him. So we're going to end up with a closing battle. The problem for Saravit is that they had an extremely long stop, 2 minutes and 1 second. So what's that, minute 20? So
it took one of their time penalties. They also did have a longer stop required because they got a bronze-silver pairing. Afiq Yazid now behind the wheel of the number 77. So it was 113 seconds, so a minute 53. And they've taken at least one of their time penalties. So it will take them to a minimum of a minute 58. And they've then taken a few more seconds, I guess, to make sure they serve the penalty and make sure they're not in excess of the, not under, required stop time. So yes, that definitely does hurt, especially when they're racing cars that had stops. When saying that, the transit time for the Ferrari Challenge car, which did have to take fuel, which did extend their pit stop, wasn't all that much, but you can see there on the track map currently on screen. There's Nadavude coming out of turn 11. You've got the 77 there, just going past, 25, just clearing all that traffic of the 17 for Kimmich. The 77, though, is all the way back, exiting turn 6. So, unfortunately for them, a long way back, but the gap is closing for the race lead. Another 7/10 taken out of Nadavude is Super Kit. That Ferrari is closing down. Something fierce here, Scott. Watch out for that 25 to make it another stand for the race lead. Also been an update from race control, and pit stop times are under investigation. Who exactly? We don't know, but we'll be finding out pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated with more information as it comes for that one, because that'll be quite critical to the race as it progresses, and that's the important part, isn't it? So I do know that the Prakun Warren GT4 car, the first of the Caimans, was 128 through the lane. So that'll be worthwhile noting, and then you've got penalties that are being served in the middle of that as well, Dan. So I'm wondering whether or not race control is looking at that and going, we're just double checking penalties for serves.
No, that's exactly it. You've picked on exactly the right car, because guess what the minimum time has to be for all cars, regardless of pairing and such? 1 minute and 30 seconds from cone to cone. So that is our car that is being investigated at the very minimum. And so unfortunately, the Prakun and Warren, having done a good job to get themselves into that position there, they are almost certainly going to be running afoul of pit cycle, as I'm also just waiting to see. Had news come through on the... oh, no. Well, we just picked up that the number 95 was almost certain to get pinged. Brutally, there is a second car that has also fallen afoul to the tune of 1 second. And it's the number 10, the Simon Chan, the Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche, has received a 1 second stop and go for being short on their pit stop times. There's the 95 on screen, just waiting for confirmation. Then in that case, that race control will have checked the numbers and gone, yep, that's short. As check in with the number 18 of Cantor D, looking to chase down cars in this GT4 class. Also now sands the vinyl wrap on the bonnet. And yeah, I think that's come through here, Scott. The 95, 2 second stop and go penalty for being short on their pit stop by those 2 critical seconds.
Yeah, and unfortunate, but such is life, right? You got a number to meet. Now it's going to be the battle on track between the 95 machine, and this will be the 18, and behind it as well, Kansas City will try and apply some pressure, albeit penalties to come. And they have fixed up the vinyl wrapping on that car now as well, do you note, Dan? It's not flapping about anymore. It's come off the hood. They might have just peeled it straight back, and it is back to basic paint on the hood for that car, straight down the inside. So Cantony, not having a hang around on that one, gets the job done. There's the Fire Monkey car in and out of the lane, so they've got their penalty served for Simon Chan. Gets out of the way. Not happy, though, the 95 entry of Prakun. So, don't know what's going on there, but yeah, not over the moon with circumstances as they unfolded.
He seems to be quite happy with the headlight flash. There was also a GTM car passing him earlier that seemed to draw his the attention of the headlight flasher. But yes, see when they come in. In theory, they really want to get this done as soon as possible. Get it in, get it served. If you're lucky, safety car comes out and you basically nullify your losses. That there is the gap now for the GT4 lead on the front straight. 8 seconds from Hayden Heikel to Cantor D. That'll be what number 18 driver will be looking to close down. But going to have to find the speed to do it. So as they bring the 95 to a stop. Nope, even thought about a tyre pressure check. But nope, in, out and go. As per the penalty service requirements.
Yep, well, out of the way now, and that's the key. So we'll have a look at how this one stands. Once the penalty has now been served, black and white flag now for the 17 car, which will have Kmick behind the wheel. And that's the Porsche 991 generation of car. Looks touch different. And the 992, it's my preferred. I think we've had this debate a few times, Dan, but I just prefer the drivetrain one. The sound of the old 991 Porsches. Call me sentimental, but they are my preferred car.
Yes, I do think you are. Sentimental, that is.
Call me crazy.
No, that causes enough problems. I don't need to worry about that at this stage in time. We're just getting our year started. I don't need to be causing fires I have to go and put out later. But meanwhile, back at the front, still Nadavude trying to fend off Super Kit, but on that last lap he actually did exactly that. 0.3 of a second faster than the chasing Ferrari in second place. Maybe a bit of traffic playing its part perhaps. You've got drivers here like Anna Thorne behind the wheel now of this Team NZ Aston Martin, which is going to hopefully be conveniently timed for the 25. At least that's what Superkid will be hoping for. We can run up behind him here. And actually get to go up the inside into turn 8 to get that one done. So you can see when it comes to best laps set during the race, the Ferrari has got Nadavude in that Lexus beat. But last time round it was a 141.0 versus a 141.3. So this next lap would be a good test to see here if it's tyre drop-off that we're talking about, or if it was just traffic that they had to worry about, because they've got several cars that they would have had to deal with on that last one. And this next lap coming up, they've got basically all of the front straight clear, which should mean that they won't catch anything on this lap, with 12 minutes and 30 seconds plus then some still left on the wall here.
Still settling on into the latter part of this race, and as timing currently stands, Natavude leads by 3.6 seconds. And Natavude's time's starting to recover. He's running pretty reasonably as it currently stands. 40.5 on that last lap. So has lead, has control, and pace is certainly there for the Lexus RCF. But in the meantime, we watch and we wait, and this Ferrari 488 Challenge car, is it going to be able to catch? Is it going to be able to put pressure on? Is it going to be able to pass? All very, very relevant portions of this race.
It's the main fight we worry about at this stage by the looks of things. Cal has a gap that's increased over 9 seconds back to Cantady, so it looks like GT4 lead battle is growing, not shrinking. And Afik has the fastest time in all of that car, I should say, I believe. Actually, Afik was on one of his early laps in this second stint, has the fastest lap of the race in class, but unfortunately is quite out and alone in the 77 for PSC Motorsport here. Still, will be a third place for this car at their current position and rate. Just a little more lonely, I think, than they would have liked.
Yeah, still trying to ensure, though, that they get across the line. I mean, that's going to be the key for the back end of this race, isn't it? Is making sure you finish. For now, keep the size underneath you. Don't pick up a penalty. We've seen track limits penalties come up far too many times. Don't add to them. Don't add another one to them. Meantime, though, Mercedes AMG 36 car leads the way now with Hayden Heikel behind the wheel. And the thing for Hayden Heikel as well, probably worth mentioning, is that, you know, he only just climbed out of a Super Eco. Could you imagine if that was tomorrow and he had to start this race? He'd be straight out of the Eco, straight into the GT4. That would be quite an immense problem for him to handle.
Well, the good thing is Super Eco tomorrow is up first in the morning. GTM GT4 gets a similar afternoon race slot. So there'll be plenty of time to switch up the mindset and the driving situation for that. Maybe get the interest actually for that car in that case. Where are they? GT4, 136. Oh no, he's the silver rated driver, so he would always be the car, always be driver 2 in that case. So thankfully, given the classifications and pairing there in that Racing Award, Mercedes would never be allowed to drive first in this particular race. So, and it's an on issue tomorrow. So, a thumbs up all round there, I think, for how that's worked out for him and Peter Hackett in this one so far. The margin is now up to 10 seconds for the GT4 lead. Erwin de Smet here rides in third, although not Kachorn not too far behind in the Toyota Supra. There you just saw a flash of blue in the background, is 2.5 seconds or so behind. So Erwin will need to keep his foot in it and keep on the black stuff. Keep that car in a podium position as well.
Margin up at the front, by the way, Dan's not going away too. We're into the final 8 minutes. So we're going to get probably another, 5-6 laps. And starting to swing back the way of the Ferrari is the lap times. The Lamborghini though is still it's running phenomenal lap times. I tell you what, Natavude's just run. I think we're about to see him come to the line here. So, all right, so that's the 38 Lexus. Yeah.
But there's Natavude in the background there, coming up to the line to get his 30th lap complete in this race. And yeah, can confirm it was a 1 minute 41.4 from Natavude. And in the meantime, Super Kit's come through and registered a 141.2. Another 2/10 and change, chopped out, gap down to 3.1 seconds for the race lead. And Afik has also about to come through. At the track map there, we can see as he comes around. Unfortunately, timing and video aren't perfectly in sync, but there we go. Heading up towards turn 1. And now report back at what the timing says, a 1 minute 40.3 for the 77. So, yeah, still making good inroads, just nowhere near enough time to be able to make up enough inroads to make a difference here.
They'll talk about that. They'll look at that overnight as well. And I guess one of the key things is look at that 77 car tomorrow. If we see again what we've just seen from that car, we know that car's probably going to lead the race tomorrow to start off things. It'll be key for them to try and skip clear down the road. I believe it was the same Super Trofeo that we had last year. It ended up on a tow truck. Lap 1 both races last year. So, you know, they're getting some good lap time and they're doing quite well. And the 24 car, Natavude, not afraid to light up the rear tyres as well at that point in time. He's got to keep pressing on with Henk Kix's co-driver just ahead of him at the moment. And Erwin de Smet gets out of the way nice and easily. So Natavude comes through just a tick under 6 minutes on the clock as it stands. And that Ferrari 488 Challenge car, not a great lap from them, 42.239. So we lost a second that time by. So it's swings and roundabouts. It's very traffic dependent. And I guess the thing you'd say for Natavude is that Erwin de Smet really didn't hold him up. Did a great job of getting out of the way nice and early.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I also have some more news that's come from race control. It's a bit of an interesting one, an ominous one. Super Kit gets a little loose with the throttle and the rear tyres on the exit of turn 3. But here's the big one. The number 18, Canterdy's car. The number 19, which is Sudapong and Grant, which is unfortunately currently our last running car in this race and in GT4. Then you've got the 26, Henk Kix and Erwin de Smet's Porsche Cayman GT4, and the manager for Chris and Natapong's number 38 Lexus RCF GTM have all been advised that the managers at a report to race control after the checkered flag. 3 GT4s and a GTM, all been flagged for something we don't know details as to what yet, but question marks up in the air there, perhaps.
Potentially, I would say whether or not it's question marks about the number of people they have working on the car. Because for it to be that many, it's a procedural breach of some description. But what that procedural breach is, we won't necessarily know. So, other side of the coin is it could be that they want some data out of those cars as well, as soon as is possible, to hand back over. But yeah, generally those sorts of things is, hey, we noticed this, don't do it again.
Could be indeed. Well, as Afik brings the 77 to the line, the gap you might see there for the race lead has extended again to 5.3 seconds. Another second gain by Natavude on Super Kit. As Afik just casually puts in a 139.8, so that's nearly 3 seconds faster than Super Kit, but unfortunately time is just not going to be his friend today. The car's got pace, just needs to not get time penalties and not also end up in the middle of nowhere with that pit stop. Although it might also suggest that maybe Natavude's pit stop and such might need a bit of tweaking. We'll have to see what they do with the compensation times for tomorrow.
Well, they'll have success time added to that pit stop as well, Dan. Probably another way to think of it.
That's true. Yep, there is that too.
But new season means no success time to be added because no results tomorrow with the first opportunity to get that added into the pits times. And 38 entry. Just goes through shot. I mean, they've got to try and get a little bit closer if they can. I just don't see it. The big thing that I'm sort of looking at about that Lamborghini Super Trofeo is, remember they did a tyre stop on that car. How much have they taken out of the tyres for their weekend? Realistically, Dan, you know, what tyres are going to have available to them tomorrow? And the flip side of that is, now that they've got a Feek behind the wheel of that car as well, it's not all over the roads. So that might be something they talk to Saravat about tomorrow and just say, hey, you just went out a little bit too hard. You know, once you start, oh no, Simon Chan.
Right, an essay, that Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche, unfortunately, had to be in the dumps. Oh, but going for a move up the inside. He does the same move we said he pulled off earlier in the race with a nice late dive up the inside. And then just now, late in the race, just loses all the grip he would have wanted and needed there under brakes into the final turn. Actually, more as he transitioned from braking to acceleration again. It's something about just the dynamics of that car, just somehow completely incapable of handling transition from braking back to acceleration when you also factor in some cornering.
I wonder. I'll sort of give some crossover, I guess, to the motorcycling world. For those of you watching along at home, that's where I got my starts in racing, and that's what I understand a little bit. I got the opportunity to go and commentate some motorcycle racing, and the track temperature got extremely high on a very freshly coated surface. It was a resurfaced track. And what they found was there was a lot of oil coming out of the track. It could be that the temperatures are extremely hot over there. That does funny things to the asphalt sometimes. And I wonder, just because it's the Porsche Cup car, whether or not they're just struggling. But if that was the case, we'd be seeing a lot more of the other cars. Now, we have seen that Super Trofeo car struggling to pull that car up. So I wonder whether or not, you know, the tyres on that Fire Monkey car might just be overheating a little bit. If it's not that, then maybe they've got a shock problem in the rear end. Damper not quite set right. Something not quite right in the rear end of that car. Because it's cornering fine. The cornering's not a problem. It's the you're right. It's the weight transition.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll be able to figure that one out for tomorrow. Although there is the whole thing of we might have a little bit of rain tomorrow, just to make things a little bit interesting at various points throughout the day. As the clock is under 10 seconds, so we are very much on the penultimate lap of this race. It'll be lap 35 for your leader right now, and therefore will be a 36-lap race come the end of it all. So Fernando Vude looking mighty strong here, and actually now just in behind Canterbury's car, which continues to fade, unfortunately. The 18 Porsche Cayman, so very much looks like it'll be Hayden Heikels and Peter Hackett in number 36 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4 that walk away last winners in that one by a comfy amount, but still got to get this final lap started, which will begin now. For well, sorry, not now. Gunnaver's got to get there first. I better not jump the gun too much. But also critically puts Kennedy a lap down on what Manning passing there. So there we go, across the line. Do believe I saw that final lap board at the timing stand. Gap back to Super Kit was growing, and it has grown to 7.3 seconds. So I think, unfortunately, for unfortunately for Kittapole and Super Kit, that Ferrari unfortunately has seen its better days earlier in the race and has faded towards the end of it all. And Scott, don't make me jealous about your nachos.
Yeah, ladies and gents, I've my lovely wife's just walked in the door and gone, we're having nachos for dinner, and provided so. I know I'm going to try and tuck into some food in between the races here as we possibly can, but Fernando Vude, brilliant drive thus far. Nice and clean, under control. Never trouble. I think the key from Fernando Vude is you've never sort of seen him out of control, and he's been quick and he's been consistent the whole way through. Yeah, the times have fallen off, 3 seconds towards the tail end of this stint, but at the same time, he's in control of the race, and the team would be communicating that to him, saying, hey, just look after the car. And I think that's the other side of the coin here, Dan. to consider is that have a look at the times that have fallen off as we're seeing a last lap battle for position as well. And that's coming off of turn 3. It's the 26 and the 95. We're going to go toe-to-toe, Erwin de Smet versus Warren. And this is for the last spot on the podium in the outright. And also for the AM class win in GT4. So 2 drivers going toe-to-toe at the moment. Here comes the run from the 95. Gets to the inside. We're cut away. Natavude is going to come out of the final corner. Wins the first race of the year. A legend that's been years in the making. Natavude chalks up another win in the Thailand Super Series. What a drive, though, from the Ferrari 48 Challenge team from Team Singer Thailand. We'll come home in second, and then we look back for the Lamborghini with a 10-second time penalty to come for the Super Trofeo Evo Cup. Finally comes out of the final corner. Add 10 seconds to that time, but for a feat, they will get to the line. Some work to do with that car for tomorrow. The 17 car is a lap. No, though it is for position, sorry. No, indeed, it is actually a lap down, so off the lead lap for the 17. And
that pass has happened.
That pass did happen on the last lap.
GT4M win goes the way of Prakun and Warren. I think Kicks and Erwin de Smet going to have to set off a second in class, but still third on the podium. And actually, oh no, hang on, is timing and scoring having a bit of a fit here? Because all of a sudden, I think it might have, yes. Because Peter Hackett and Hayden Arkell ended up a whole lap because they didn't get lapped by the race leader. They're going to come around here and get a whole extra lap on the entire field in GT4. So yeah, as I was saying, I thought things were having a great old moment there. Because yeah, I wasn't aware all of a sudden that the GT4 leaders had come a cropper, and no, they certainly haven't. They will bring it around the final turn here and happily take that race win for themselves there to open their weekend and their season's account.
How about that for Hayden Arkell? Podium in the Super Ecos and then comes home with a class win as well, just to add to the equation. How good is that, ladies and gents? And for Natavude, another win to be chalked up in Thailand Super Series results for the 24 machine, and Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand continue their strong start to the weekend. Strong pace in qualifying. Natavude looked supreme in terms of that pace, but how good was the Singer Motorsports Team Thailand entry? They came back at Natavude, but just too much to overcome. How about the pro final standings for GTM?
That will flash up soon as we look through GTM only, GT4 class, which will count as Cantor D, then the Peter Hackett, Hayden Arkell, Hank Kicks, and Erwin de Smet there. And I believe that is actually how we'll leave it there, even though there are Pro and AM subdivisions of those classes. And there is still the question of those 4 cars, the 18, the 19, the 26, and the 38, as to exactly what it was they all did wrong, and what race control will be talking to their managers about at some point in the not too distant future. But that leaves us with just 2 races left for the day, and oh dear, how about that there for the 25? Has it run out of fuel, or has something else happened here on the in-lap to require it to be pushed back? But we'll have to find it another time later, because here are our race highlights here from this opening TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 event. And this was an excellent duel that kicked off in the opening couple of laps here. Scott, the 25 versus 24. Really giving us something to enjoy there. And there was also good battling in the GT4 class as well here to worry about. This 59 versus 26. And then unfortunately for Simon Chan, one of his first, unfortunately not singular spins, all singularly inflicted as well.
That was the rush in the pit lane to try and get the fuel back into the Ferrari 488 car. They did manage to get the fuel back in and made it to the flag. That was the key. If they went maybe another lap, perhaps they wouldn't have made it home. But Natavude was strong all race long. That was about the only time we saw that car sideways at any stage. And then on through comes Once again, a Porsche Cup car trying to get the job done on some of the GT4 cars. And for Fire Monkey, Simon Chan had a very, very tough race to keep that thing straight. Now to Vude in control at race end.
Well, that's going to do it for the racing action for now. Down from the grid. Unfortunately, whilst Goody's down at the trackside, we aren't actually getting anything from him here at the moment. Bit of shame, 'cause I do believe he might be talking. Well, be talking with the drivers here and now. So it's unfortunate that we can't hear what he's asking at this stage, but gives the chance to sort of breathe, relax, and get ready for the next race. As I said, 2 more to go, and been paying attention. It is TSS Supercar GT3 coming up next. Pit exit is due to open now. It'll open up in about 5 minutes' time. But what we'll do is, given we don't have the interviews here with us, unfortunately, we will cut to a break here on the English broadcast and get ready for TSS Supercar GT3 in about 20 minutes' time, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us here for this opening day of the Thailand Super Series presented by B-Quik from the Chang International Circuit.
ท่านอาจจะใช้เวลาสุดสัปดาห์นั้นกับครอบครัวโดยการพาครอบครัวมาเที่ยวบุรีรัมย์ซึ่งเป็นเมืองที่สวยงามสามารถมาชมได้ฟรีเป็นการเปิดศักราชที่จะมีรถแข่งในทุกๆรุ่นมาพร้อมกันที่นี่
Well,
ท่านอาจจะใช้เวลาสุดสัปดาห์นั้นกับครอบครัวโดยการพาครอบครัวมาเที่ยวบุรีรัมย์ซึ่งเป็นเมืองที่สวยงามสามารถมาชมได้ฟรีเป็นการเปิดสักราชที่จะมีรถแข่งในทุกๆรุ่นมาพร้อมกันที่นี่
รถเบอร์ 89 แต่ว่าผมคิดว่าการ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, once again. And it's time for the headlining class. That's right, it's your Thailand Super Series GT3. We've just seen all the action from GT4 and GTM. And now it's time for the fastest cars out of Thailand to go racing. The critical factor heading into this one is Akash Net managed to secure pole position, and for qualifying one, it was all four of the Audi R8s that filled the top two rows of the grid. Two of the absolute B-Quik cars on the front row, Sandy Stuvik and Deng Yi on row number 2 in Win Here car, and then finally the third of the absolute B-Quik Audis off alongside of them. Then the first of the BMWs, followed by two NXXs, the second of the BMWs, and finally the Mercedes-Benzes to round it out. And pictures now live coming to us yet again from the starting grid. And have a look at the absolute B-Quik fans. As we saw earlier in the day, all the support coming the way of the Ford Liquimoli CRE team, Lenatech. Now is the same turn for the B-Quik fans, and the passion for the grid, the passion for supercar racing up and down the field is big, Dan. And this is the big boys, this is the big cars, this is the expensive ones, and they've all come to play.
That they have, and it's going to be, yes, the good old test of making sure you can keep it on the straight and narrow as well, I guess, in many respects. Yeah, see here, Goody chatting to sponsors, the old grid girls here on the grid, as well as, the mascot we saw here. Hopefully, he spent some time out of that costume, because we saw that earlier today, and I was just expecting that would be probably one of the warmest outfits on track. Question is whether it's actually almost like a big puff up thing, and maybe some air in there might help, because of course a couple of the guys here, such as Goody himself, running one of the race suits as well. Of course, the drivers themselves will be the ones feeling the heat the most, of course, in those cars.
I can tell you, we actually had footage last year that went out and they had a look down into the cool rooms. Each of these teams will bring their own sort of facilities out the back. Helmet cooling facilities were going on up and down the pit lane, let alone your spares and repairs trucks that were up and down the pit lane. That obviously the goal of everyone's to keep everyone racing right throughout the weekend. And one of the best parts about racing is that when somebody's got a problem, generally you can walk to somebody else up and down the pit lane and say, hey, I haven't got a spare of this. Do you have something? And they'll all try and come up with a solution. That's generally the way that racing goes. And that's the background of it. Well, the second half of it is driver conditioning. How do you look after your drivers? Well, the instant that Akash Nandi gets out of that car, he's going to want to keep track of what's going on in the race. But he's got a race tomorrow to prepare for. He's done qualifying today, had to cool off, had to keep himself flowing. They've got cool rooms out the back and ice bars. Unfortunately, our roving ground reporter's not around this year, but he declined to partake. We wanted him to go and tell us what it's like to take a dip in the ice bath, how effective it was. No, was the answer. We were told very, very much no.
I was saying about like ice baths or something like, what's it? Very... it's a good old shock to the system. Probably something to that effect. So as pleasant as it is, but also definitely can be a little rough on the senses, as it were. How to put it best? You're coming out of a hot car, or just the hot environment here in Thailand?
I'm gonna say if you put a camera on me, I'd do it. I'd do it for content value and for production and for something to have for a few years to come. But you better make sure that you have the bleeper on standby, because there'll be a few expletives that need to be cleared off the coverage. I'd do it. I'd do it for coverage, Dan.
You do it for the content, right?
I'd do it for the content. Right, I'm gonna have to go down and meet up with Dan, and we'll have an ice bath challenge between Dan and myself at some point for the content.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Well, no, there's no stopping you sometimes. Yeah, not when it's say for the content, as it were. But yeah, Goody here on the grid, changing to a couple of our drivers, and the guys here at B-Quik Absolute Racing looking to make a strong start to their year, as we mentioned earlier. Got the top 4 spots on the grid here to start this one off today. And see here that they're talking with that was a roll. Find his name on the list, so I don't completely. Yeah, Huang Rohan, number 25, the R8. And checking here with Sandy Suvic, it looks like. Yep, that will indeed be Sandy getting ready to go racing. The win here by BQAR entry. And if anyone who asked the question as to why things are... Sorry, just going to grab something back here. If you ever ask questions here, why is that one B-Quik racing entry named differently? That is part of the rules around how teams are entered in the series. Have to enter in team no more than 3 cars to the same team name is part of the answer there. So that is what's up for that one there, Scott.
I get it. I just recognized it's not Bear. I was reading it wrong, or Boar the whole time. It's B-Quik Absolute Racing, BQAR. That took me all of until now to read it that way. Thanks, Dan. You've enlightened me today.
Well, good job, you, Scott. Good job, you. Apparently, I might need to fiddle with certain things here. I may have touched my... no, I'm being told because I was moving. That explains a lot. I was moving my head around. I've got to make sure I keep my head nice and still. I have bad microphone technique is one of the things I have definitely learned about myself, but hopefully endeavour to not have that problem for the rest of the day. We're almost there. Just got to get through the last little bit of this evening as we walk down the grid here with the cameras looking into the cockpits. Let's see who's here.
So a couple of points that we can actually make prior to going into this race is that there are 2 championships within a race, so to speak. So there's 10 cars out on track. 6 of them are GT3 Pro, 4 of them are GT3M. To be in a GT3M car, both of your drivers, or single driver, if you only have a single driver, must be bronze rated. There are no silver or above rated drivers within the AM championship, basically. So that basically means that all the cars that you see that are in the Pro Championship, and they're at the AMs are at the back of the grid, with the exception of the number 25 car. So 8th, 9th, and 10th, which is the 90, 85, and 65 entries, which the first of the second of the BMWs and the 2 Mercedes are entered under AM, and then you have Huang Rohan and Adasak in Adasak Tangpancharon in the AM car is the only Audi that's entered in the AM championship. So that sort of gives you, a few different bits and pieces to sort of discuss, and think about that into the back of it is that, championship within a championship. What's the point of that? Well, it's a little bit difficult for bronze rated drivers to be getting into this championship and then competing with the other ones. Spice it up, give them their own championship to compete for. It sort of adds a little bit of value. Sorry, excuse me, to the championship, changes things around. Things to be aware of is that the championship title winners from 2023 are not back here to defend their title. So in 2023, we will crown a different champion to, sorry, in 2024, we'll crown a different champion to that of 2023. And that is worthwhile noting. In this race, we'll be firing off from any time from now. So we're actually 2 minutes past when we're supposed to be firing off from the grid. And 3-minute board now being displayed at the front, Dan. So 60 minutes once again, plus a lap. And we will have pit stops again. And you know what they say about pit stops? That means we can balance them in terms of performance.
That we can indeed. And I think it's probably also fitting to actually, in that case, bring up the GT3 compensation times for the pit stops. So, yeah, 10 cars here again in GT3, minimum compulsory pit stop time. Sorry, get the words right here. For a change is 90 seconds for all cars. Then, for our amateur class cars that have an all bronze driver lineup, all bronze driver lineup that's also a double driver pairing, 0 seconds added. If you're a single bronze driver, which is in the case of Douglas Koo, it's the only car that it applies to, actually adds 8 seconds to his time for the stop. Then you have, what next are we going to have? A bronze and silver pairing looks to be the next one. Yep. Bronze and silver, 23 seconds added to their minimum stop time. You then have bronze and gold, 27 seconds added. Bronze and platinum is 28 seconds added. The kicker is that the silver, an all silver car lineup, 40 seconds added. That is something harsh there.
Yeah, but as you step up, the gap between the cars and the lap time sort of decreases. It's probably that consistency, I guess, that becomes the main factor. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, I think, here today. You've got a lot of those AM cars out in the back end of the field with 90-second stops, but then you've also got Douglas Koo, who's got an extra 8 seconds for being that solo driver as well, which is not unimportant to note. It's definitely worthwhile noting. You know, the other side of this coin is for these drivers who are looking to stamp their name. This is, you know, there's a lot of drivers here that are like, you know, I've hit my peak, I'm on my way down, I'm just enjoying my racing, and I just want to keep going racing as long as I possibly can. But then you've also got guys that are stepping up and learning their craft. Akash Nandi and Ashton PRS, those two drivers are going to be supreme in this sport for a number of years to come. And they've already put the car on pole position here today. If they can pull the race win off in race number 1, think of what that does for their 2024 and how they start to approach things. But they've also been successful throughout GT3 racing in the region of late as well. We already talked about earlier today, Sepang 12 Hour. Earlier on in the year, you know, and both of those drivers finished on the podium in different cars. So they're both notable GT3 drivers in the Asian region, and they deserve a world of respect.
Indeed. Do not count some of these driver pairings out just because they might say bronze, silver, or bronze, bronze from making their mark on this race, despite some of the international talent that we do have in this one as well. Once again, the Chang International Circuit on screen here, 4.5 kilometers, 12 turns, the clockwise orientation as well. And no surprises that the Hankook Ventus F200 slick racing tyre will be in use all across this field today. Look forward to seeing how the drivers manage those tyres as well. As we'll bring up the grid on screen once again for this opening race of the TSS Thailand Supercar GT3 season here in 2024. And again, on pole position is going to be Akash Nandi, sharing that front row with Huang Rohan, Sandy Stuvik and Lin Hao on row 2, Chun Hua and Vorval Birumbakti on row 3, Piti and Jun Sun on row 4 with Jeffrey Lee and Douglas Koo to make it a 5-row grid, as we would expect here. So Audi strong in qualifying, but you've got 91 in P5. It's going to have Jesse Cron in the car in the second half of the race. The two Acura, oh sorry, not Acura, the Hondas here, Honda NSXs. Going to have Carlo Van Dam aboard the 89. Cantersack as well looks promising in qualifying for the number 12 machine as well. And of course, Marcus Winkelhock going to be aboard the 27 Meng model sponsored Audi from the B-Quik Absolute Racing stables as well. So it's almost time to go racing. This race and one more for the day here, Scott. See how TSS Supercar GT3 can bring all the action here from the Chang International Circuit to kick their season off.
Yeah, and that's it. Now they're going to back them up as they come into the final corner. It's the 62 machine that's got control of the field alongside the 25, the 37, the 27, and they'll fire off the final corner. Look to start from the front of the field. Lights are coming on. We're going to be a race start here in just a few moments. Not pulling out just yet. And now they'll get to go green flag racing. It was the Audi on the left-hand side of the screen. They've got a poor getaway. Here comes the Carlo Van Dam car. Who's behind the wheel to start this one off? It's going to be Voravud Biron Bakhti who'll start it off. Hand it off to Carlo Van Dam. And a number of drivers in that car. They're just such an experienced pairing. They've done that many race starts. And in GT in particular, driven Ferraris and Hondas for a number of periods. That experienced driver combination, when they get down to turn 3 for the first time, round the outside, looking to make some impact as a 27 machine. Lin behind the wheel, what's he going to be able to do? He's closing on the front too. Akash Nandy's got a really good jump.
And it's already come through on the timing and well, coming from time race control, that race start's going to be investigated, and I don't blame them really. Sandy Stuvik in that fourth Audi, the win here by BQAR, number 37 machine there in the white and blue. Definitely looked like he might have jumped the gun there. That caused all kinds of chaos there, as the number 62 of Akash Nandy held them a little bit later in the start procedure. As to the inside of the 12, but no dice for Stuvik. We'll have to settle in behind Pizzi through turns 8 and 9 in that Acura. As a Pizzi Biron Bakhti, I should say, as well to be precise, in that second of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand entries. And then you've got Douglas Guzetti made up the spot here on Jeffrey Lee. The two Mercedes here racing back at the pack, get this race underway. 2 laps now on the ball. Sorry, and get settled in here for this opening phase of the race.
Yep, so Nandy's going to lead the way with a second margin. But the problem is you've also got to protect these tyres. Don't want to take too much out of them in the early stanza. Want to look after the tyres. Yeah, sure, you've got to drive it up to the limit, but if you take too much out of that tyre, you're going to suffer for a long, long period of time. And now the BMW is starting to come back at Sandy Stuvik. And that'll be Jun San behind the wheel of the BMW at the moment. I'll tell you what, good start as well for Chunhua. Moves up to 4th spot in that 91 machine. How good do the Honda NSXs look from the front end? And for that Team Singer Thailand, who ran Ferraris up until last year, they were looking at trying to get a Ferrari 296. That didn't come to happen. And so they went and sourced a couple of Honda NSXs out of Japan, and now have a look at them. My word, I love to see the good old Honda NSX logo back out and racing in Thailand Super Series.
Yep, yeah, sort of unfortunate to see Ferrari disappear from the category, but introduce the Hondas, we introduce the BMW, we introduce and the Mercedes as well to this year's running. So yes, we lost some, but we gained some back in return. And Sandy Stuvik going to go for it under brakes here on Pizzi Biron Bakhti at the final turn. He gets that one pulled up quite nicely there, and that will be... why don't you say that? He gets it pulled up nicely, sure, Scott, but around the outside, nicer exit for Pizzi, and he'll lose the spot through turn 1 to the inside again, but can he get that one back now up the inside as well? And he will get back in nose ahead. And you've now got the 92. Oh, so the number 90, apologies. BMW, Junsun Chen behind the wheel of that one right now. I think Stuvik, in his aggression, is going to lose a spot rather than gain one here half a lap later.
Yeah, I think the problem was, and look at the 90 machine not giving him enough room at the exit of the corner. So Stuvik will probably not be happy with that one. Still alongside as it currently stands just. So he's going to have another go back down here when they get to turn 4. And finally ends up yielding to Sandy Stuvik. And you're right, tried to get on the loud pedal, tried to pull off some aggression again, tries to show the nose to Sandy Stuvik. Not willing to back down from a fight. Back from a year racing in Italy. And now Sandy Stuvik back in Thailand supercar once more. Grabs that spot back. Phenomenal battle from the BMW and Audi teams. And my word, the last lap of racing action, a Honda NSX plays an Audi R8 Evo 2, plays a BMW M4.
Solid stuff for that one there. As you watch them continue the scrap, obviously need to be careful not to get themselves too tripped up or anything. Meanwhile, back at the front, Nakash Nandi leads Huang Rohan across the line. 62 ahead of 25 in this opening early. It's good to see that the team have given us a little bit of colour coding to assist. So if we can remember, 62's got the green accents and the 25 has the red accents. That'll make our life a fair bit easier when trying to figure out which is which of these two B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis. And of course, in the background there, the Meng model sponsored number 27, which has got Lin Hao aboard that car, according to our timing screens, although not according to what we're seeing there on the graphic on top of the footage there.
To start this race off, it's pretty line astern at the front end. They're going to continue to fight it out for the race lead, and the last time by, 37.823, so lap time starting to improve for both of our front cars as the tyres have come up to temperature and pressure. Cast our eyes down to the B-Quik Absolute pit lane to have a look at just exactly what they're doing. At the moment, it's just race management. Keep an eye on everything, looking at temperatures, looking at pressures, making sure there's enough oil in the system, looking for any major dramas, communicating with their drivers, communicating about traffic, what to expect, what to try and do. Remember, GT3 car's got a whole bunch of sensors going onto it. Complex machinery, and they've got to be treated as such.
Yeah, a wealth of data at the team's fingertips. As, yeah, how about that for Scrappy? That's all compressed something fierce. And while we've been talking about these guys here fighting in this battle pack, and also the top two cars looking to hold line astern, Race Control have reviewed the race start. And that number 37 win here by BQAR Audi here in this battle pack. Sandy Stuvik has picked himself up a 5-second penalty at the pit stop for a race start infringement. So going before the race leader, getting out of line, whichever one of the two of those it was to be precise, has earned that car a slap on the wrist that it certainly didn't want, and it certainly really couldn't really afford to have either, because as one of our all-silver driver pairings in this category, that car is going to have one of the longest stops in the pit lane. It actually shares the longest stop in the lane with your race leader currently, as in the background a shot, Stuvik to the inside of that number 90 by Junsun Chen once again. Can he get there? I think they might have landed each other a tiny bit out of turn 5, but we'll get the move done and try and chase after the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSXs once again.
Yeah, now Pity Birombakti, I would say related to Voravud, and they're going to continue to go racing. And look how little there is between the two Birombaktis in the Team Singer Thailand Honda NSXs, and now he's starting to have to cover. So Stuvik, whatever it was in those opening laps, is starting to recover, forced to the inside, forced to cover very, very deep. Stuvik's going to look for the drive off. Going to start to pull alongside this time. When they go fighting, Stuvik is going to look for the crossover. That second phase of acceleration, something's happened to the 62 car. This was our race leader.
Sure was. That's not good.
Flat
up on the
tire,
jacks.
changing a tire.
Left rear, it would have to be. Yeah, they've rolled something away there. And that's a disaster, obviously, for the car that was leading the race. Meanwhile, this battle pack continues to brew. It is allowing Vorapur Bironbaki just a little bit of breathing room. And his teammate Piti Bironbaki now leading this main pack of... and there we go, out of the pit lane comes the 62. And carry on in this race, but not ideal to say the least.
Yeah, and remember, he's going to have to hand that over to Ashen PRS later on. That will not count as their compulsory pit stop. So they will have to come back in. That's an unscheduled one. The window will open at 4:32 and 53 seconds local time, which we'll keep an eye on for you, ladies and gents. But you'll see the board as soon as it's open either way. Now around the outside at turn 9 becomes the inside at 10. Are they just about touched? There was not quite enough space for Sandy Stuvik to get down the inside. Still going to fight it. Piti Bironbakti enters the series. This is a debut race, at least for that we're aware of, for Piti Bironbakti, and Stuvik's going to have to run very, very wide trying to pull that car up. This is a stout battle. This one's going to go on for a very, very long time. And once again, the NSX pulls out ahead. Here comes the BMW at turn 1.
Solid dive and then some there from the number 90 machine. And I have to say, I like to see that there, that's for sure. They get back on with the racing there. And down to turn 3 we'll go once again. And how about this? Jeffrey in the Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes going to get in on the action, but runs in a little too hot. And all of a sudden, Junsun Chen through to P5, past the Piti Bironbakti as well. So all kinds of shuffling here, and we're only 10 minutes into this one, Scott.
I can't believe we're 10 minutes. Again, we were talking about it with the GTM GT4 is, you know, it's a 60-minute race, boys. Calm it down, sort it out. The other thing is, think about the tyres, and... oh, now they make contact! Over at turn 6! And you could sense it was coming. 10 minutes into a 60-minute race. Sandy Stuvik under pressure. 5-second penalty. And the number 12 car's pulled up. It could be over. It could be over. Did he leave enough space? Did he know Sandy Stuvik was there?
I'm going to posit a guess that he wasn't expecting that. Does get the car going again, at least. So, got that resolved. Seems for now. But, oh, man. Talk about a kick in the guts there for that one. And now going to be a long way off this fighting pack that he was definitely a part of as well. And also getting word of an incident involving cars 12 and 85, which appear to be Bironbakti. But also they've noted, that might have meant to have said 37. I don't think Jeffrey Lee in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes really had much to do with anything in all that one there, so I'll presume confirmation that'll get updated in due course. In all of that, Huang Rohan, your race leader, after the unfortunate demise of the number 62 to the pit lane at least for a unexpected tyre change.
Oh, word. It's been a while since, I mean, gee, the last time we saw contact like that was at Sepang, and it was Winkelhock, and it was the Porsche. And I was reading some articles. I was just doing some reading in the downtime we had between races, but it was the Porsche we had.
Oh,
and
no.
Now the car's going around. Now the other NSX.
And this is going to be self-inflicted. They've been way too far back. And yeah, over the curb, the car gets loose. It sends around the 89, seeing a Motorsport Team Thailand entry. So, incident, contact, and yeah, confirmation from race control that they've now got the cars logged correctly. That will be the 37 and the 12 that is being reviewed for that incident there. Just before that as well, the number 12 machine also noted by race control for exceeding track limits too many times in that second of the Honda NSXs. So, right, we've had a car have an unexpected tyre go down, then had contact spin a car, and now the teammate, the sister car, spinning on its own volition. Now it means that the leader has an 9.9 second margin at the start of this 9th lap of the race with 46 minutes now on the clock halfway through.
But I wonder, Dan, whether or not with this 27 car, they might be just preserving the tyre a little bit. Now, the race before we started coverage last year was, I think it was the first race of the season last year. Winkelhock, on the very last lap, got by somebody. He had a 5-second penalty he had to overcome, and he drove around it. And that was, I want to say, the Saturday of the first round of the season last season. I was watching some old footage back just before we got involved with the series and just sort of trying to teach myself and get up to date with what was going on. But that was a brilliant drive from Winkelhock back then. It's now 10 seconds to the race lead. And the other side of the coin is those two lead cars are starting to relatively match pace. They're not really pulling away. You know, Adisak's going to have to try and make sure that he covers off Winkelhock. Winkelhock might come at him really, really quickly late on in this race. In the meantime, I think this might be Chun Sun. And I believe he'll hand over to Betty Chen later on in the BMW. And now Sandy Stuvik, after that contact and spin, starting to catch up on the leading Mercedes as it currently stands. Yeah, that'll be the leading Mercedes.
Yeah, Douglas Khou's a little bit further back in the Viper Ninja Racing Mercedes. So Jeff Lee there doesn't really fight that one too hard at turn 1. So Stuvik back through to, what is that going to be? Pardon me, it's going to be P5 for now. But in all this scrapping, 25 seconds off of your race leader.
Oh, and by the way, Dan, a bronze GT3M car leads the race.
Which means I got the shortest pit stop of everyone at the minimum 90 seconds. Which will mean, yeah, they don't have to worry about we're actually going to gain time, in theory, on the field. Like, yeah, for the number 27 in behind, they have to serve a 118-second transit. So that's going to be 28 seconds that Marcus Winkelhock is going to have to somehow miraculously find in the final 35 minutes. He's good. I'd be shocked if he's that good, unless they also throw a set of tyres at him and say, have at it. Speaking of action on track, there we go. Douglas Khou's now got, I think, something he wouldn't have expected necessarily to see. Vorval Birumbakti behind him, racing 4th position in this number 89 Honda NSX. Let's see here as Douglas defends a little bit into turn 8. Going to make that a little uncomfortable for Vorval to make that work. So you have to wait probably for turn 12 here at this stage.
Yeah, but he's got to set him up properly. I think right now he's not backing up corner entries. Like, you see he's right on him as he's coming into all of the corners, not giving him the opportunity for that skill to sort of show for Van Dam. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch him try and build this overtake, because, you know, Douglas Khou, like you said earlier, has raced LMP3 in Asian Le Mans. He, you know, done a ton of driving over his years, and very, very experienced campaigner. One of the oldest GT3 drivers in the world at 58. But he is still out there, which is more than you can say that for you and I, Dan. We don't have a spare $1 million to go buy a race car.
No, there'll be plenty of other things I'd probably have to sort out first before race cars come into the equation of and also other things sorted out to have $1 million in the equation as well on both sides. So, you know.
YouTube chat, put us together a race car. You're on it. We'll leave it with you. There's 107 of you watching over there at the moment. We all get on it together. In the meantime, diving back down to the inside, Vorval finally sees the door open, and Douglas Khou leaves him enough space and nothing more. There was not an inch more than Vorval Birumbakti needed right there, and Douglas Khou again continues to hold ahead. So Khou's doing a phenomenal job. This is the best he's driven. He looked all at sea last year in that Aston Martin, so I wonder whether or not the Aston Martin might have been having some sort of issues that just didn't align with that car. He's in a Mercedes now, and he seems to be liking that car a lot more, you know, a lot closer to the pack. And now Vorval has got to find a way to try and get around him. Thai driver versus Malaysian driver. Malaysia leads the way as it currently stands, as does Mercedes.
Well, whilst we've been talking here, Scott, also, and some of our viewers here who have got the live timing open as well elsewhere have seen this and shared the news, and you can see the aftermath of it just there in the background of shot. But the 37 win here by BQAR Audi. Sandy Stuvik aboard the car has been, or was issued, a drive-through penalty for making contact with the number 12 Honda NSX, as we saw there when it happened live. So fairly open and shut case it seems on that one there, Scott, because it took about, what, maybe 10 minutes at most of deliberation to decide that yeah, car at fault, send the penalty, get that one done and dusted. So our field now spread by about half a lap here at Chang, as you can see on the track map in the bottom right of the screen. Hong Han already around the final turn, and to start his next lap of the race, his 13th to be precise. And these guys here fighting over P7 in the race. Actually, pardon me, it's now P6 because Sandy Stuvik behind has lost these two lost a couple of spots here. As here comes Stuvik, second time up at the inside, almost at one of these Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Hondas. And this time it's the second of the Biron Bhaktis, or I guess maybe the first. Depends on which way you want to go with it here. But Vorovud now going to be on the defensive, and he's got a very angry charging Audi that wants back by. It also brings pity into the equation once again. So if anything, you'd argue the drive-through penalty has neutralised the consequence of that incident, and these four can get on with racing. And how's that there in the top left of the screen next to the drivers' names? Last lap times on this circuit. These guys here all scrapping away in the 142s behind Douglas Koo. Meanwhile, Hong Rohan also pulling a casual second on P2 and P3.
He's driving phenomenally, and that battle for second is going to close up, as currently does the battle. Finally, Vorovud Biramdakti finds a hole. Now he makes contacts with Douglas Koo. They will trade some paint, and Sandy Stuvik just says, well, boys, that was good to watch, but I'm off over this way. Although Vorovud Biramdakti's got something to say about it. I wonder whether or not Koo's car's okay. There'll certainly be some scrappage on the left front of Vorovud Biramdakti. The next corner they get down to, down here at 4, the long way round now for Sandy Stuvik. And Vorovud Biramdakti has had to wait and wait and wait for his opportunity to have a crack. And as soon as it came, well, the other guys all got a freebie on Douglas Koo. Stuvik now picks up 2 spots on the lap and gets to watch another driver get involved in the scrap for a change. Check this out.
Big old send on the brakes, a little bit of a bump there, maybe just contributing. Douglas gives plenty of space to Vorovud, just can't quite get it pulled up there in the middle of the road. That also opens the door, as you said, for Sandy Stuvik up the inside, and away he goes. And back to live pitch as we come, as Vorovud a little loose there on the way in to the final turn, allowing Pity to close up there. And how about this? There you go, Akash Nandi now closing in on these guys as they continue to try and make up some lost time and lost ground in that 62 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi in all of this here as well. Unfortunately for Douglas, whilst he's looking better than he was in the Aston, his pace is still unfortunately a fair ways off what we're seeing from these other guys here. And so now I think he'll be dropped pretty quickly as Akash up the inside of Pity at turn 3. Even with a slightly wider entry, Honda isn't going to get back through. So 62 is probably on a mission about now to say, we were at the front for a reason. Let me try and demonstrate that to you right now.
Well, done a phenomenal job to get back to where they are after an unscheduled pit stop. And then again, you know, when you cleared off at the front nicely. And now going to fire it back down the inside as Pity. We're on back tick. But the job now that Akash Nandi's got to do, sometimes you get dealt a bad hand. The best drivers are the drivers that recover from it, and that will be the mindset of Nandi as it currently stands. Now right to the rear bumper. Vorovud Biramdakti off of turn 8, run down to turn 9. This one's not long. Not long at all before this will resolve itself. I'll tell you what, Team Singer Motorsports, Team Thailand, I've got some questions to ask them themselves overnight. Number 1 will be, are the cars okay? They're certainly lapping okay at the moment, but is there not greater damage underneath? Because that contact for Vorovud Biramdakti as he loses the spot to Akash Nandi. That was not a light piece of contact. He's going to come back at him too. Look at the NSX get the drive off the last corner. They seem to be supreme at getting the power down coming off the final corner. That seems to be their strongest place on the track, getting through the gears. And now Nandi will come back at him once again as they swap positions once more on the run down to turn 2. They get to the kink. Still no one is clearly ahead. Down to turn number 3. Nandi was supreme on the brakes down here last lap. Looked very, very strong. But Burambakti's not going anywhere, and he'll take the wider entry line, looking for a crossback, maybe better drive off. No, can't carry the pace through the mid-corner. And now Akash Nandi's picked off another spot. Back to 7th spot. 3 seconds up the road, Sandy Stuvik beckons.
And then from there, it is sort of the wild, wild west, or just an open expanse. As in all of this, these guys... I'm trying to remember, was the 85 Craft Bamboo car with these guys at one point, or not? Because if he was, they've somehow lost nearly 20 seconds. Which doesn't quite add up with that times. I did. Yeah, I just did. I take no responsibility for Jeffrey Lee, unfortunately. Wow. Okay. Oh, so on the entry to turn 8, he's already out in the gravel, way offside the circuit. That is a very... And the pit window opens. Does anyone dive in here now to get this? Surely people are diving in here now to get their pit stops done if they can. The biggest problem is, here you go, say this fight for second place is happening, and they're up at turn 3. That car's buried in gravel. It is off out of the way. Maybe they can retrieve the car without needing a safety car. But surely there are teams. Akash Nandi in the pits. Piti Birambakti in the pits. Douglas Koo in the pits. So if there isn't a safety car called, the 62 car might just get their way back into this race by virtue of this, but only... The only problem is saying that also too, they'll go a lap down by doing this now. That is the other problem that they do take, and they'll have to get that lap back under a green flag cycle.
You guys will see it here in about 10 seconds or so show up, but yeah, the safety car's going to get... I was going to say to you, Dan, there's no way they can remove that car without a safety car. It'll be a safety car for sure. And the key factor of all of this will be, where do you come out relative to the race leader? So we've got to keep an eye on where Huang Rohan is. Safety car comes out, they'll go 1 lap down. Even though you lose 1 lap, you'll still condense the field back up under safety car. So you've got to be in the pit lane before the safety car is called. At that point in time, they freeze the window. So whatever's left on the clock.
It's about 30... pit window closed. It was closed basically 1 minute and 4 seconds in. Actually, I got the messages here. So at 4:32 and 53 seconds local time at the track, the pit window opened with 35 minutes remaining. At 4:33 and 57 seconds, the pit window was closed. So they only got 1 minute and 4 seconds of the pit window time done. Is that turn 1 or the front? That's turn 1, I think. Somehow the number 90 of Junsun Chen has come around. The 91. Now, did they get into the pits in time? Yeah, confirmation it's on the exit of turn 1. Now, is that number 91 BMW Chunha Chen was behind the wheel to start, but Jesse Cron will now have jumped aboard. Will that have worked out for them here?
Think about the drivers that are coming around on the racetrack. Is the other thing to think about as well. Think about where that car's parked. They have to go forwards. There's no way you pull reverse there. But have they stalled it and they can't get the car open? Again, Dan, keep considering, this is a wild race and there's a ton going on. Remember, it's 40 degrees Celsius over there. So, you know, Celsius to Fahrenheit, add a little bit of that in as... yeah, it's... My word, what's been happening this race? I reckon there might be some oil coming out of the lower end of the tire, Dan.
Could be the case, yeah. As you said, if there's oil and products coming up out of the track, and just making that surface a little more exciting. Also, a good point made that maybe it was some kind of brake failure or car failure. That certainly would make sense coming up into something like turn 8 and being all the way out there in the gravel. And so they've got to just try and extract this car forward. So going to need to give that a bit of a pull from the front, but also a push from the back here. Let's see if I can get this car can get restarted perhaps and be allowed to rejoin. Then again, it's been towed out of gravel. That might not be permitted.
Yep.
Yeah.
What a race. Oh, okay. So let's get you an update on the cars that did come to pit lane. So, Chunhua and Jesse Crone in 3rd place and 91. I'm showing them with a pit stop.
We have to wait for the timing to update here, I think, to actually confirm who's where.
Yeah. So I think they've had a pit stop. Sandy Stuvik and Deng Yi had a
drive-through penalties.
So that's not a pit stop for them.
Yeah. It may actually legitimately look like that the 91 BMW, Chunha, Chen and Jesse Cron.
But they were only in the pits for 30 seconds, so that's not valid. That can't be. That's a glitch on the timing screen for sure. So
good point. Good point indeed. Yeah.
The cars that have definitely done a pit stop. So we'll give you the 3 that have definitely done a pit stop. Douglas Koo definitely did a pit stop in and out 139, so I think he's fine. I don't think there'll be much going on there. Pity Burenbakti handed over out of the 12 NSX to Kantasak. Kantasak now in that car. That's a valid pit stop. And then Akash Nandi and Action Pierres. Pierres is now in that car, and they've got a valid pit stop as well on the system. So all 3 of those guys, definitely valid pit stops done. I don't think the other NSX got into the lane in time.
No, and they haven't actually come into the pits at all to confirm that fact. So there's confirmation also we're about ready to go racing again, so we will get a restart here. So, yeah, maybe it's a case of the 91 went down the pit lane, but then they got in too late, so indeed, because that looks to me like that would be Jesse... Actually, sorry, pardon me. I think I was going to see a picture of Jesse Cron, perhaps, but that's definitely Marcus Winkelhock there. It's on the helmet, funnily enough. Because we did see someone... I did see BMW M Motorsport driver. It did seem like that might have been a case of Jesse Cron there. And it would have been something there. As while we are under safety car, if I'm reading this right, while they're still circulating here, the pit window has been reopened. So cars can come in straight off this restart, as if I understand it right. And the clock counts down. So,
there
you go. So the confirmation. So basically cars could basically peel in here straight away, I guess, to get their compulsory stop done. So the main one being Akash Candy and Eshem Pyrrhus. There they are at the back of the train. But as you said, compulsory stop done. Only problem, they're a lap behind the field. At least their leaders and competitors that they were looking to race with.
Now, in
saying that, with the pit stop time, well, their stop was long, but for, say, like the number 25 that's out front, only 90 seconds. And in fact, oh my, well, how about that there? He's going to chase the safety car into the pit lane there and tick that box off straight away. But it caught the 27 napping a little bit there. And here we go. Never mind. Green flag is out. We're back racing, folks. And everyone on the lead lap straight into the pit lane to get this compulsory stop done.
Well, things you expected to see from a race today, Dan. That wasn't it. I've never seen that before. The only time I've ever seen that in racing is cars must transit through the pit lane. Is the only time. So anyway, either way, it's in progress at the moment. The 91 car's in. They're going to do that swap. So that confirms that they had not pitted, which follows on from what we said earlier. Is there anyone? Yeah, there is one car in the lead lap that did not dive into the pit lane there, and it was the number 90 BMW M4. So
on fighting something fierce as well. It's literally the last thing that Eshem Pyrrhus really needed. The 27 needs a bit of a backup to get the angle right to be able to pull out from behind, I presume, one of the cars in front of it. It's further up the lane. Carlo Van Dam being strapped into the number 89 for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand's on the NSX. Get things strapped up, guys. Get ready to go running again. Because you need to try and obviously beat out a couple of cars here that are now getting heat back in their tyres. Compulsory stop's done. And for Eshan Pires, he really needs to clear this BMW of Jun-Sun Chen. As there we go. First car out. Adasak going to be getting his car out. Don't forget, they had a 90-second stop. They had the shortest compulsory stop of the field, along with a couple of other cars like the Craft Bamboo Mercedes and the number 90 BMW. There we go. Pires through, but he's got about a straight and a half to go play catch-up. Critically, where are the other cars that need to cycle out of the pit lane? He might now be basically in third place. As there we go, 91, Jesse Cron out, 27, Marcus Winkelhock out, nose to tail, and Carlo Van Dam, 89. So we have three arguably best drivers in the field, all coming out nose to tail here. But they've got to hunt down the race leaders who are well cleared up the road, Scott.
Well, I think the best part about this, completely and utterly, Dan, is right now the GT3M competitors lead the race, albeit one of them still yet to come in and take their stop, which is the number 90 car. That will hand over to Betty Chen in that one. Sandy Stuvik climbs out of the 37 car, Dang Yi in, which I get the feeling that is going to be a Sandy Stuvik who wants to go and jump in the cool-down bath and get cooled off. That was not the cleanest stint in a GT3 car I've ever seen, but it was aggressive. And if there's one thing we've learned about Sandy Stuvik thus far, it's all about aggression from Sandy Stuvik. Does not back down from a fight at all. Now Dang Yi's got the opportunity to try and pull this car back to the lead pack. It was a long stop for them. They are the longest of the stops at 2 minutes and 18 seconds. So difficult to see where we stand at the moment. And Marcus Winkelhock will have an opportunity to go chasing as well. As these cars start to come down the start-finish line, we will start to clear up some questions that we've got about what does it look like. So the 25 car leads the way. Adasak behind the wheel from the 12 car. Kantasak and now the 90 cars in pit lane to serve their pit stop, which will cleanse the field entirely. So we will have knowledge in laps time of exactly what it looks like up and down the field. Then it's Kantasak in the first of the NSXs. Then it'll be Eshan Pires, Douglas Koo, Jesse Krohn, I believe, and then Winkelhock will come through after that. Well, that all shuffled. That got excited very, very quickly, Dan.
Yeah, it sure did. And in fact, according to the timing there, the number 90 somehow scored a lap ahead of everyone. Somehow in all of this, I'm not quite sure how that's quite worked out, given that 25 was scored as leading. But anyways, I'll get the car ready. And Jun-Sun Chen is out. Yin Yu Chen will be the driver you can see there to hop aboard that number 90 for AAI Motorsport BMW M4 GT3. Try and get some fresh hand-cooked tyres on this one. Oh, she clears some space to jump back in the car once it's all ready for her to go. And indeed, slide on in. Get yourself strapped in. Belts, radio, maybe drink line as well. But also do it within the time window for them. It's a 90-second pairing, so going to need to get that one sorted out there. It's back to the race leaders we come, who are entering the final turn once again, so they will be rescored as leading the race. 22.5 minutes on the clock here. Scott, as they power down the front straight, and Kantasak there in the background. That's the number 12 for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. So that is now your top two cars. And how's that there for last lap time showing up? We need to watch out for the number 12 to make an appearance in the background over the next little while. As the number 90 rolls down the pit lane back to the racetrack.
Yeah, so there's a lot of watching, and we just got to watch times basically at this point in time. So the field will get cleansed here. The 25 car is going to lead the way by about 5 seconds. There's about a second and a half from the 12 to the 62. So Eshan Pires is incredibly close to Kantasak, but Kantasak was faster on that last lap. The next car, though, Jesse Krohn, the first of the BMWs, is about 3 seconds off the rear of Eshan Pires in the Audi. So, and I tell you what, he's just gone through sector one. and the time is good. The time is very, very good. In fact, fastest first sector time of the race. So we've gone purple for the number 91 BMW in that first sector. Problem being, I hope they don't cook those tires. There's some stout racing to come, and they're going to need every little bit of grip that's available to them. We're on their run down through to the end of the sector right now. We'll get an update for you when they get there. Well, it's quick as well, Dan. That's extremely quick. So that number 91 is very, very quick at the moment. So race leader, when he crosses the start-finish line now, for the 25, he'll go to the race lead because that timing sheet has now adjusted itself and brought us back up to date.
Look at that there for Kandersak as well. 1.8 seconds faster than Adasak here in the fight between the top two players. Eshampiris a second faster than Adasak as well. There you go, the 62 playing itself back into the race. He's got to find 7 seconds to catch the race leader, but 20 minutes to do it. And Jesse Cron, 8 seconds back from the race lead. Pardon me, this is interval, sorry. 3 seconds from P1 to P2, 6.7 from P2 to P3. Diff, that's what you want for the gaps. Jesse Cron, 17 seconds off the lead, but a 136.8. If he can pull that off for a couple of laps and chop away at 2 seconds a lap to the race lead, that plays that 91 car into the equation. And Marcus Winkelhock, only half a second off. Although in saying that, not the fastest of the B-Quik cars. That goes the way... no, sorry, I take that back. He is the fastest of the B-Quik cars. There is still PTB on back. Kandersak in that Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX. It is charging hard, charging fast. It's not quite the fastest car on track, Scott, but certainly in prime position to make the most of it.
Oh, we've got a barnstormer. This one is going to be a nail biter right down at the end, and it's going to be a battle of, you've got to be quick, but, make sure you got the tires on. Flashing the lights early, Kandersak says, I'm coming. I'm going to lead this race. And Singer Motorsports Team Thailand feeling confident enough, looking at Adasak.
Oh, again.
He flashes the lights. Well, he's got a reason to flash the lights. 1.7 seconds out of him, and the gap now down under that, so he'll be on him at the end of this lap. Will he get there before he gets down to turn 3? He's going to be close coming off of turn 3, you feel. And again, the lights. He's letting Adasak know, hey, I'm here, I'm coming. There's a race win to be had, and I do not want to be held up.
Well, you better believe surely Adasak's going to put everything in it for himself. Maybe his teammate too, but watch out for Eshampiris gain another 1.3 seconds on Adasak. Jesse Cron, 36.4, fastest car on track right now. By three tenths. Winkelhock's trying to go with him, but not quite got the raw pace. But the 91.27, if Adasak can play defense here and maybe hold up Kandersak, draws in Pieris, if he does it long enough, potentially Jesse Cron gets into the picture. But here we go, straight to the inside off of turn 7, and Kandersak is not hanging around and is not going to be denied that race lead.
Yeah, straight there. Got to the inside at the exit of 7. It was Kandersak just didn't quite get the drive that he was looking for. So it'll be a change of hands for the race lead. Now Kandersak has just got to go. Go as hard as he can. The guys that are coming from behind him are coming at a rate of knots. Eshampiris will be there. Remember, the fastest lap of the race. So let's run through the fastest laps of the race as they come out of the final corner right now. 36.9 for the car that leads the way. Was not their most recent lap. They had an overtake to do. 37.9 for Adasak in the 25 car in P2. 37.5 for Eshampiris. That's been in their stint. That's the most recent lap, was on lap 22. Jesse Cron, lap 22, 36.4. Marcus Winkelhock is pushing new lap times out. So I think there's going to be an update with that car because his sector times are supreme. So he took a couple laps to bring that tyre in, and he might have some life under him as a result as well. The other guys might start to burn their tyres off very, very quickly, and there's 17 minutes on the clock, Dan. 17 minutes. This is going to be supreme.
I mean, yeah, the $1 million question is if Kandersak can do 138s or 37s, that might be enough to hang on to the race lead. Like, we've only got 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this race. And drivers like Jesse Cron is 12.6 seconds off the lead. Winkelhock is 16 seconds off the lead. It would basically require that NSX to suddenly have a tyre degradation cliff and suddenly run out of speed, whilst the two cars behind able to keep going at a pace that we wouldn't quite expect. As well, I can tell you that in Sector 1, personal best for that 27 Audi Winkelhock, and I believe he's also potentially made himself a fastest second sector of anyone in the race. So that time might just come down again for the 27. So wait to see here what this lap time's going to be for the number 12. Now to these out in clean air, 16 minutes on the board. Across the line here will come, and it's a 137.8. That is a bit of pace degradation from him. Adisak, no response, 39.4 back there for him. I think I saw Eshan Pierce in the background already of Adisak, 37.9 that last lap. So closing in on P2, not quite P3 though. P1, sorry, at this stage. You see that the pit window is now closed. It's just under 16 minutes remaining in this race. And then in behind Eshan Pierce, Jesse Cron, 36.5. He's coming. And then in behind him, Marcus Winkelhock, new fastest lap, 36.3, continuing the charge.
Oh, my word. Yeah, now it becomes the thing, doesn't it? And if you have a look at Jesse Crone, he did a tenth slower than his previous best, whereas Winkelhock sort of punched into he took the fastest lap, and then the next lap by, he improved it just a fraction. So, taking pace out of this one, but looking after the tyre, that's the key the second half of this race. And the problem they've got is that both of those cars, the 91 and the 27, just took a second and nearly a second and a half out of Eshan Pieris up ahead. The margin between Jesse Crone to Pieris was 4.2 seconds at the start of the last lap. He's going to eat into that in a couple of laps. So they're going to get there, Dan. They're going to get there based upon the time. I reckon we got 5 or 6 laps. Actually, probably got more than that. It's probably around 7 or 8 laps left to go. And he's going to get there in about 3. So we'll have 5 laps from there. The big thing is, Pitty did a phenomenal job in that opening stint. Yeah, racing happened. That's what happened. But they kept that car going. And now they're on with a phenomenal shot for a race win for a brand new car to the series.
As we look here at some of the drivers in this battle pack, and look at this here, they're all lining up now on the front straight. Jesse Crone is number 91, AAI Motorsports BMW M4 GT3. And looking at the last lap times again, there you go, they're on screen now. 37.7 for Kanasaki, race leader. Not too bad. 38.8 struggling there for Adisak. Then Eshan Pieris, 38.2's dropped off relative to the leader. Jesse Cron, Marcus Winkelhock still in the 36s. So pulling more than a second a lap on your race leader every time at this stage. But can they keep that up? And also the things like when they get to Eshan Pieris, is he going to be able to put up a defenses? We actually do have the ability to bring back audio for you here, folks. It actually means we do jump forward in time a little bit. So 13 minutes on the clock as we've now basically gone from, imagine, warping from turn 3 to turn 7, but we'll now get things updated. There's Carlo Van Dam as well, trying to catch up with these guys ahead. Unfortunately, he's not been able to go as fast as these guys in front of him. In fact, he's back in the 138s as well, the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand 89.
Yeah, so they're obviously there could be damage on that car too, as it currently stands. And as they've all gone through the start-finish line, I can tell you that this time by, there's an update to the fastest lap of the race. And now it goes the way of Jesse Crone. You can see the shadows starting to come over the circuit. The track's cooling off just a little bit. 36.366. Winkelhock 36.4. Guess what? They took 1.7 now out of Eshan Pieris up ahead. The margin at the line between Eshan Pieris and Jesse Crone down under a second. That's a battle that's going to happen at the tail end of this lap.
Yeah, it's like not even tail end of this race, even though we're inside of 12 minutes to go. It's coming in this lap. It's more, I guess, a game of how quickly can Jesse Cron get past Eshan Pieris, because can Eshan maybe just play teammate for Marcus Winkelhock, get him drawn in a little bit quicker? As we check in here a little bit further down the pack, Douglas Koo got about 4 seconds on Yinyu Chen, or Betty Chen, as she's otherwise known here, in this second of the AAI Motorsport BMW M4s here today. And then in behind her is Deng Yi, and that win here by BQAR Audi, which unfortunately has not made much of an impact since finally getting their penalties, compulsory stops done before and after the restart. But this might be a scrap here for 8th place as well to worry about.
Yeah, I just want to see that battle, though. I want to see the battle for the podium positions because Pierres is going to be for the podium.
I think, look at the track map, Scott. That's a 9 in front of 62. I think Jesse Cron's already through.
Well, potentially. We're waiting. We're sitting and we're waiting for the sector time. What's going to happen?
There it is on the timing tower. It's done.
It's just come through. Well, there's been an overtake in the most recent lap. Now there's a battle on between these guys. What is Jesse Cron going to have? He's got 2.5 seconds up the road. There could still be P2 on for that car. And he's taken 9/10 of a second out of him on that lap. Got an overtake done and still took time out of the leader. This race is not over. Let alone for the 37 car with Deng Yi behind the wheel. Deng Yi versus Betty Chen, and look at how much Deng's coming at Betty in the braking zone. That car is coming as well.
Oh man, this is great stuff to watch here. Obviously, this sort of battle that's brewing, but at the same time, wanting to know what's happening up ahead with that fight for second on back, realistically, unless Candersac's car falls off a cliff and drivers like Jesse Cron and Marcus Winkelhock can get through in swift fashion whilst also having tyres still left underneath him. Because the fact is, those two guys with the lap times they've been punching in, like there is surely going to be a point at which the pace drops off for them both. Like even though, as you said, it's slightly cooling down there at the circuit as the sun begins to dip in Thailand. As we continue to watch here, Chen and Yi continuing to race off each other, and if they can catch up to Douglas Koo, that is the other thing they'll have to be interested in. Saying that, their lap times last time around all fairly similar, as it was a little wide from the number 90. Get it pulled up. Oh no, in the marbles, it's going to open the door very wide to Deng Yi, and that's going to be one of the easier passes to win here by BQAR. Audi is done in this race, Scott.
All we can do is sit, watch, and wait, ladies and gents. By the way, the 91, there we go. It's within 0.3 of a second now. It's a battle for P2. Adasak on the track has the car in place at the moment, but the driver...
Now here comes Jesse.
Here comes Jesse Cron in the 91 machine. The BMW's been on a barnstormer in the back half of this race. It's now to P2. He's got the inside. Move's not done. What has Adasak got for him? There was a tiny bit of locking in that car when they first put the foot on the brake, but now the BMW moves into P2. Here comes Marcus Winkelhock in the background. Did he get that job done? No, he didn't. Pierre still has that one in the background. This isn't over. There's spots to be swapped, and swapped they will in the last few laps.
All right, 8.5 minutes, 8.5 seconds was the gap at the line. The thing is, it's gonna have to take something miraculous from this 91 AAI BMW. Remember, it is time plus a full other lap. It's not gonna end up finishing before time runs out. So is this tyre life left in the 91 AAI BMW? There you go, Winkelhock's through on Pierce in the background. Now he wants through on Adasak. Will he be given it to allow the 27 and allow these GT3 professionals through? And yep, that has been, I'm pretty certain that's been let up there. Headlights were seen, headlights were acknowledged, and it's now going to be some of Europe's best GT3 drivers going at it whilst also trying to chase down Candersack for the race lead.
Yeah, this isn't over, so we'll give you the lap times because Candersac's just gone by the stripe. 1:38.132. By the way, just add into the fact, Winkelhock just improved his first sector time on that last lap and got 2 passes done for position. Oh, and whilst you're waiting for it, Pieris is going to have a go at Adasak down into turn 1 and harass him. So this race not over. 7 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock, ladies and gents. Keep your eyes glued. Don't take them anywhere, because in less than 10 minutes, you'll have the answers to the questions you've been asking. Is Winkelhock capable of catching and getting a move done on Jesse Cron? Oh, by the way, margin 1.5.
We'll bring up the last lap times here, or provided on the graphics that we're watching here with you as well. So the gap for Candersack to Jesse Cron only drops by 0.2 of a second on that lap, thanks to having to fight his way past Adasak there for second place. Marcus Winkelhock pulls 1.1 seconds out of the race lead. You can see gap still 8.5 for the lead. The time is now down under 7 minutes. This is going to have to suddenly change. We might start now having to talk about the battle for 4th here in this race. We check in with Candersack, your race leader there. Coming into turn 8. Has he got pace left in that car? Has he been managing the car perhaps to ensure that he's got something left if they keep on catching him? Or is he running this thing as hard and as fast as it can go, and he's just hoping that the fight they've had to go through to get to him is going to be enough here, Scott?
Well, think about this, Dan. That car was backwards after contact with Sandy Stuvik and leads the race.
It will certainly be the recovery race of the day as new laps coming in. And it's a 37.7 for your race leader on that last lap.
I wonder if any of the drivers are listening in. First thought is, go find Sandy Stuvik and get him to kick the door of my car before the race starts tomorrow, because apparently that's lucky.
That's an interesting way of putting it. For Jesse Cron, 36.8, Winkelhock 36.9. That's half a second, but it's not enough, and I think that's starting to say that the tyre does fall off here, this Hankook slick that they use. It makes for great racing potential, but it also means in these 1 hour races, there is certainly a way to overdrive it relative to what you're asking of it thing. So as long as Kantasak keeps this up, I think he's all right.
Well, not done yet. Anything can happen when the number 12 car with their silver driver at the wheel, Jesse Krohn gold, Carlo Van Dam gold, and Marcus Winkelhock platinum. So your top 3 rated drivers in the field are Winkelhock, Krohn, and Van Dam. And we're about to see Winkelhock and Krohn go toe-to-toe on an Ailing rubber. And that's the 91 machine, and you saw Winkelhock just in the background. Now it's about, okay, well, the tyre's gone. You've got to still extract pace out of that car. You can't afford not to. Have a look at the sector times. 22.9 for Jesse Krohn. 0.4 of a second better in Sector 1. 1.5 of a second better in Sector 2. What's the times when they come by the start-finish line compared to Winkelhock? Well, Winkelhock was better. He made up most of the ground in the final sector. Lap time, 36.906 from Krohn, 36.36. Oh no, my apologies. Now I'm reading the long column myself. 36.906 plays a 36.6 for Winkelhock. Winkelhock, 0.3 of a second. We are 1.3 seconds away from each other within this battle, and Winkelhock is coming.
Yeah, the back and forth, because remember, that last lap bit was Jesse Krohn with the advantage. Now it's Winkelhock with the advantage on this one. Are they going to figure it out? Because I think, yeah, they're not catching the race leader. There you go. Last lap time's up on screen. They gained half a second, but unfortunately that's not going to give you enough there as they work their way out of the turn 3 hairpin, back up towards turn 4 in this one here. Trying to see who's going to come out on top today. And as you said, it's going to be potentially for number 12 machine. They were able to get in before the safety car, get the pit stop done, and it worked out miraculously well for them. And then drive back past cars like Adisak in the 25 machine. And we're still there with Eshampiris, so don't forget, there's still that battle for 4th too that we have to think about as well.
Hey Dan, think about this. The pit lane window, when they would have gone past, wouldn't have opened. So the thing is, consider it this way. If Sandy Stuvik actually hadn't made contact with Piti Bourbakti, they wouldn't have been in the right spot to take advantage of that window. So that is lucky.
It is a good point to make. Yeah, because, yeah, it is true. Don't forget, the leaders were nowhere, were well past the pit entry. As there you go, P1, P2, P3 in shot. 37.6, sorry, for your race leader. 36.1 for Jesse Krohn. Marcus Winkelhock, 36.2, new fastest lap of the race here on lap 32. The tyres apparently are not done on that Audi just yet.
Who said there's tyre degradation to bring into the back of this one? Well, margin when they crossed the start-finish line for the first time between these two was down under a second. He took 3.5 of a second out of him. Now what has the driver of the 27 got beneath him? But Jesse Krohn, the Finnish driver, both from Europe for these guys. Different manufacturers, different ways. One of them has got a turbo. The other one, oh, it's a screaming V10. Stacked in the rear, the BMW, all the power up front. Bolted just in behind the front axle. Complete different styles of car, yet they generate such a similar lap time and go different ways about it. And now it comes down to driver talent. Look at Winkelhock. I reckon he's closer. I reckon he's taken time out of him. And guess what? New fastest first sector for Winkelhock. His own personal bet. Not the fastest of the session. But he lost 0.4 of a second in that first sector. It's the second and third sectors. He's taken 2 back out of him in the second. 2.5. Make it 2.5 of a second back out in that second sector. So this final sector is where it's all going to come back out. He's closer again. He's definitely coming here, Dan.
And he's
Here
got 2
comes the
laps to
27.
and 2 laps to figure it out. Don't forget, we are going to go to 0 seconds and then add another lap on the board. So he's got 2 more laps to sort it out. On that last lap, gains a 10th on Jesse Cron. The thing is, can he get it worked out in here through sector 1 that he doesn't lose too much time? As you said, the power of the BMW in this straight line configuration here is certainly a spot where it's a good car to have. And you can see there, even it just looks like he's pulling away comfortably on that lap there. They've gone through the sector marker. I can tell you 22.9 for Cron versus 23.1 in the opening sector. So it's another PB for Marcus Winkelhock according to the timing, but still losing some time there. So he's going to get it all back through this section here. So it's a long straight here that counts in sector 2, but then all of a sudden this middle section here, 4, 5, 6, all corners, all braking, all speed though as well that you have to manage apart from just the straight line stuff. And this is where we're going to see it come up in a second. 35.4 Jesse Cron, 35.2 Marcus Winkelhock, fastest second sector of the race.
Yeah, when he needs it, fastest second sector of the race. Right, there's to be 1.5 laps left to run. Winkelhock closes. If he's going to get the job done, it's get as close as he can on the straight, and then it'll be down through this sector. A long, long way back. Has Crone done enough? He had to look after the tyre a little bit. Oh, by the way, they're down to 4 seconds behind the race leader, so taking time out of Kantersak as well. He still is going to need to run a clean lap. He's going to have 3 seconds when they get to the line because it's coming down, it's coming down. What is it? 3.2. So that margin to the race leader is nothing in it. Now, all of a sudden, fastest lap of the race. Personal best. Sorry, not a purple lap for the BMW now. 36.3. Winkelhock, 36.4. Whilst it was purple in the second sector, Jesse Crone has found something again. And the BMW, the turbocharger, winds up for the final run down to turn number 3. Winkelhock, a long way back, gets in under brakes. Can he do anything about this one? Is this just too far gone? Have a look at the square off. Winkelhock struggling to keep that car tied to the apex at the exit of turn 3.
Pushing as hard as he can, a personal best sector 1, but may have sacrificed turn 3. And I think, that's a little bit more than a maybe. That's definitely a sacrifice turn 3 to make the opening sector look good, but throws it into turn 4. Maybe he can find a little bit of time back here, but I think this might just be it unless a mistake comes out from either Jesse Cron or Kantersak. They continue to hunt him down through this part. They gain a second in the middle sector alone on your race leader. That is where the time is going. It's another purple, by the way, for Marcus Winkelhock. So if he can just pull this final sector together as he flings the car into turns 8 and 9, there's maybe a purple on the cards to end the race. But look at the car dancing as it comes off the curb through 9 into 10. But I think despite this fight here, Kantersak, along with Piti Bironbaki, as you said, turned in the opening stint by the 37 of Senny Stuvik and Danier. They get the timing just right for the safety car rules, and it means they get the first win of the season here in TSS Supercar GT3.
Right place, right time for Team Singer Thailand, but it's a Honda NSX taking its first victory in the Thailand Super Series Supercar GT3, and they're happy with that one. Look at that. Look at how happy they are. For Piti, he's taken a whack. He probably won't be in the greatest shape as he currently stands. What a stoush. Oh, and by the way, the top 3 cars covered by less than 5 seconds. Phenomenal racing. Fastest second sector on the final lap of the race. Ashen Pieris will come home in 4th, albeit 18.5 seconds back from the lead. Adasak manages to hang on to 5th. Carlo Van Dam was taking time out of Adasak in the dying stages of that race. I reckon there might be damage, by the way, on that Honda NSX of Carlo Van Dam's. But the other Honda NSX comes home with a smile on its face with a win.
Yeah, almost a case of 2 halves there, because unfortunately for Carlo Van Dam, a sort of lonely 6th place finish for the number 89, along with Volvo Bironbaki. They did get caught out and weren't able to pit, so that did them a little bit rough. But there we go. Top 3 on screen. Piti Bironbaki and Kantersak from Chunha Cheng and Jesse Cron in that Team AAI BMW. And then Lin Ha and Marcus Winkelhock rounding out your podium in that Audi from B-Quik Absolute Racing and the Meng Model sponsorship on the 27. And while yes, best time for your leader was a 1:36.9, was eclipsed by the 36.3 of Jesse Cron and the 36.2 of Marcus Winkelhock as well. And indeed, that was a great race. I will admit I was a little worried with a 10-car field after some of the stuff we've seen in Super Compact, Super Eco, and the Super Pickup series. Might be having to find moments to really highlight, but the racing action did it all for us here today in this one, Scott.
Yeah, drivers lining up, getting themselves set, and it was 62 who led the race early. Then, all of a sudden, they were in the pit lane. Not sure what happened there. We're assuming it was a flat tyre. The battling in this pack was awesome, and Sandy Stuvik got the elbows out. You're going to see some of that action for sure. There it is, contact between the 12. Well, you'd say that car was facing the wrong direction. Maybe it was facing the right direction. They had to refire that car. And then, all of a sudden, more issues for that 89 machine. And it would have contact right here with Douglas Koo. So I'm going to say there's probably something bent within that steering just slightly. Not sure how this car ended up right out there. I'm going to say it was probably a moment way back in turn 6 that led to it being out there, and the 85 would not finish the race. That triggered the safety car. That led to this battle up at the front. As the 25 machine got passed by the 12, and then that final stanza. What a stanza it was. Overtakes aplenty, racing like you wouldn't believe. Amazing afternoon at the office for the field, I'd say, Dan.
I'd certainly agree with that assessment there. And I mean, yeah, it might be a 10-car field, and the safety car definitely played the part. But 100% great to be able to see that the TSS Supercar GT3 field had it all for us here today, as Cron debriefing down in the pit lane at the end of that one there. And well, I think hopefully we'll hear from him in a sec. When Goody does the post-race interviews here down in the pit lane. And, well, if you thought that was the height of the action, we've still got one more category of racing to come for this afternoon. Thailand Super Pickup in the Division 2, which is their Class C drivers for this year. They are set to come out still and have a race to round off this evening, or today's motorsport action here. So, see here, hopefully we'll get sound from Goody down at the trackside, but unfortunately I'm not hearing anything just yet.
Yeah, so how about that race from the Thai drivers who finished with the win? And Goody.
Hey, it's Goody.
ฤดูกาลในวันนี้และแน่นอนผู้ได้อันดับ3นะครับสำหรับวันนี้นะครับกับ B-Quik Absolute Racing นะครับมาคัสวิงเกอร์ฮอตและวินเซนต์หลิงนะครับ Congratulations Right, oh, they have so many simulations in here. Can you talk about that?
I didn't understand the question, but I'll just tell you something about the race. It was we were a bit unlucky with the safety car. Yes. We wanted to come in, then there was pit lane closed, so we lost a lot of track position, obviously. But yeah, we could make it back a little bit. As you can see, we are P3 now on the podium. I think for us it's a great achievement for tomorrow. I think starting from P3, everything should be possible. Fighting against the BMW was a little bit difficult. They were quite fast, especially on the straights. I think to overtake would have been probably impossible, but it was good fun, good racing.
โอเคมาคัสก็บอกว่ามันก็มีเหตุการณ์เนี่ยเกิดขึ้นค่อนข้างเยอะแยะแล้วก็มีจุดเปลี่ยนแหละหลังจากที่มีเซฟตี้คาร์เข้านะครับแล้วหลังจากนั้นเนี่ยก็มีการทำมาเรื่อยๆนะฮะแล้วก็หวังว่าพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยจะมีเรื่องราวที่ดีๆเกิดขึ้นกับตัวเขาอีกโอเค Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you sir. โอเคไปอันดับ2กันต่อนะครับอันนี้ก็ขับเคี่ยวมาดีมากสำหรับสาวกบิมเบอร์นะครับ Congratulations How do you feel with this race
It was a good race we had a little bit of drama at the pit stop so we did a drive-through Heavy missed one of the radio calls that we had so he boxed when the pit window was closed yeah so in terms of when you take this into consideration I think we can be very happy with P2
Yes, maybe absolutely. It's just a short question. So this is a driver first race. You have to so fast and make focus to the race too.
Yeah, for sure. We're starting on pole position in race 2. Now, obviously, we have a bit of a handicap with the timing. But yeah, we gave ourselves the best possible position for tomorrow's race, and we're definitely going to try to win it.
Also, supposed to be to win in the race again.
Yeah, for sure. That's why we're here. Every time we're out there, we try to win.
Congratulations again
Thank you.
โอเคนะครับก็ถามในเรื่องของการแข่งขันในวันนี้นะฮะซึ่งอย่างที่บอกว่ามันเป็นสิ่งที่เขาตั้งใจมาแล้วก็ทำมาตั้งแต่แรกเลยนะครับโดยผมก็บอกว่าจุนหัวเฉินเนี่ยก็ทำมาดีตั้งแต่แรกจนมาถึงตัวเขาเองนั่นเองนะครับเดี๋ยวไปดูกับแชมป์อันดับหนึ่งในสนามนี้นะครับกับสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์กับปีดีพิรมภักดีและกันศักดิ์กุศิริขอเสียงด้วยครับโอ้โหพี่ต๊อดต้องบอกว่าวันนี้ต๊อดคัมแบ็กครับสิงห์คัมแบ็กมาแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่ต๊อดครับ
ผมว่าดวงดีมากกว่าครับพอดีมีอุบัติเหตุแล้วก็ทำให้มันดรอปลงไปอยู่ข้างหลังเป็นช่วงเวลา
I mean, interesting, a lot of points there to sort of discuss, really, if you talk about it, Dan, in terms of things, because, well, both Winkelhock and Jesse said, hey, look, I mean, we could have run that race today. That would have been an awesome battle to go toe-to-toe there at the end. Pit stop timing didn't favour us, but, hey, look how close it was. Look how brilliant that race was. So they both had fun, for sure. That was just awesome racing.
It certainly was. Actually, I'm going to ask, can you keep talking? I'll be back with you in like 5 seconds. I'm sorry.
Well, ladies and gents, in terms of things, that was a phenomenal GT3 race. The final race of the first day of the season of 2024 is about to come your way. Oh, guess what? It's the Super Pickups once again, but this time back, it's the Class C action. Remember last time out, we had the A and B drivers out on track. 36 cars took to the track. This time, 24, rounding out a full grid of 60 cars that we've got available to us across the weekend. The Super Pickups, it's become the most popular racing category in Thailand. Well, you're going to see all that it has to offer in all its glory in just a few moments. Pit lane exit has been open. We'll be moving to our start procedure. A couple minutes. Might just sit back, take a break, relax, and enjoy this interview in the meantime.
คนอื่นสามารถช่วงชิงตำแหน่ง
Hello, ladies and gents, and welcome back once again. We've all grabbed a breath after that GT3 racing action, and now it's going to be time to bring ourselves up to date with what's happening in Thailand Super Pickup D2, which is your Class C drivers. Earlier on in the day, we had the race, but it was a mix of the A and B class drivers. This one will be a straight-out shootout, all drivers on track all at once, and they'll all be part of the same racing action. What's that going to look like? What's all the fun to do with? Well, it's a whole bunch of Isuzu D-Maxes going up against. In this class, we've also got the Mazda BT50 Pro, a Mitsubishi Triton, a Chevy Colorado. Yeah, just a ton of different makes, manufacturers, and trucks of different style and an outing, Dan. I love this series. I love this class. This is brilliant racing.
Yeah, indeed. Be curious to see how our Class C drivers tackle this one here. We've seen the A and B class drivers grouped together for D1, Division 1, as it were, and then this is Division 2 to round out the field. But I mean, between the 36 trucks that started that Division 1 race, the 24 trucks set to start this Division 2 race, I mean, it is the biggest field by far, a full 60 trucks. No wonder they can't put them all on track at the same time. So have a rolling start for these guys as well, like we saw in that earlier truck race, and basically like every other race we've seen today, with the exception of practically the only one that didn't have a rolling start was the Thailand Super Eco that raced earlier this afternoon. For those of you watching along, so indeed, going to be another 12-lap sprint to round out this evening's action here today at the Chang International Circuit. You can see there now, it is definitely starting to get a little dark. And to think it's only 5:23 in Thailand, as indeed, there you go, stretched across the banner there on that start-finish straight. Confirmation D, this is Division 2. But Goody down trackside now, getting ready to rev up the fans and the drivers and everyone there at the track for this final race of the day.
Yeah, he's walking up to our pole position driver at the moment. It's Super Moncol. He's in the 58 entry, and phenomenal qualifying performance for Super Moncol. He is going to take us through a phenomenal starting lap from the front row. Akachat is going to be off alongside of him in the 34 entry as well, and the joy, ladies and gents, for 12-lap finale to finish off our racing for the day is 24 cars, and rolling start will be good to see. Reminder that we saw earlier on in the day that the Super Pickups ran a rolling start then. We'll be doing so, I believe, yet again this afternoon. Have a look at the cloud cover. Oh, sorry, the shade now starting to come up over the circuit in the afternoon. It'll be a welcome reprieve standing in that shade. Compared to the sun it was beating down earlier on. And first off, you got to get through lap 1, turn 1. Albeit white lines don't mean all that much. Although I will say that, having said that, Dan, do you remember earlier in the day we saw that penalty to the 17 car in the GTM field? Took advantage from whilst running off track. I do wonder if that was not turn 1, lap 1, because he used the pit lane exit and came out of it with a place. So I think that may have been... Stewards are effectively looking at it and going, well, if you didn't gain an advantage by being off track, we're okay with it. Where you gained places by being out there, that's where you'll get penalised. So
yeah, there's all of that to worry about here in this race. I think that would be a fair assumption and expectation based on the on what happened there. In that kind of situation, we do see these drivers take liberties turn 1, lap 1 quite often, and because of the fact there's a nice asphalt runoff there, sometimes, yeah, once or twice you do see a driver going all the way to the pit exit, way out there trying to keep their speed up. So certainly would be hoping that's not going to be so much the case. It's now only a couple of minutes away from the formation lap starting. So up here at the front of the field, the number 58 is Super Moncol. Going to be car here on the inside to lead them away down towards turn number 1 on his left side, and the outside for that opening turn, it'll be number 34, Vakachat Miprom, in this also Isuzu all-new D-Max. SMK Arcana, MK Sport cars going to line up on that front row there. Third place is the number 54 machine, Saran Yu, and another one of the all-new D-Max. And the third SMK Arcana MK Sport cars there to kick things off. And then first one I saw this weekend, Mazda BT50 Pro in the hands of Tanawa, the H-Long Turbo Team entry there for this one this evening. I say this evening, it's almost evening in Thailand. It's very much evening for you and I in Australia, but that's not really part of the discussion. P5 there for Arnifap, and another one of our Isuzu D-Maxes. Then first Triton in Class C, going to go the way of the number 9 of Prekbong, seeing a TT Motorsports entry there. But, definitely Isuzu D-Max, a popular truck amongst this field. Depong there in the number 18, and apparently he wants to be charging forward there, Scott.
I don't blame him. Long way to go forwards as we roll across to the number 50 of Nudapong and celebrating. You know what the big thing I like, Dan, is the Thai people. Just the happiness. Everyone's happy to be in a Baron car racing, smiling, waving, energetic the whole time as Sang Chai in the 90 car of the left-hand side of row number 9. Behind him to the right on the same row number 5 will be Itasak, really keen to go racing, and you can see he's got the sunnies on. The reason for that, it's currently dusk in Thailand. Sun setting right about now, so it's right in the driver's eyes late on in the day. And it was the 33 of Warapot out of 11th we just saw, the 69 now of Woodachai. It'll be the gold car. My word, that's a pretty car. The 96 of Pisset will be off of 13th on the grid. Behind him, the 79 of Somnuk. Also celebrating racing. And the fans, I'm going forward as well, says Somnuk. 15th on the grid, the 26 of Tassanai. And focused is the driver of the the 26. The 97 will be off alongside of him, will be Chai. BKC Motorsport entry. The 42 is the next row on the grid of Wataya on the inside on the run down to turn number 1. Chai Watt in the 28 will be in behind him in 18th spot. Next truck will be the Delco truck. You can see AC Delco just in behind will be the 28 of Chai Watt. 19 car of Tirasak. Off 19th of the grid is the AC Delco car we cross to now. And in behind him as they trundle off. So there'll be no more shots from the grid. It's time for that formation lap. The 10 will be Aaron out of 20th spot. The 52 will be in 21st. That is Kid Tsasak. The 82 machine will be out of 22nd, will be Crid. 51 of Methawin will be 23rd as we listen to the trucks fire up, start to warm their tyres. And finally, in 24th spot, the 20 of Pramo. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be the final race of today's racing action. Thailand Super Pickup Class C. And Dan, it is...
Ooh, an onboard.
An onboard shot.
We've been missing that today. So the 77, Ivana Fap, starting out at P5. I'm hoping we'll get a chance to see that during the race. And also, you get to see these trucks here. Manual gearboxes. They're not overly modified, really. I guess they have a strip out most of the interior behind the dash. I guess put in racing sort of display there in the center console. Racing wheel on the column. Racing seat, harness, and roll cage. It's pretty self-explanatory and straightforward. Well, the grid's going to come up on screen here once again in a second after we've just run through it there at our own pace. But once again, Chung International Circuit, 4.5 kilometers, 12 turns at a clockwise orientation. All about power pretty much in Sector 1, apart from pulling it up for Turn 1. Sector 3, balanced between the speed out of Turn 3 down to Turn 4, but then also your ability to get it pulled up and handled through that section. Back on the Hankook semi-slick tyres for these cars. They will squirm and move around for us here. Also point out here that we had, of our 24 starters, 14 qualifying times. That counted for this one here, with pole position time being a 1 minute 56.6. It was about half a second clear on that pole position as well. So definitely a bit of field spread during qualifying, which happened back on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So we didn't get a chance to see it. But nevertheless, their drivers are all flying across our screen as they are all displayed, getting ready to go racing, as they're currently in the midst of turns 5 and 6 and 7.
Last the starting grid. Last of your racing action for this 4th of May 2024. And it was the same last time when we came to Buriram. It was the C-Class Super Pickups that rounded out the day. It's going to be the same here again. And last time it was about similar conditions, probably a touch later because they were in the Northern Hemisphere and we're in winter. Effectively, this time in spring, so there's a little bit more sunlight than the last time we were here. We'll go dark-ish towards the tail end of the race, but won't be too bad, you wouldn't expect. But the big thing I was watching from this onboard was, gee, I hope they didn't trim out the CD player. What I wouldn't do for some racing, and a little bit of some music to fire me up. Some of the drifting that they'll get in the rear end of the car towards the back end of the race, it might be even Euro beats to keep you going.
That's one way to look at it, I guess, but maybe you're going to have to worry about that later on once the race is done. 2x2 formation is set. Come into the final corner and get ready for the green flag signals here. Well, which is to say, when the 5 lights go out, we go racing here to conclude our opening day of action from the Shang International Circuit for this B-Quik Thailand Super Series weekend. The hammer is down at the front of the field for your racer. He's absolutely bolted. And he's left AgroChat for dust. And look at that, everyone else is going to leave him for dust too. Into turn 1, 3-4 wide here as your leader decides that he's gone and he's off. I think our man in P2 has dropped to about 9th or 10th place as there's always a target car around in the background and fires off to the left. No, sorry, that's the right, outside and buried.
Albeit, I don't think he made the barriers. So I think he's actually going to be okay. So they come down through the first sector time. It's still going to be the 58 machine that leads the way as they get down here. But where do they settle back in? And keep your eyes in the background of this shot. They're 4 wide in the background as they get to turn 1.
Truck on the inside, is it?
There's a big lock up. There's a huge lock up when they get down in there.
Another truck going around. So there's this all the way back here, which has been called on. I think it's that bright orange truck, which I can't get a read on who that might be exactly. That also then has a moment on the exit. And I'm worried they got stuck in the gravel there on the outside of turn 1. But another later on the lap, turn 4.
No, they're putting this with live pictures, and there's
and there we go, yeah. The number 28 truck, which started how far up the field? 18th for Chaiwat. It was unfortunate to say the least. And the safety car has been deployed, so unfortunately for these guys here, that's going to put the race back in pause. They've got to fish that car out of the gravel there on the outside of turn 1. Oh, we get the onboard once they've neutralized the race, dang it.
Give us some live pictures from the inside of that 77 truck, I think. But Arnafap was out of 5th place on the grid, and we'll get an update when they come back to the start-finish line. We'll be in a few moments for you all. But full course yellow procedure once again. Everyone is going to be stabilized. This will take some energy out of the tires. Somebody was doing some overtaking just then.
Yes, that's probably not going to be looked too favorably on by the stewards. Also, note from the stewarding team, the incident at turn 1. I presume the one that the replays captured more so than... Well, she's probably both at this point. But anyway, so that's going to be reviewed carefully to figure out what happened there exactly. So we'll see how long it takes. Actually, according to the timing and scoring, a 28 truck is now moving and actually got out of the gravel at turn 1. In fact, no No sign of it there at turn 1. There's also, additionally, Scott, lo and behold, you thought you saw some passing under the safety car. So have the race control team, and they're looking at that as well.
Okay.
Oh, no, I set that back. 28 is very much buried. Interesting. His transponder says that he's moving around just behind the rest of the field.
I believe we might have got an update just now, so that'll explain that one. And field stabilized. So for that 77 truck with Unifap with the onboard shot coming to you, lost 2 spots in that opening lap, was 5th at the start and down to 7th. Remember, of course, the driver lining up on the outside of row number 1 and P2 as well dropped a whole bunch of spots as fans enjoying the race, or crew rather enjoying the race from the pit wall. And there's a furious amount of communication going on with their drivers in the background as well. But currently waiting on any further updates at this point in time. So it's just all stabilized under this caution period. Still trying to get that car out. The tow hook just bust off the front end, trying to pull that car out. So they might have broken a tow hook there.
That's not ideal. That's going to make getting that car out, well, more difficult, funnily enough, than we'd like. And that might also just delay this restart procedure because the safety car's already in turn 5 with the field. Can't get that truck out. Going to be at least another lap here under safety car, so we won't resume until lap 4 of this race. We're currently on lap 2.
So Akachat was the car that started off the outside of row number 1. Can give you an update. We might actually run through the order now that we've got an order going for us that you guys don't actually see on the screen at this point in time. So Super Moncol, who started off of pole position, maintained, and Sarah New is in behind him, has now taken over P2. The 18 of Kittapong now slots into 3rd spot. He started out of 7th position, by the way. So that's a phenomenal start from that car. 78 Thanawat is now up to 4th. 96 of Pisset is in 5th. And Akachat is back down to 6th. The 77 truck, which we had that onboard shot from, in 7th. The 26 truck of Tassanai, 8th. 30 of Itasak in 9th. And Somnuk in the 79 is 10th. So that's your top 10 there, Dan.
Impressive, I think, most of all in that case for Kittapong, 7th to 3rd, but also Pisset and then number 18. Oh, sorry, not number 18, number 96. 18 is Kittapong. But from 13th to 5th in that case for 96 truck off that opening lap in the melee that happened. So hopefully they weren't caught up in that because that would be not ideal. So indeed, another lap under the safety car coming our way here. The drivers continue to cycle around with care. Hopefully we'll get to see some racing speed on boards for Arnefap there with that 77 truck as need to just be maintained behind this safety car. Hopefully progress there for the team recovering the 28. They have Chai Watt, means we'll be able to go racing here now that 2 laps are done. Coming on to lap 3, we'll hopefully get a restart in a lap's time here.
Nice casual cruise down on. See, one of the unique things, I talked to a friend of mine and I said, oh, hey, cool, you got to participate in a safety car period. You know, that's something that most people have never had to do. She said, yeah, but, you know, I only got 1 racing lap. I was in a motorcycling event at Sydney Motorsport Park, probably just before COVID. No, it would have been just after COVID, actually. Yeah, went up to do some commentating, made some friends, and yeah, ended up going down to Sydney Motorsport Park and meeting some lovely people at a track down there. And unique opportunity. You don't get to do this in go-karting, really. Just sort of yellow flags waved out and about everywhere. They might red flag a race. So you know, benefit of circuit racing. Big long circuit, long laps when you got to sit there and crawl around at safety car speed.
Well, hopefully we'll get back to racing very shortly, and then fans and team members will be able to go. And there you go, good sign. They've been able to recover the 28. Looks like an Yep, the wing mirror has been used as the alternate tow hook location to get that car out there. And that means we can also confirm the message has been received in live timing from race control that we will restart here at the end of lap number 3. So it will be an 8-lap sprint. Sorry, a 9-lap sprint to finish this race. Apparently, I can't count. It literally tells me how many laps to go. So that is good news. We'll get most of this race in, hopefully, and we won't need to see that Toyota safety car back out once again. But that may be wishful thinking. I certainly hope not, because it is getting dark out there. And those headlights, I don't know about you. They don't seem awfully effective right now. But I suppose we're not really properly looking at them per se. That might be the excuse.
Yeah, well, darkness starts to set in Thailand. The safety car starting to pull away from the field, trying to give itself time to get back into the lane. And now it becomes mind your P's, mind your Q's, put yourself in all the right situations and try to make yourself go forwards. Who's going to have the opportunity to win this race? Who is going to have the opportunity to push themselves forwards, and whose tyres are going to fall off by the end? We will have 9 laps to go when we get back to the start-finish line. Who is going to win this race is going to be a big, big question that we must answer in the next few laps.
Hopefully, again, we'll be able to see it from the perspective of Arnoff up here in that 77 truck. And yeah, there's some kind of sensor up there out of sight, but never mind. Looks like we've gone back racing speeds as they head down towards the final turn here. So ifs, buts, and maybes. So yellow at the final corner as they're coming around, but green flags flying at the start finish line. We get this race underway once again. And there we go. Diesel soot plus headlights trying to cut through as well. Top 4 have broken away here. Supermonkol, Saranu, Kittapong, and Tanawat from the rest of the field on this restart. And on top of that, you got Supermonkol broken away. Something else again on top of that as the P5. I think that's Pizzit. Yep, the 96 truck now under pressure from Akachat in the 34.
Yeah, and Akachat's going to have a go, see if he can't push himself a little bit further forwards. And we'll see if he's able to do that and make it stick. In the meantime, I'm going to get live shots now from the 77 as we get down into turn number 3. No real racing to speak of right now. Just trying to preserve some tyre, build some heat. As turns it around, and you can see that there's some wheel work going on there on the exit of the corner as well, as he tries to prevent the car from lining up and getting away from him.
Nice, so a big dose of the steering wheel in. And then try and, feed it back out to get on the power, as you said. There's one thing that goes side by side there. It's with the 96 now, but the 77 of Arnefap, I think it is, coming back through. She's getting a spot up there, so that would have been a nice one to have a look at on board. As first time through turn 5, I think at full racing speed now for these guys. After the safety car being deployed on lap 1, would have put a stop at all of that fun stuff there as transponders update through the sector 2 line and jumping a little bit. So just because of the track might mean to basically calibrate, I think, because of the return to racing speed. As in here, it's the 7. No, it's a Somnuk. Was 10th at the line. I believe we'd be sitting around that position still in this race. Although he's a little offline there, and then a big old helping of soot and exhaust smoke there. Be careful of that, guys. We've seen that get picked up by race control before.
Yep, that we have. And critical to get your race refired and get yourself into the right positions at the right times. Who's going to be able to do that? At the moment, the guys up at the front have started to skip clear, but have a look at the 34 machines. Lap time, by the way, Dan, as they cut their way back through the darkness, through the smog. A 1:58.7 was 0.5 of a second faster than the next closest car, and if he can keep moving, and I tell you what, he's gone even faster in that first sector yet again, so anything could happen from here. It's not done, but it's certainly going to be a hard charge to get there.
Oh, how's that there from the 54 of Saranu? Very loose off of the hairpin at turn 3 and also very tight as well on the exit. That's certainly not going to do his launch any favours, but thankfully looks like Kittapong in behind, not close enough to challenge into turn 4 on this 5th lap of the race. Yeah, leaning on the tyres, something fierce. Then he got in behind Kittapong. Tanner Watt in the 78 keeping him company. Just watching as the sectors update here as they swing through this part of the lap. Now watch out for Agrichat. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2. He's there in the background there at 34. Sorry, that Isuzu D-Max not even really in the background per se. He's right there in 4th place. But he actually dispatched a car on this lap even to do so.
Yep. Yeah, and he's still picking up pace. So he is really, really moving as the 34 machine right now. As we keep an eye on that one. Have a look at the field spread, by the way, as it all starts to really spread out. We've got so many cars tight. Have a look at them as they run down to turn number 9. No, that might be 8. That will be 8. Now we're on the run down to turn number 9. And the flash of the lights now says that racing action has certainly come through, and there's a few drivers not too happy with it. As everyone tries to find their way around, the 90 truck losing a little bit of time is Sang Chai, and Wataya was the 42 entry on screen there now. The car's a couple up ahead of them. Has he just got the lights flashing? I think they just might be the lights flashing the entire time. That's certainly one way to draw the ire of those around you.
And back up to the front of the field and looking at the last lap times on the board. 59.8 for your race leader, Supermon Cole. Sarah New, 59.5. So despite the wobble that we saw for him out of turn 3, still went faster than your race leader, as did Kittapong in 3rd place. Tanawat and Agrichat, though. Well, Agrichat trying to get past cars there. Definitely slowed him down. And in fact, actually, I think he took the spot and he's lost it again. The 78 getting back through late in the lap. So that's what would have really slowed them down, it seems, in comparison. Because, yeah, in the 2-minute and 2:01 range, got to watch out for drivers like Anu Fap, who was on pace with Tanawat last lap around. The top 3 is starting to break away from everyone else, and even then there's a bit of separation between a lot of them as well. Fastest first sector now in the hands of Sarah New in that 54 truck in 2nd.
Yeah, and I wonder whether or not Agachat might have overpressured the tyres just a little bit. And good early, whilst everyone else is struggling to build up some pressure. But in the meantime, the 97 of Pichai comes to the lane, and that will be race over for him just about, unfortunately. For everyone else, though, it continues on. Here comes the 54 machine of Saranu. See if he can try and take some time. Kittapong's actually going to go with him, and he's actually forced Saranu to cover at the last corner, just in case he was thinking about it, although he was covering empty space as they try and light them up, come off the final corner. 6 more laps left to run in today's racing action. At the moment, Supermon Cole looks confident and comfortable out in front. But the chasing pack will have to chase.
Speaking of that pack, it's Akchat now in front, having cleared Tanawat and actually comfortably done so on that last lap, doing a 59.9 to a 202.7. Guys in behind are scrapping something fierce, as you can hear these hand-cooked semi-slicks screaming almost for mercy there at turn 3. Under braking, probably in the middle of the corner to try and maintain the corner speed. And then a dose of power probably coming in as well for good measure. In addition, since we've had that safety car restart, cars 82 and 20 been given black and white flags for excessive smoke production. The number 10 and the number, I didn't quite catch who that was, it's the 82. So Arun and Crid, unfortunately, coming down the lane. Yeah, that's actually the 82. As I said, it's just got given a flag for black smoke, but coming down the pit straight away. So that's a little interesting there from them. Black and white flag for car 90 for exceeding track limits. Number 90 being fine, that would be great. Sung Chai was 15th at the start finish line. And 79 similarly for track limits. is Somnuk, who was down in 20th place.
What do the sector times start to look like, though, for our front few drivers? Super Moncol's making a ton of time. Where he's really quick is sector number 2, but Akachat's gone quicker in sector 1. Yet again, another purple sector. And I think he might have been the quickest car in sector 2. Indeed, he was. So this should be a stonking lap when the 34 hits the stripe. Comes through 58.242, second out of our leader. 2 seconds out of the car ahead of him. He's only 1.3 seconds off of that 18 car. Now, so he's coming. And he's going to chase the 18 all the way across the right-hand side of the road. So Kittapong decides, well, I've paid for all the track. I'm going to use a bit of it I haven't used thus far. And here comes the 34. They're both on the brakes. Reasonably late. Have a look at Akachat squirming all over the road as he got down in to turn 3. Now he's going to turn it around. And again, you can hear those tyres protesting. Not happy with the forces being applied to them. And here comes the 34. Akachat, does he get overlap? Not quite yet. Now he's alongside as they run down to turn 4. Is he going to go the long way around at turn 4? Does he get on the brakes earlier, rotate it back underneath, looking for it, looking for the rotation, not quite there. Now they'll dive on the anchors as they get down here to turn 5. Doubles back yet again, so there's an opportunity for the over-under. Not quite far enough up this time by for the 34 machine, but he is closing, he is coming. And 5 laps becomes 4 the next time they cross the start-finish line.
Awfully close on the run to turn 8 here. Kittapong will hold firm for now. And they head in towards turn number 9 straight afterwards as well. Let's run back to the start-finish line. Of course, yeah, the whole trees, if you're going to try and get up the inside through a double left complex like that 4 and 5, you're just going to be close enough, get yourself maybe fall back a tiny bit on the way in so you can then absolutely hammer it on the way out. But here comes a lunge, a look. One of the two, maybe both, at the final corner, and both of them let the rear hang out on exit there. Hurt the initial drive away because both of them are absolutely flooring it. As it there on the pit wall, a bit of a expressive hand gesturing there. And they're still keeping track with Saranyu, so they keep this up. P2 is still on the cards, but here we go. Defensive from Kittapong. Akachat's going to have to go the long way around at turn 3.
He's a little bit closer than he was last lap. He's a little bit further ahead, though. Now he's completely ahead when they get down to turn 3. But was it too much on the brakes? And the 18, Saranyu switches back to the outside. Open the corner up. Try something different. When they get out the other side now, the 34 machine will have better power and does. So he's going to hang on to the spot. Now he'll put his eyes forward and start targeting. See if he can get towards that 54. And again, hear the tyres protesting. I wonder whether or not somebody further down in the field's picking up a flat spot and they just keep hitting it. It's about the same time on the mic every time by.
I think this has to do with Saranyu, because all of a sudden he's gone from being decent margin ahead to absolutely nowhere, and then absolutely hunted down in the space of 2 corners by Akachat. I think that microphone was roughly pointed in the right direction to pick up what we were watching there. I'm going to hope so, but I mean, even just even hear it there. I think. Oh,
there we go.
No, that's Akachat around at turn 8.
So it was the rear end of the 34 machine that was protesting. It was all of them that was protesting. And it'll be 3 more laps left to run. Now he's facing in the wrong direction. Luckily enough for him, has popped out at 4th. This will tell the story all on his own. All on his own. The rear end was not glued to the ground when he got in there down at turn 7.
Hammering at something fierce. All right, so Saranyu, bit of a breather. Although he's now got Kittapong, who has the ability to go after it and not be too worried about who's behind. They've got lap traffic they're having to worry about here as well, which seems a little crazy in what's become a 9-lap sprint. But it is what it is, I guess. How's that there for the fading sun and the soot that's coming out of all of these trucks here, actually making it even darker than it needs to be. There on the run out of turn number 1. Since I last talked about it, a whole bunch of black and white flags have come through. Combination of smoke flags, track limits flags, but also critically there, number 20 truck, Promote, probably is how to say it, was 17th, has been given a black flag. For what? We don't know exactly, but nevertheless, that will see him have to tour the pit lane if that flag has been issued correctly. Meanwhile, Super Moncol continuing to happily lead this race. Gap almost 5 seconds at the start-finish line.
Have a look at the body roll, though, on that truck that's ahead of him. Just watch it when it gets down into a corner. So, the 82 truck that is sitting 21st of grid, just the body roll on it so much more than the competition that's around it. Loads up. Gives enough space, though, to race leader Super Moncol. And now Super Moncol moves on through on the run down to complete 10 laps worth of racing. Be 2 more laps left to run in the day's racing action. And where is Agachat, and does he have enough pace left in that car? Well, he was reasonably timed through the first sector and again quick through the second sector, so nothing's come out of that 34 car. It definitely still does have pace, but target would be P2, you would say, if he can still get back there. In the meantime, though, the 18 truck got off the final corner reasonably well, but the 54 did not. Now here comes Kittapong, going to swing to the inside, not quite far enough up. Tries to come back to the racing line, but tiptoeing through. Saren Yu is tiptoeing that car around, and Akachat will see that as an opportunity because now he's looming larger in the background. He took 1.3 seconds out of Kittapong in the last sector. He took 1.8 seconds out of Saren Yu in the final sector. Now it's going to be the 18 truck who gets to the inside. The 54 might have tyre drummers, might have drive drummers, but it looks like it's under brakes, struggling to pull the car up. So through goes the 18 machine, and Kittapong's still got some tyre left to come.
The leader, I think that's Super Moncol.
So it's now for the race lead, and all changes when they come off of turn 3. The 58 machine, no drive and didn't get off the line either, so that means the rest of them are all coming back through. That was the race leader.
Well, turn that one on his head after leading comfortably from the very start. And then lap traffic has meant that Saren Yu's fall into Akachat, and Kittapong's been given a bit of a free kick here at the front of the field. So the 18 checks out. There you go. Akachat through on Saren Yu for now second place in this race with a lap and change to go. Well, turning on its head right in the closing stages of the day.
And the 58 stuck there. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. They've just got local yellows waving on by. It's all that can happen. And that's the 77 going slowly as well, I think. You might have just refired that 58 car. They might have just refired the Super Monkai machine. Now the 54, the run down to the final corner. Here comes Akachat. There'll be one more lap left to run. We're about to get timings at the line. What have we got to do? And what was the lap time difference? Well, last time by, a 59.714 for Akachat as he crosses the start-finish line. 2:01.386. So it was 1.6 seconds. The margin, 2.5.
They've got clear road now, though, so for Kittapong, there's a bit of traffic that might have held him up there, as well as trying to get out from underneath the rear bumper of Saren Yu, who did do a pretty good park up at turn 1 as well to try and protect that position. But there we go, final lap indeed underway as we continue to watch Saren Yu there for third place. Fourth place is currently in the hands of Tanawat there in the 78 truck, so that's going to be a quiet run home. Looks like he's got a massive gap behind him. A pretty decent gap in front as Akachat, I think, yeah, he's aware that he could catch. In fact, he found 9/10 of a second in Sector 1, but I think he's just blown about half of that gain right there off the exit of Turn 3. But he's absolutely going to fang it, apparently, all the way to the end of this race. Kittapong almost needs to just keep it steady, and this one should be his. Although he's certainly not giving up. He's going to push to the end as well.
Yeah, well, Akachat's still coming at him. This might not be over, and that's lap traffic now that's just ahead that he's got to try and cut his way through. Gets out of the way, gets offline. Now the 34 truck's going to try and cut his way through the traffic as well. Should clear him timely. It was the second and third sectors, though, for Akachat that were strong. He's got a lot to do as they come off of turn 7. The run down to turn number 8. The 18 truck was not quick in a straight line, but it was this bit through the track that he was reasonable. He was okay. And Akachat won't have enough time. He's going to have one corner to have a go at him. He's going to have a supreme run here and a mistake. Don't think he'll get it. Drive is good. Car positioning good, but it's going to be Kittapong. Was not the quickest car of the top 3. He was not the quickest car of the top 4, but he was accurate, he was clean, and the car didn't break down. And Kittapong's going to win, or is he? Because here comes Akachat, who's going to have a go, because of course he will, at the final corner. There's only one way Akachat knows how to drive, and it's rear end out sideways, and he certainly tried.
He pulls in 1.5 seconds at the end of that one there. But it will indeed be Kittapong. Final margin of a second there across the line, according to the transponders. So he's done just enough to hang on to the race win after, yes, being gifted it in many respects there on the penultimate lap of that race. But as you said just then a moment ago, got to be consistent, look after your truck, and let it reward you to win the race at the end of the day. No good being fast and retiring due to mechanical issue, either through sheer bad luck perhaps, or perhaps overdriving it and not allowing the gear to look after you in return.
Oh, word. With this, you never know. You never have any clue how it's going to finish. Oh, my word. Madness. Madness. Madness from Chang International Circuit. Kittapong is going to come away with the win from Akachat and Saranyu. And Akachat drove that thing as aggressively as he possibly could have. Fastest lap of the race, 58.242, was 1.5 seconds faster than the competition, but unfortunately lost the rear. Fastest lap of the race, though, for Kittapong was 59.718. And that is going to wrap up all the racing action from the entirety of the Thailand Super Series coverage from day number 1 of weekend number 1. Don't forget, we'll be back again tomorrow as we go through the highlights package of tonight's dusk to evening racing for the Super Pickup. Dan, take it away with the highlights.
Well, I mean, it started right at the beginning, and then all kinds of chaos here in the mid-pack at turn 1 as one of the Mitsubishi Tritons actually never quite caught the number of exactly which truck that was. Having a right old moment there at turn 1. Tank slapping right in front of there. There's an onboard shot we never quite got to see during the race, but the 77 of Arnapap going for it here. And then another truck that, going for it and almost hanging at the 96. Okay, hangs onto it just. But crucially, we're watching up front for fights here. And for Akachat starting second and then losing it there all himself. And then here was this Super Moncol. We thought he had this one all booked and delivered, and then unfortunately this truck just breaks down on him, leaving us with the scrap there between Kittapong and Akachat. Credit to Kittapong there, coming up from 7th place to be able to take the race win here in Division 2 of the Thailand Super Pickup for this opening race of the weekend. And indeed, that will be the end of today's coverage with all of these drivers here from Thailand. Goody and the interviews will certainly be in Thai, so unfortunately not much that we're going to be able to get from them there, Scott, but just because it's day 1 over doesn't mean that we're done for the weekend.
Now we'll be back once again tomorrow from I believe we're going to be about 11:30 to midday to start to cover your racing action for Australian Eastern Daylight Savings, Australian Eastern Standard Time. I know it'll be a little bit later on tomorrow in terms of the start coverage, but we'll be about the same finish time tomorrow night. Ladies and gents, it's been a pleasure to bring you all the action from day 1 of the Thailand Super Series. Join us tomorrow as we get under the hood of day 2's racing action.